losing.
I love this. Are you having fun watching Lions lose?
I mean, a little bit. Not gonna lie.
What's your reaction to this one?
Well, I don't know. We didn't lose last split.
Fair.
Sorry to disappoint.
Yeah.
That being said, Core, you're not going to run away from this one. You're facing DSG next week. So not sure how much you've thought about that matchup, but especially after their play this week that you were able to see, what are you thinking? Because now you're going up against Sajed and Lions that you just were talking about earlier.
I don't know, like whenever I play versus DSG Berlin, I feel very confident.
Mm-hmm.
So
Relaxing experience, I agree.
so whenever I feel confidence, usually I'm confident.
Yeah.
Like winning the game. So and I think our top side is gonna do well against their top side too.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm happy. Confident.
I'm interested in that top lane matchup because Castle feels like the most consistent player so far on the team.
Yeah.
And of course, Morgan was doing very well today, it feels, even in some of the tougher matchups, like the Ornn matchup, he was doing quite well. So I was wondering, what are your feelings on Castle as a player? Because I'm always interested in how stacked it feels like our top lane matchups are.
Mm-hmm.
Even on some of the lower tier teams, it seems like they have strong top laners.
Yeah.
What's your thoughts on that?
I think Castle is very solid.
Mm-hmm.
I think he does his job. When he need to win lane, he need to win lane. When he need to be weak side, he do the weak side.
Yeah.
And he's solid, but I think Morgan is just better. Morgan is just better.
There it is.
Well,
Yeah.
There it is.
there it is.
Thoughts on
Ooh.
C9 versus Dignitas? Quick prediction. Just a quick prediction.
I think C9 will win.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I think
2-0,
they're on the
2-1.
up again, maybe. I think they had I don't know what happened, but I think they went down a bit.
Yeah.
But now I think now they're coming back up. So, and Dignitas still hasn't feel like they've played as well as people think they can play.
Yeah.
So
Did you say 2-0 or 2-1?
I'll say 2-0.
You? Oh, but-
yeah, I can't imagine there will be any difference.
Yeah.
I think the games that Dignitas have won have kind of been flukes. Even the game they won versus us, I'm not sure. I can't even understand how they won, to be honest.
Yeah.
It was truly a masterclass, I guess. But yeah, just when I watch Dignitas, it doesn't seem like they have an idea how they want to play their fights, how they want to play their early game. Sometimes the decisions they make, I just don't understand. I don't think their laning is good enough to support their early game oftentimes, particularly when the champions that they have to play don't fall into their wheelhouses. I think Ignar has not looked like to his previous success
Yeah.
on other rosters. He hasn't looked the same, particularly on range champs. I think when he's playing Alistair, when he's playing Rakan, this type of thing, he's a lot more comfortable. But playing against his Karma, playing Seraphine or something like this, it's not going to put question marks in my head. So obviously it's going to depend on draft, and I think a lot of League nowadays does. But it's hard to imagine C9 don't have the edge. So I would give them 2-0 as well.
Dignitas is gonna win.
Way, all right, all right, buddy.
I have two reasons again.
Hit me.
Okay.
Dignitas won a game against us last week.
True.
C9 didn't.
True.
Dignitas is gonna win. And second reason, I'm having fun watching C9 losing.
That's also true.
I'm just having fun watching other top teams losing.
That's great.
It's more fun.
honestly.
Yeah.
Hate watching is the best type of watching, I think. Are you hate watching C9 too? Because they were hate watching
Honestly,
you. Now you can hate watch them.
Not really, to be honest.
Ah.
I don't really have much animosity, I think, towards past teams anymore. It was a little bit more fun before, but honestly, now that, I mean, I was friends with Sven, pretty good friends with Sven when we were on Dignitas and even before that, so.
True.
Honestly, I don't know if this is true, but when we won finals last split and I had to fist bump him, he just looked so mad or angry, I think, with just how, I assume at least, with how his team played.
Yeah.
Honestly, I just felt bad.
Yeah.
I didn't even feel a great sense of yeah,
True.
I beat you.
Yeah.
Honestly, I just felt bad. And sometimes when I see interviews talking about frustrations, or I think APA said a little bit, I didn't watch or read the whole thing, but just talking about heated discussions. More than anything else, I just felt a little bad, to be honest. I can imagine that after C9 scrims Lion, sometimes things get a bit heated.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's not so much in your face anymore as it is like, I wish the best for them. So I mean, I'd rather just see the better team win.
All right.
It sounds like I need to be a better human.
No, I'm with you on that. That will leave us with FlyQuest versus Shopify Rebellion, which might be the bloodiest, at least in Split 1. Definitely felt like it was incredibly bloody. Darkwings, what's your quick thoughts on that series and predictions? I mean,
I think it'd be FlyQuest 2-1, but I don't know. I also think Shopify also like. Well, I feel like I don't know. People don't hype them up as much anymore. Like they're not. I think neither Shopify or Dignitas like feel like they're playing at the level that they want to be.
mm-hmm.
But yeah, I don't know if that's just like a gameplay thing or like a mental thing. I'm not sure. But I think FlyQuest 2-1.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, FlyQuest is just such a hit or miss team.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's a turbo miss, but there've been some pretty square hits as well.
Yeah.
I think that duo has a lot of potential to solo kill and to snowball the game through themselves, but a lot of times they have tendencies to play too safe or, you know, just be background characters, I think. And Griffin will not be a background character. He will be in the front, int feeding or mega carrying. So it can be a hit or miss, but I agree with Darkwings that SR really is like a shadow of, I think, what they were setting out to do right now. And if I were in their shoes, if I was Sam Revan, I'm not sure what I would do to fix their sinking ship.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's time to look for lifeboats or we can patch the holes, but yeah, it's hard to see the light at the end of the tunnel, I think, for SR right now, and I can't see any hope to be honest.
Oh, really?
So all I can think is 2-0.
There's going to be a lot of investigating. I think after next week as well, because like that team, a lot of expectations after last split at least.
Especially for Zinni, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
For Zinni for sure.
I thought SR is actually getting better right now, compared to when they start playing.
Mm-hmm.
Whenever we play versus them in the start of the year, I didn't know what they're doing.
Yeah.
But right now, they have decisiveness. They go for the play really quickly without hesitation.
Yeah.
I think they did something between the split. Try to be more decisive. I can see the decisiveness, and I like that. Sometimes you can make a like good counterpunch.
Okay.
And I think it can work against FlyQuest. I'm waiting for Shopify upset any team now.
I'm looking forward to this prediction then, because you've already went crazy on the last two.
This one is Lear prediction.
Oh, you oh my God. So you have FlyQuest winning this?
No, Shopify 2-1.
Boom. All right. I'm super interested to see if you come out as like a prophet after all of this or not. But yeah, thank you guys all. I appreciate you guys for being on the show for us. And that's going to be it for us for pros. For anybody out there, remember, like, comment, subscribe. Listen to this on all your audio listening platforms, Spotify, Apple, all that good stuff. And I'll be seeing you guys next week.
My team always calls Rahel Macrograd because he just doesn't want to lane. He's just mid or top at top ramp, like no matter what, he's always there. So it was funny actually. We scrimmed Sentinels yesterday, I think.
Yeah.
I said, X-Champ is not here. He might be going to the fight. And Berserker instantly says, I doubt it. 5 seconds later, he appears at the Herald or something.
The macro guy.
Yeah.
Welcome, everybody, to this week's episode of Pros. I got Sentinel Darkwings with me, Team Liquid Core JJ, and, of course, Lion Isles. First thing, a note for everybody out there. I'm going to take this opportunity to remind everyone that tickets for spring finals are on sale. Come join us at the Arizona State University Mullet Arena. It's going to be at June 13 and 14. Purchase yours today on Ticketmaster.com or using the link in the description. It'll be fun. I will literally be buying a fake mullet and stash. That is my goal. If they will let me cast or like be on the desk with that one, that would be amazing. So that's also, I feel like you guys are also legally obligated to do the same. Yeah, you're raising your eyebrows. You're against it? No?
No.
Okay. For all of you guys, now I found a connecting thing with all of you. Every one of you guys have something
hard.
that connects each other. I want you guys to guess what it is.
Connecting us.
Yeah.
Male humans.
That is, oh, well, you know what?
Fair.
You won.
That's
You
true.
got that. No.
Wasn't that hard?
Is it?
Technically correct, but Dignitas. Everybody here has been on Dignitas at least at one point.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Now, I think I've heard everyone have like a story or two at some point. I actually don't think I've ever heard your story about your time on Dignitas, Core JJ.
My time on Dignitas.
Yeah.
There was nothing special.
I mean, you played AD carry. That's the
yeah.
one thing everyone will always point out.
I played ADC. I got shit on by double lift,
Nice.
and our team was pretty good. Okay. Like, we were not contender.
Yeah.
Not much. We just played the game. I had no idea what to do during the time, so I didn't go outside much. And, spend time with my teammates there.
Better or worse than current Dignitas?
Current Dignitas?
Yeah.
That's why none of us are in Dignitas
Are
right
they
now.
doing?
You're offending absolutely nobody. You looked
I think we're
out.
doing better. We were doing better.
Okay, that's
Yeah,
perfect.
we were doing better.
Darkwings, I'm actually, your story is really interesting because like tier 2 and tier 3, I feel like has been a crazy journey for you. Obviously, because like your asterisk would be that was Dignitas Academy, and I don't think you
Yeah.
had a good experience with that one.
I mean, joining them initially was not bad, I think, because I went from tier 3 to like tier 2, I guess.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I had a 3-year contract, and then they didn't say much to me. And then after like, I think it was one split, they just told me, yeah, we're going to switch you with a tier 3 player, I guess. Well, I guess I swapped with Insanity
Yeah.
at that time. But yeah, it was not a fun experience.
Because your resume is tier 2, you had Collegiate in there, tier 3, and even like off your Twitter account, some of the stories I would hear are crazy.
Oh, yeah.
From like, I think specifically from Collegiate.
Collegiate times. I mean, are you talking about like the collegiate before I even tried going pro, or like
I think so.
in between?
I think the in between. I think the in between.
In between?
That was
'Cause
when you were
in
with Surdy.
Yeah, in between we played on St. Louis University with, it was like Surdy, Winston, Aaron, and Skytech.
Yeah.
And I think that's just like, that's like that at the time I was like pretty much done with league. I was like, yeah, I don't want to play, but I'll still try to get like a scholarship, like try to like have fun on collegiate. And then we ended up winning the whole championship.
That's
So-
insane.
So then I like regained my my drive to play.
Was there, because you said there was an instance of like, some of your teammates may have been trolling.
Oh yeah. So right after we won the championship,
Yeah.
I played on a team with Winston and Skytech,
Yeah.
and those were the main hooligans where we actually couldn't tell that they were win trading because that's just how they are. That's just how they play sometimes. Like
So they were win trading, but you couldn't tell because that's just how they
we
play.
just gave them the benefit of the doubt. We were like, yeah, I mean, Winston sometimes goes for these like crazy invades. Like, I mean, it's understandable. Like sometimes he'll do it.
Yeah.
But like I don't know, it was like during near the end of our matches, I think, when it kind of mattered most, where I think we just like lost some games that were like, it was like close, like it wasn't obvious that he was losing on purpose, but he definitely was.
was.
Yeah, he definitely was. So yeah.
So obviously you and Core JJ just had a pretty insane series. Isles, just before this, you said you didn't watch a lot of it. How much of the games did you actually get a chance to see? Because it was long.
Not that much. I saw the end of the second game. People were telling me like, you know, it looks like a banger, and I looked at the game, and it looked to me like Sentinels was gonna win, so I just looked away.
Yeah.
And they did, so I'm the GOAT.
Nice.
But looks like some disasters may have happened in the third game, which I think some people around me may have some things to talk about.
Yeah.
But I only saw the results of these things happening. I didn't see the process, so I'm happy to hear about it.
Let's help the investigation out a little bit. Let's talk to some key witnesses. Daejeon, I'm going to start with you.
Maybe the victims.
Yeah,
I got a free care.
I
They're
think
still living there with us.
In our scouting, we're like, yeah, sometimes they just like come mid like level 1 just to like help out, like to secure the vision or something. And then third game, I think we were just like, yeah, let's go cheese them. And then we kind of forgot about the part where they're like defending us. And I think we didn't even wait until Annie face checked the bush fully, and then we kind of just went. And I missed my Gallo E, and then yeah, they got me good.
Complete disaster.
Like we won the rock paper scissors. So
Nice.
basically, like I came back 2 games in a row in the previous games, and enemy team kept thinking about going through mid, and then game 3, like I don't care. Like maybe they think I'm gonna go bad again, so let's go through mid, and then let's fishing for something, and then it was like big monster. we got there.
Yeah.
Lucky. It was lucky.
Yeah.
Talk about game 2 just a little bit there, Core, because funny enough, at least from our side on the casting and analyst desk end, we were like, okay, this is going to be a quick 2-0, pretty clean Team Liquid victory, because game 1 was a stomp. At least it felt as though. And then game 2, you had this gargantuan lead through top lane. Like the fact that the gank from Jose Deodo went top side, and it looked like everything was going well, and the skirmish that you were there, that ended up getting you guys a pretty large lead. But then things started to go downhill a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I think Sentinels is the team like actively play the game.
Yeah.
I think individually we're all better than Sentinels IMO. But I think Sentinels have a good ideas. I think some of ideas Sentinels have is probably better than every team in the LCS. And when they made the play, like we didn't react properly, and we started behind. Eventually, we got outscaled and felt bad. We drew really hard as well.
What are some of the plays that you remember, like that comes to your mind, that you were pretty impressed with Sentinels?
I think they're very flexible. I think especially when they start behind, they try to find the way how they can play the game. They're not gonna like slowly lose the game. They will try to find the way, try to find the solution. Like I think second game, the turning point was when Bada came top side and then kill. Like we had the entire lead on the top jungle.
Yeah.
And then I tried to match the support like for a long time, and then I've been level 5 for too long. I'm gonna just catch some level in the bot lane, and at that point, Bad made a really good play top side. They killed jungle, they killed top. Our entire lead was gone.
Yeah. Darkwings, how was the game from your perspective, especially since like Impact? Was he pretty tilted? Because like I remember doing an interview with Golden Glue during the game, right? Level 1, level 2.
Yeah.
And I guess he was talking about the meme of like open-minded. Like I've never heard of this in my life. I'm not gonna lie. First of all, talk to me about the idea, the concept of open-minded. At least that's what it was being talked about within your team. And then also, how was Impact after getting camped?
I mean, open-minded is just like the Korean like Hongdae guy meme. I don't know if you've seen that.
I haven't. I guess I'm under a rock.
I mean, it's kind of troll, but it's just I don't know, it's just some guy in Hongdae just being like, just asking girls like, oh, are you open-minded?
Oh,
like,
I see. Okay, I've heard about it. Okay, I've heard about it. Okay, nice.
But yeah, I mean, Impact. I mean, he can get tilted, but he doesn't like make it affect his gameplay, if that makes sense. Like he still like calms very well, like, or I guess like trying to find like creative like plans to come back at least for his lane.
Yeah.
So what was the other part of the question?
That was pretty much it. I mean, like, I think kind of following up off that is talking about that creativity to come back into games. This isn't the first time it happened.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think when we do get behind in games, like we try to look at kind of our like team composition and like first of all, like can we make plays? Like we try to figure out like where they're attacking, if we can attack like somewhere else. Also waiting for like item spikes sometimes before we fight, or like just trying to trade gold if we know we can't win a fight. It's just like trying to be realistic about what the state of the game is and not over forcing like a bad fight. But yeah, I mean sometimes like if I think first game like they just snowballed super hard because we just, even though we did kind of have at least I felt like we had a win condition like if we waited a bit longer. But yeah, I think the fights we took were just too bad, and yeah, we just got snowballed too hard on.
Okay. And earlier, Core JJ mentioned how he believes obviously that he has better individual players in every lane. I saw you like grimace or like respond to it. What's your thought process even like going into this matchup? Do you agree with that sentiment?
I mean,
Ooh.
Do you agree?
Do you agree?
Your whole team's boosted?
My whole team's boosted. I don't know if I can agree to that one. I would say like, yeah, Team Liquid have like some, I feel like their strength is like kind of their laning and kind of their early game to mid game strength. I do think our team is kind of weaker in that regard. But I think I do agree that we are also flexible, as you said, and we do want to like kind of just work on being able to play the game in multiple different ways, like whether that's like snowballing or kind of losing gracefully and scaling.
Yeah.
So I think like, I mean, yeah, I think they're like a better team on paper, and they did kind of show that today where they did. I mean, we had like, I think first game was a good example of where we had like kind of the driver's seat, in my opinion, where we could have snowballed like mid into bot, but we weren't really able to get many plays off. So that's kind of like what led to our loss that game.
That makes sense, especially because I really love the Rumble Jhin concept. I just remember being in academy and like there was one day it was like LCK had picked Rumble, and it was in the meta. Huhi comes in, is like, I want to play Rumble. Is that kind of how the practice structure goes for you guys? If there's something that you feel inspired to play, or Huhi feels inspired to play, you guys try to work it in?
I mean, yeah, we do have like, I guess green days, what we call, is where we just like try like picks that we think that we just want to try out and see if it's good or not. I actually don't know when Huhi was like, yeah, I want to play Rumble. It was kind of more like, I don't know, he was just saying like, oh yeah, we can flex the Rumble like out of nowhere one day. And then Impact's like, okay, like I'll take the counter pick. Like, and then yeah, we had like some success on it in scrim. So
yeah,
it didn't seem bad, yeah.
Okay. And Isles, now that you have a better picture of what happened within the series after the investigation is over, coming in just knowing that it's Sentinels versus Team Liquid, was there any kind of expectation that you had? Because Sentinels obviously not doing great in the standings, but there's a lot of at least belief that Sentinels is a strong team going into a Team Liquid. Did you think that they would take a series here?
Is that true? Sentinels aren't doing great in standings?
They're like 1-3 right now, I think you guys are.
Who did you guys play?
Yeah, 5-7. I don't think I've ever seen
DSG.
You've lost to DSG.
And
that's pretty low.
The first week, I think.
Have you guys ever had a 0-2 or a 2-0? Because you guys are 5-7 in games, but 1-3 in series. If this was a best of one, you guys would be in a completely different situation.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I don't remember. I don't think we've lost 0-2. I'm not sure. I actually don't remember the games we played.
Yeah. And at least my producer is telling me, because Lion is different. You guys are 3-1, but in terms of game wins, you guys are constantly going to game threes. I think the only non-game three you guys had was versus Shopify Rebellion. Actually, this week as well.
Oh yeah, we went today at 2.
Yeah, did it today as well.
But I mean, I thought Sentinel was one of the best teams in the league, to be honest. The EWG qualifier, I'm not sure about how much anyone cares about that, because it's definitely not the same vibes, at least from my side. When I play, Berserker hasn't even had a coffee yet, and he's coming like this in game. He's saying, "Oh yeah, Jhin can go mid and then cost his W." Oh yeah. So it's a bit unserious, I will admit, but Sentinels
made the final.
Already in the finals.
Yeah.
They're completely all over the map in the games I play versus them. Seems like he's quite literally surfing the map. and praying that my teammates don't fight on top side, because my team always calls Rahel macro god because he just doesn't want to lane. He's just mid or top at top ramp, like no matter what, he's always there. So it was funny actually. We scrimmed Sentinels yesterday, I think, and it was funny because I said, obviously I'm not supposed to say champs, of course, but
Of course.
I said X-Champ is not here. He might be going to the fight. And Berserker instantly says, I doubt it. 5 seconds later, he appears at the Herald or something.
The macro guy.
Yeah, so, I mean, Sentinels have an identity, I think. When I watch them, it seems like their bowling doesn't really opt into winning matchups most of the time. Usually they're more happy to play against Ezreal Karma or against the stronger laners. I think even today, they played Ash Seraphine versus Ezreal Karma, and versus us historically, whether it be in scrims or on stage. I think they typically played losing matchups. But I do agree that they do try to find a way to win the game. When they play stuff like Kai'Sa, they love to swap when it's around Grub's time or...
Yeah, that's what happened today.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Whenever bot lane becomes unplayable,
Yeah.
Rahel will appear top. And I think it's a great skill to have to be able to pivot and not just, like Kos said, lose the game slowly.
They're very open-minded.
Yeah.
Very open-minded.
Yeah, for that reason, I actually did think Sentinels, in terms of teamwork, was one of the strongest teams in the league.
I do agree.
That doesn't rely on like strong laning or early game advantages, and is generally just cohesive, which is one of the things I thought DSG was as well until today. They were a bit bronze today. No disrespect, but they were a bit bronze today.
Yeah. You mentioned the online qualifiers, and that was kind of shaping a lot of the conversation because you guys are in the finals for that.
Yeah.
And then FlyQuest was getting a lot of praise because we saw like Nasus and Shen and all that. But you mentioned and also we've heard it here and there that not a lot of teams are kind of taking it as seriously, or some teams are, some teams aren't. So it's really hard to gauge how much value do you take out of those, or like scrim conversations. I'll ask you, because you would be in the finals for that one. How is your team kind of taking? What's the approach going into those games?
I mean,
especially since it's like in the middle of scrim week and it's just after the game days for LCS.
Yeah. I mean, I think we just kind of when we heard about like the schedule, I guess we just thought it was just kind of, I guess, like a scrim still. Like we just treat it as like a scrim / like match. But like just like as practice, I guess.
Yeah.
I don't know. We don't really do anything too crazy. I think we like just get coffee and stuff like it's a match day.
Yeah.
And then we come in like slightly earlier.
Yeah.
I think, but that's about it.
Okay. And I guess I'll probably just kind of move on, mostly because the matchup today was very good, and I feel like the main story for me was getting a good idea of how competitive Sentinels are versus Team Liquid, or how good you guys are. But also, we had some arrivals. Spawn in particular was a big one, Core. Spawn coming in from Australia, I think there was like a big visa issue. How was that, having him in person again? Because I know this conversation always comes back.
Yeah, I think having him is really nice. Jake Spawn has already really good ideas about how the game looks like he wanna do. And in person is very easy, much easier for him to present what he wanna do.
Yeah.
Like literally today he can draft on the stage too.
True.
So it's very easy to be on the same page and next to him. Like it's much easier to talk to him like next to you. So I think it's helping a lot.
I think Jose Deodo definitely said that he was a bit intimidating, but I mean, maybe it's like the larger biceps or anything like that. But like just in general, how do you feel after game 2? Because especially with game 2 being as it was, he's generally an angry Australian man.
Yeah.
What was his reaction?
Exactly what you said. I think we played really bad game 2. And we drew, I don't know how much lead we had. I think we drew like decent margin of lead.
Yeah.
And it's not only first time, so I think it makes sense coaching staff were met. and we should be mad on ourselves, and some belt up to focus on next game.
And I think a question that I have, because this does come back a lot within the community about like, and even as a coach, a lot of the times you feel as though when you're not in person, you do feel the loss of impact, right? Versus while you're here in person. How much would you say the impact generally is of Spawn being in person and the presence in the room versus him coaching online? Do you feel like there's not that big of a difference?
I think even on online, I think he's doing his job.
Yeah.
I think most of his job.
Mm-hmm.
I think when he is in person, there's extra on it because he can actually involve in the stage draft too.
Yeah.
Because like even on the online, like he tried to give us like a lot of motivational speech even during the game, the feedbacks, doing pretty much almost everything.
Yeah.
But it's just getting easier.
True. Meanwhile, Deos is also here finally. I feel like that's been kind of looming over. It's the Canadian effect. Every time you're trying to come in, it's always tough. How's the impact felt now that he's finally here as your assistant coach, correct?
Yeah.
And you worked with him before, I think.
Yeah, I've worked with him also on that SLU team.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was our head coach then, and on Dignitas.
Oh my God.
He's been around.
You got your own entourage.
Yeah. So, I mean, I have a really good relationship with him. But yeah, it was super nice because he's also my roommate now. But yeah, I think he was still like doing a lot of work online to help us out. So I feel like the impact is not too big that he's in person, but definitely he's like a big vibes guy too. So he's been helping keeping the team atmosphere up.
Can you explain Deos for us a little bit? Because I don't think a lot of the general audience would know him personally, but also I guess my introduction with him, he was on Luminosity last, and he was working with that organization to get them into the LCS. What does Deos generally do for you guys?
Deos is, he does a lot of like scouting, talks a lot about like champion picks. He also gives us a lot of individual coaching.
Yeah.
I think a lot of the time he helps me like just like look at situations and stuff like that. And also he like is kind of like pretty organized person. So he sets like goals for us and like goals that we want to work on together with him.
Mm-hmm.
So he's just like kind of like all around, just like helping like the outside of the game perspective. And he's also just pretty funny guy.
Now we need to get into this because there's the put together Deos, but now he's your roommate. Do you have any stories?
I mean, it's not been here for long, but yeah, sometimes like, I think I was just playing a solo queue game one day and he just comes knocking on my door and he just like watches the game and he's like, all right, let's review this game right after.
What the heck? You brings it up?
In your room?
Yeah,
Alice looks like she would
just
not
comes into
like
my
that.
room.
Would you like that, Alice? It doesn't look like you wouldn't.
I mean, I don't know. Some of the, I don't know, goals-oriented people and just hands-on coaches like that, it's give and take, I think.
Yeah.
For me, being goal-oriented and that type of thing has never really served me in most aspects of my life, but to each their own.
Fair. Is there any space? Do you say, I'm just belly out, just playing solo queue? Like, I'm not really looking to review every game?
I mean, yeah, I told him like, it's fine. Like, if my door's open, you come in.
Okay, yeah. That's the if. That's the big if.
Yeah.
That's a sign.
Let's talk to you a little bit because you did go up against DSG. You did have an expectation. You mentioned earlier that it didn't really pan out. You just stomped them. It looked like.
I mean, I think the first game wasn't like a stomp.
Mm-hmm.
The second game, it was over.
Yeah.
From how I viewed it,
Mm-hmm.
but I mean, I did view DSGs through a similar lens to Sentinels, generally speaking. Maybe less so, but I think the DSG mid jungle. I said this in the pregame interview too, but they don't tend to hesitate much. They pull the trigger when they see an angle, and that's something that is uncommon with rookies. I'm very impressed with both Kryra and Griffin, I think, as rookie junglers coming in the split, or this year rather.
Yeah.
That they don't tend to hesitate. They really do like to go in, sometimes a bit gung-ho, but when they see something, they try to go for it, and it's a lot of the time better to be that person who's more aggressive, and just quicker at making decisions in general, especially in critical moments, than someone who second guesses himself. And especially in Griffin's case, he tends to get himself killed a lot more than perhaps he has to.
Yeah.
Particularly in a certain Gwen game, you may or may not remember. That was a classic.
History
But
was made.
I think Cryer had a little bit of that today, particularly in game 1 of the Nocturne, just throwing himself in. Obviously, Nocturne is a champ where that sometimes is your only option. You really do just have to throw yourself in and just kill yourself over and over. But yeah, I expected a little bit more out of DSG today. I do think that bot lane oftentimes is their weak point in lane,
Yeah.
which was probably true of the second game. I mean, it would be a bit shameful to lose to Vayne on stage with
I remember now.
Yeah.
with an LCK ADC. It would be pretty shameful to lose to Vayne ADC. So obviously that one was bagged up in draft. Yeah.
Core is disapproving. What do you remember from that game? Or the series,
I remember watching
guess?
the game after the draft is over. I think even after game 1, DST picked the really hard execution draft. Everyone need to play well. Can they do this against Lions? I doubted it.
Yeah.
And then they actually played really well in laning page, like early game. Oh wow, DST is a good team. And then they started collapsing really hard. And then on the second game, when I saw Vayne last pick, I need to find a way. I need to investigate it.
Yeah.
Why Vayne is good here? Is Vayne good in the lane? No. Is Vayne good against enemy champion? No. Is Vayne good with our comp? No. That was what I was thinking.
Yeah.
And I felt bad.
Yeah. Because this goes into a larger topic that I think we in the community have been kind of hitting on, which is like the idea of there being parity within the league, if there is or not. Because there was a lot of 2-0s that happened this week. Now, your series was different. You're right, because game 1 was like Castle had a huge lead top lane. Even mid lane, it felt like Kryra and Calmy were like making a lot of plays happen.
That was some disasters.
Yeah.
Now that you reminded me, yeah.
Because like game 1 did actually look like, there was like DSG is a pretty active team, and then I think you guys were just a better team fighting team. And I also just caught Akali in Bush in one of the dragon fights. Like Inspired ended up finding him, and so that fight looked
the blue
pretty
buff.
Yeah, and the blue buff.
That was a pretty critical moment.
So like that one was close, and then game 2 just wasn't in the draft. Do you feel as though there is parity in the league? Like for instance, because Dig is taking games off of teams, like taking games off of both of you guys actually, but then didn't end up winning.
Wish you hadn't said that.
Yeah, just throw you in there. But they are right now, I'd say, firmly like last place within the standings. Do you feel like the teams like Shopify Rebellion, Dignitas, and DSG, like they're closer than the community believe currently?
No, I mean, I can't speak for the whole community, right? But what I will say is that, candidly speaking, SR and Dig do seem to be squarely the worst.
Yeah.
Respectfully. I think in between, when you think about the rest of the top 6 teams, I had a higher opinion of DSG before today than after today. But it does feel like everyone can kind of beat everyone. Yeah, that's a bit of a... maybe that's a bit untruthful, but it is hard to judge. I think the way the meta is, a lot of the times games are decided off of very small things. If one guy gets a crab and another guy doesn't get a crab, if one guy dies and a Raptors invade or something happens early, the game can be swung in a pretty dramatic way.
Yeah.
And these smaller edge leads, whether it come from someone laning slightly better than someone else or someone just making a mistake, like today, I think one of the whole reasons the game won was really hard for us today was that somehow, I mean, Saint will be investigated. That seems to be the theme of today. Saint will be investigated.
Yeah.
I'm not sure how he lost Flash's Orianna with phase rush level 5 to Nocturne.
Oh yeah.
That is quite the mystery. So just when stuff like this happens, it just makes the whole game so much harder.
Yeah.
Now we're stressing every single moment that Nocturne is going to ult mid, and mid is AFK, and Akali is everywhere, and we can't win. And now I have to run mid as literally to fix the wave.
Yeah.
And if Orianna happened to die when we went mid, obviously he shouldn't die, but if he did happen to die there to Akali or something, the game would be completely lost.
Yeah.
And just that state of League of Legends at large, I think is what leads to these teams having more opportunities to win. I think that draft differentiation between teams, not everyone has the same read as other teams. I think there's room for flex picks and this type of chaos. I think what Sentinels did today could have been really good. And I think that's what we had success with last split when we played against TL. And maybe also Sentinels, don't remember. But, you know, the way the league is right now and the way the drafts work, sometimes teams can just happen to beat teams in unexpected ways. And that's happening in other regions too. Like, if you look at the LCK standings, for example, everything is topsy-turvy there.
Yeah, actually, I think it was just yesterday where Bro versus T1, like, Faker was dying.
Game was close.
That was a close one.
Yeah. Eventually, good team wins.
Yeah.
Nothing changed.
Dark Wings, are you feeling the same? Are you guys feeling the same in terms of, like, general parity, or do you think that's just how the current meta is, where any team can just lose?
Yeah, I mean, I think any team can get like a decent lead early game. I think like any team for doing that is like possible, but I think like the better teams are able to like be more consistent, like I guess to like mid to late game, I guess, and I forgot the word, like just having more control over what's happening.
Yeah.
I do feel like, but sometimes like League is in a state right now where if you do get a lead, like you can just snowball it to the win. And it's like the teams have to like mess up their lead to like lose.
Yeah.
And I feel like most teams like are able to generate a lead. It's just like the fashion where they can close out the game or not.
I want to push on towards the patch changes only because they're so massive. I think it's like Season 2 right now and a lot of items, runes. Have you guys had an opportunity to look through any bit of them? Because you mentioned the Green Day being like a day in which there's going to be a lot of Green Days next week as you guys are gearing up for like a massive shift in the patch. Core JJ, were you able to explore a little bit so far?
I'm usually the person that, check the patch notes when I need to play that patch.
True.
I don't want to get in like mixed opinion on my data.
Yeah.
So probably after the entire games on this patch is over, then I'm gonna start thinking about it.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
You guys in the same boat for that one?
Yeah, honestly, I would think the same way.
Yeah.
I don't really like to look too much in the future. I really like to try and focus on what you're working on right now. I'm not really, like I said, a goal-oriented person, but it's really nice to, like, when you go into solo queue, at least play the champs that you want and play on that patch and kind of feel the trends. One of the biggest struggles, I think, on that note, was at the end of last year when you're still on like the snow map and you're still the whole patch behind and you're playing with Articon in the game.
Yes.
But I'm trying to play in the future where there's no Articon and stuff.
Yeah.
I hate that.
Yes.
It's the worst
too much.
feeling. Yeah.
That is too
When you're
much.
playing on two different patches but you're trying to practice together. And I really hope it doesn't feel that way again.
Yeah.
But I think the schedule has worked out in a way where the patch is on live the same way, or at the same time we're practicing in NA for the most part.
Yes.
It's not that much friction.
There's no more
between solo queue and competitive.
Exactly, especially since we tightened it up. So yeah, you guys are just playing on live. The only real asterisk is there's like a new champion, then you would still be like delayed into the next week. How do you guys end up taking major changes? Core JJ, I'll ask you because you've been through many different iterations of different teams. There's always been like certain teammates that are like, oh, that's not like real. Maybe you'll get like nerfed or something. So you guys are like stickler for changes. But if there is like a massive change incoming, how do you guys generally attack changes to still be on top of the meta?
When there's a new change, especially on the first day of practice, you just try to play something that changes it, and eventually, close to the actual stage match, you start comparing comparing between what you've been playing before and the champion you added, like what is actually better. But most case in a earlier patch, like what you've been playing was better because you know better champion than new champion. So the more time you are on, like you're gonna slowly add the new champions.
That makes sense. I'm worried for you, Dark Wings, because Phase Rush is out of the game, but so Rise might take a hit.
Yeah, I mean, so was it Storm?
Yeah, Storm Raider Surge is in there,
Is it done? Is Pacer show?
Yeah,
It's
Storm
Phase Rush
Raider
is
Surge
over.
is coming
Yeah,
back.
I don't know. I mean, I think it'll. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like it kind of depends on the numbers too. I think like some champions might come into meta, but yeah, I feel like all the time it's just like you have a couple of ideas of what can be good,
Yeah.
and then you just see if you just try playing them and see if it's actually like playable, or like if you think you can actually like it's like good for the game, for your matchup, like stuff like that. But yeah, I don't know. I think I mean I haven't really looked too much into it, but I mean I find change to be like pretty fun.
Yeah. Let's push on to next week, just because interested in the matchups. Sentinels versus Lion. Now, I need to know your guys' take, because hey, you gave him a lot of credit, Isles. So I'm interested in your thoughts going into that matchup, because that's going to be Rahel versus Huhi for you directly.
I mean, TL win today is obviously like a tick on in the column that we certainly have a chance to win. I mean, I guess that was given regardless. But I don't know. I don't feel bad about the matchup. I think having the players that we do, and honestly, I think our matchup for Sentinels is one of the better matchups for teams in the league. I think their experience and their creativity is something that our team has as well. I think Inspired in particular is very grounded when it comes to making good mid and late game decisions, whether it be individual and as a team. He's good at pulling the trigger quickly. He's good at playing the controlled game. I think that's something that Sentinels is good at as well. But similar to TL, I think we lane a little bit better on average. And some of the disasters that we occasionally have, like today there was a big disaster in game 1 in top lane, usually happens a little bit less against Sentinels. So these explosions, these, I guess, exploitative parts of our team, these weaknesses aren't really exposed too much against Sentinels.
Do you agree with that overall, Darkwings, thinking about the matchup? I'm rate-baiting you, honestly.
I think it's like, I do agree. Like, I think when
You agree what?
You
You
agree?
what?
no, I agree with like it's like I agree with when maybe I'm making a new statement that I'm agreeing with.
Okay,
But
fair
I
enough.
feel like when Lion, like the game does become like a bit chaotic, or like Saint gets behind, might be more. You should look at him more closely when he gets behind. I feel like. But yeah, I feel like our team we just I think we have like clear plans and like a good draft. I feel like we would have the advantage, but obviously that goes for both teams. So I think it's just like who has like a strong idea on how they want to play their draft better and execute that. I think that's just what it comes down to.
What do you think of Saint as a player? Just because that's your direct matchup.
I think Saint's very good, like mechanically, and like he is pretty creative in a sense where he goes for a lot of things, which is kind of like crazy in a sense, but
Yeah.
sometimes it works out, sometimes it doesn't. So I think it's just like a feel player. Like if he feels good in the moment, like he's gonna carry, but if he doesn't feel good, he might be like dragging the team down a little bit. So I think it's just like a double-edged sword.
All right, Judge Core, it's on you now. Who do you think is winning this one?
Ooh,
And give me a solid and fair reasoning.
okay. Fair listening. Sentinels win.
Ooh. You're pissing Isles off.
Sentinels win because we played versus Sentinels and Lions this week. Sentinels won a game against us. Lion didn't.
We were pretty low.
So, and also, it's probably not only me, but it's always fun to watch Lions losing.
I love this. Are you having fun watching Lions lose?
I mean, a little bit. Not gonna lie.
What's your reaction to this one?
Well, I don't know. We didn't lose last split.
Fair.
Sorry to disappoint.
Yeah.
That being said, Core, you're not going to run away from this one. You're facing DSG next week. So not sure how much you've thought about that matchup, but especially after their play this week that you were able to see, what are you thinking? Because now you're going up against Sajed and Lions that you just were talking about earlier.
Oh. I don't know, like whenever I play versus DSG Berlin, I feel very confident. So
Relaxing experience, I agree.
so whenever I feel confidence, usually I'm confident,
Yeah.
like winning the game. So and I think our top side is gonna do well against their top side too. So I'm happy. I'm happy, confident.
I'm interested in that top lane matchup because Castle feels like the most consistent player so far on the team.
Yeah.
And of course, Morgan was doing very well today, it feels. Even in some of the tougher matchups, like the Ornn matchup, he was doing quite well. So I was wondering, what are your feelings on Castle as a player? Because I'm always interested in how stacked it feels like our top lane matchups are. Even on some of the lower tier teams, it seems like they have strong top laners.
Yeah.
What's your thoughts on that?
I think Castle is very solid. I think he does his job. When he need to win lane, he need to win lane. When he need to be weak side, he do the weak side.
Yeah.
And he's solid, but I think Morgan is just better. Morgan is just better.
There it is.
Wow.
Yeah.
There it is.
There it is.
Thoughts on
Ooh.
C9 versus Dignitas? Quick prediction. Just a quick prediction.
I think C9 will win.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I think
2-0,
they're on the
2-1.
up again, maybe. I think they had I don't know what happened, but I think they went down a bit.
Yeah.
But I think now they're like coming back up. So, and Dignitas still hasn't feel like they've played like as well as people think they can play.
Yeah.
So
Did you say 2-0 or 2-1?
I'll say 2-0.
You? Oh,
yeah, I can't imagine there'll be any difference.
Yeah.
I think the games that Dignitas have won have kind of been flukes. Even the game they won versus us, I'm not sure. I can't even understand how they won, to be honest.
Yeah.
It was truly a masterclass, I guess. But yeah, just when I watch Dignitas, it doesn't seem like they have an idea how they want to play their fights, how they want to play their early game. Sometimes the decisions they make, I just don't understand. I don't think their laning is good enough to support the early game oftentimes, particularly when the champions that they have to play don't fall into their wheelhouses. I think Ignar has not looked like to his previous success
Yeah.
on other rosters. He hasn't looked the same, particularly on range champs. I think when he's playing Alistair, when he's playing Rakan, this type of thing, he's a lot more comfortable. But playing against his Karma, playing Seraphine or something like this, it's not gonna put question marks in my head. So obviously it's gonna depend on draft, and I think a lot of league nowadays does. But it's hard to imagine C9 don't have the edge. So I would give them 2-0 as well.
Dignitas is gonna win.
Wait, all right, buddy.
I have two reasons again.
Hit me.
Okay.
Dignitas won a game against us last week.
True.
C9 didn't.
True.
Dignitas is gonna win. And second reason, I'm having fun watching C9 losing.
That's also true.
I'm just having fun watching other top teams losing.
That's great.
It's more fun.
honestly.
Yeah.
Hate watching is the best type of watching, I think. Are you hate watching C9 too? Because they were hate watching
Honestly,
you. Now you can hate watch them.
Not really, to be honest.
Ah.
I don't really have much animosity, I think, towards past teams anymore. It was a little bit more fun before, but honestly, now that, I mean, I was friends with Sven, pretty good friends with Sven when we were on Dignitas and even before that, so.
True.
Honestly, I don't know if this is like true, but when we won finals last split and I like had to fist bump him, he just looked like so like mad or angry, I think, with just how, I assume at least, with how his team played.
Yeah.
Honestly, I just felt bad.
Yeah.
I didn't even feel like a great sense of like, yeah,
True.
I beat you.
Yeah.
Honestly, I just felt bad. And sometimes when I see interviews talking about frustrations, or I think APA said a little bit, I didn't watch or read the whole thing, but just talking about heated discussions, more than anything else, I just felt a little bad, to be honest. I can imagine that after C9 scrims Lion, sometimes things get a bit heated.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's not so much in your face anymore as it is like, I wish the best for them. So I mean, I'd rather just see the better team win.
All right.
It sounds like I need to be a better human.
No, I'm with you on that. That will leave us with FlyQuest versus Shopify Rebellion, which might be the bloodiest, at least in Split 1. Definitely felt like it was incredibly bloody. Dark Wings, what's your quick thoughts on that series? And predictions, I mean.
I think it would be FlyQuest 2-1, but I don't know. I also think Shopify also like. Well, I feel like I don't know. People don't hype them up as much anymore. Like they're not. I think neither Shopify or Dignitas like feel like they're playing at the level that they want to be.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I don't know if that's just like a gameplay thing or like a mental thing. I'm not sure. But I think FlyQuest 2-1.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, FlyQuest is just such a hit or miss team.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's a turbo miss, but there've been some pretty square hits as well.
Yeah.
I think that duo has a lot of potential to solo kill and to snowball the game through themselves, but a lot of times they have tendencies to play too safe or, you know, just be background characters, I think. And Griffin will not be a background character. He will be in the front, int feeding or mega carrying. So it can be a hit or miss, but I agree with Darkwings that SR really is like a shadow of, I think, what they were setting out to do right now. And if I were in their shoes, if I was Sam Revan, I'm not sure what I would do to fix their sinking ship.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's time to look for lifeboats or we can patch the holes, but yeah, it's hard to see the light at the end of the tunnel, I think, for SR right now, and I can't see any hope to be honest.
Oh, really?
So all I can think is 2-0.
There's going to be a lot of investigating. I think after next week as well, because like that team, a lot of expectations after last split at least.
Especially for Zinni, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
For Zinni for sure.
I thought SR is actually getting better right now, compared to when they start playing.
Mm-hmm.
Whenever we play versus them in the start of the year, I didn't know what they're doing.
Yeah.
But right now, they have decisiveness. They go for the play really quickly without hesitation.
Yeah.
I think they did something between the split. Try to be more decisive. I can see the decisiveness, and I like that. Sometimes you can make a like good counterpunch,
Okay.
and I think it can work against FlyQuest. I'm waiting for Shopify upset any team now.
I'm looking forward to this prediction then, because you've already went crazy on the last two.
This one is real prediction.
Oh, oh my God. So you have FlyQuest winning this?
No, Shopify, 2-1.
Boom. All right. I'm super interested to see if you come out as like a prophet after all of this or not. But yeah, thank you guys all. I appreciate you guys for being on the show for us. And that's going to be it for us for pros. For anybody out there, remember, like, comment, subscribe, listen to this on all your audio listening platforms, Spotify, Apple, all that good stuff. And I'll be seeing you guys next week.
the game. Gunfire and flames, I hear echoes of my name being called in a Hall of Fame. You ever get the feeling your inner cause to be great? I want championship rings and a trophy cabinet display. To be H, I feel like TBE. If I'm mid, then I'm KDB. Rookie, but somehow I still end up as the MVP. My kick game like Fredo or better yet.
Oh, I can do it.
Zion ulti. Yeah, watch your mouth. Swing. Yeah, I'm going over here.
Zion, flash.
I'm going Victor.
Zion,
Go Victor.
flash.
Go Victor. Come on, 2 seconds.
Guys,
Go on.
Zion, door,
Zion,
flash.
Come on, 2 seconds.
Okay,
Guys.
good.
Cut back a bit. Hurt side. I'm fighting left side. Yeah, we should again.
Zion, door, flash. Yeah, I'm looking Zion, guys.
Barrier.
I'm looking Zion, guys. Zion here.
Come on, 2 seconds again.
Yeah.
I can block. Okay.
I'm okay, look Zion.
That will die.
I'll kill Victor.
Baron's up. But we should kill him.
Kill Victor, go.
Come on, 2 seconds. Oh, there's 2 people here.
Keep one special. I got Victor.
Yeah, you got both. Whoa, you flash?
Yeah.
5-0 now. They're loving where they're at in the league. Feels good to be on top, Flowers.
Try to retake this. Chase it, no mind.
No flash, Ali.
Chase, fight me.
Buy no flash.
I'm okay for now.
Have ulti, buy.
Chase, help me. Yeah, bye. Kai'Sa as well. Kai'Sa.
Buy first.
Kai'Sa. Peran. We go Peran.
Bottom.
Everyone from DSG piles into the meat grinder. They get destroyed as this time Yaunt reacts perfectly.
Welcome back to the LCS, where before every show, we learned something we didn't need to know.
I think we all learn something every week.
We do. It's interesting
wanna share with the class?
information. Yeah. All of
I
our.
learned that I love League of Legends.
Okay. And with that
You know that? 15
yeah.
years deep.
Yeah.
You gotta always
You've been
relearn,
here.
relearn new things.
Refine the magic, you know?
Exactly.
Never stop dating your wife.
Exactly.
Oh my God, that reminds me of the Static Shiv infomercial. Here are standings. Cloud9, Kia, and Team Liquid Alienware both taking their series yesterday, both 5-0 and both with a 10-3 win-loss record in games. So exactly tied in the standings, potentially until they face each other.
Yeah. I mean, we're setting up for some pretty exciting matches next week as well. But before that, of course, we have Lion versus Sentinels today, as well as Shopify versus FlyQuest. Shopify and Sentinels especially need to start getting some wins. 2 teams are going to miss playoffs, and these teams are down there near the bottom.
And it's crazy for both of these teams because Shopify Rebellion with the expectations coming into this year, but also for Sentinels after Split 1. A top 3 team.
Yeah.
Like for this team to be in the position that they are and looking at Lion, where you are now likely, I'm putting it likely, 1-4 with how good Lion is as the defending champions. It's a crazy situation to be in at the beginning of the split.
Yeah, and Sentinels are the team that kind of everyone, or other pros and coaches are like, no, they're actually better than you think. So we'll see from those matches. Just a quick reminder, tickets are still available. Any of these teams could potentially still make it for spring finals at Arizona State University's Mullet Arena from June 13th through 14th. You can scan the QR code on your screen right now or head to Ticketmaster.com to get tickets. We will see you guys then. We'll see how many of us are doing mullets.
In fact,
I will be.
Yeah?
I will be growing it out.
All right.
He's growing.
As will Raz. Raz and I will have really nice mullets.
Oh, I will.
Nice.
I
Yeah.
guarantee it.
I'm looking forward to it. We asked the LCS Discord once again to help us out. They're our best farm for content on Waiting Room. And they gave us this time, thank you, LCS Discord, the most OP on the new patch. The spinner is back,
Spinner!
which is a very fun time.
Oh my God,
Who
can
wants
I
to
go
go
for it?
first?
You
can
can
go.
The moment hopefully we get old grandpa.
Wait, Rafa's in there.
Yeah, we're not getting one
Wait,
from
we have a
Rafa.
Rafa take?
Yeah, we have a Rafa
It's
take.
either Rafa or old grandpa. Can we get one from old grandpa? Please, I'm begging.
They're not going to
Jackson.
game it for you. It's Jackson.
Okay, by far the most broken thing on the new patch is Seraphine. Genuinely crazy that champ hasn't gotten nerfed yet. Oh, the new patch, the old patch, all the patches.
She's still here.
Still very
She
good.
is like 54% win rate. I think
Yeah.
she's the highest win rate champion in the game right now.
She does need to be nerfed.
And I just played like 4 games of bot lane the other day, and every single game was Seraphine Ashe.
It's actually so annoying.
It is a plague.
It's disgusting.
It is a plague.
I
Every
hate
time
it.
I'm in that green room or we're on the bus or going somewhere, I'm like, I hate Seraphine. I want her. Like, it's funny too, because I actually conceptually love Seraphine as a champion. Now we're seeing it way too
Love
many
her as a
times.
person.
Yeah.
You know, you hate her as a champion.
Exactly.
All right, you go.
Okay.
Yeah, go.
Let's see.
Hide the choice on that one so we don't get that take again.
Okay, hide that choice.
Yeah.
All right, let's see what we got here.
Give us Rafa.
Give me the Rafa. I wanted the Rafa.
You get
Trinicle.
Trinicle.
Okay, Static Shiv is rotten.
Rotten.
Wait, does that mean that it's the most OP in a good way and a bad way?
It's up to you.
It
It's up
is
to
OP.
interpretation.
I mean, I think it's really good, but I think it's not nearly as strong as people were kind of making it out to be, because people are posting all these, look at this crazy interaction where you have to go this build that's completely horrible with a build path that'll make you go 0-50, but once you get it, if they all group up and they all get hit at once, then it's OP.
Yeah.
So I feel like it is really good on certain champs, especially the champs that already did build it, are doing so well with it. Like, I played a Senna game the other night where I had like 160 stacks by 27 minutes.
Oh,
and
it's insane on Senna.
It's
Oh God!
absolutely-
Oh my
Yes!
God! Holy
God,
shit!
Shiv. This man's a criminal, by the way. It is, I think, really, really OP on certain champs, but I think that people are trying too hard to make it work on a lot of champions that it just doesn't work on.
Yeah.
I'm still waiting for that crazy Braum build to come out.
Yeah, like
you
the
know?
Braum passive one. There's a lot of them that I think
God.
All right.
too hard.
LeBlanc wouldn't work.
Sonic X5040, the most broken thing on the new patch. So yeah, I actually think Senna is broken.
Senna with Shiv though,
Yeah,
specifically.
yeah. Shiv. I mean, because Shiv was already. We kind of covered this briefly. We could have talked about so much on the patch because it's massive, but like. It worked so well with her already to the point where it felt really bad farming until you locked in Shiv, right? And now it's just incredibly
Whoa.
better.
There was a second part
Hey.
to that, by the way. The second part to that was DFT.
The DFT.
Which is something
Yeah.
I think you had talked about.
And so for people who don't know, the reason that Senna works with Shiv in this way is basically it's like when Shiv procs, it can proc your on hits, so it preps your passive to get a soul, right?
Yeah.
So if you actually proc Shiv on everyone and then you Q through everyone, you can pull a soul instantly. That's kind of what is making it really, really strong, is that it's just making it very, very easy to actually proc your passive, or if you auto attack someone and you proc Shiv at the same time, you instantly pull a soul without having to Q. So very, very strong interaction with Senna for an item she already liked.
The finger of power. You know what? I'll accept a Brog. Can we get a...
Wait, you like pre-called that?
Yeah, I
Yeah.
did. There we go. AP Zins out. Anyone who doesn't think so hasn't played against it. Dusk and Dawn now heals procs, gives him 2 stacks towards his passive. Shiv applies hits on healing. Rage Blade. This guy, look.
This
he
is
just
someone who was
sounds-
terrorized
he's
in solo queue.
He's absolutely. He's
by
already,
an
when he was
AP
writing this, he was
Xin
tilted. He literally just finished the game with
Yeah,
against AP Zins out and started
exactly.
writing. It's bad.
Yeah,
I think there are some Bruiser Xin Zhao builds that are quite strong. So AP, like the biggest thing that people are talking about is how it increases the passive healing.
Yeah.
So Rafa was talking to me about this build where you're going Titanic, Dusk, and Dawn, and then you go Riftmaker, and it's actually relatively tanky, and you get a lot of healing with the Riftmaker passive plus the AP scaling on that, and then as well as the interaction, get faster stacks of your passive because of Dusk and Dawn. So I think builds like that actually could potentially see their way to pro, but usually it's pretty slow to adapt, and Sundered Sky is still just strong.
Yeah.
All
Man,
right.
we got that one's actually a perfect one to end it on. But like there's a lot to explore with
Good
the
to know that
patch.
producers also hate Rafa. Didn't take
Yeah,
it.
wow,
Yeah,
we
yeah.
didn't get, because the production is in charge of it.
Of
so.
course, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. All right, now Raz and I are going to play a game that surprisingly neither of us have played yet,
Yes.
but we've both heard of it. And I've actually made people on Are You Smarter Than do this as their
Okay.
final question. It's basically the Lolix teammate chain game. It's going to be us in a best of 3.
Let's
two
do
get
it.
up there. So
And this is
basically-
a reminder for everybody is that it's LCS only. And
Yeah.
of course, like, North America. So it includes tier 2 as well.
And if you've never played, if you don't know what Lolix is, you can actually go online and play it
you?
yourself.
Okay.
But basically how it works is they will be given a name of a player, and then once they're given the name of a player, they have 15 seconds to name a teammate of that player. Then their opponent has to be able to name a teammate of the player that they have named, and it goes back and forth until someone can't actually get it. Just hit
Oh,
rematch
no, I'm
when
just
you are
waiting
ready.
I'm waiting for Isaac to, finish. Okay.
Yep,
Raz is
that
like,
is
hit
it.
rematch.
All right.
All right. Wow. I'm going to
Oh,
ruin Manu's
taking it.
thing. Okay.
Go for it. I will nail you on this one.
So Emily is going to say River, and so now Raz has to name a teammate of River, and has a certain amount of time to do it. And again, we can't do players outside
The big
NACL
Hoon.
and LCS.
I'm trying to think of who was on that dig team.
I just instantly got you. I just instantly got
Did
you.
you?
Oh!
Yeah.
Boom!
I feel like
Best of three.
you're just gonna do
Alright,
all
rematch,
these
rematch.
obscure dig rosters.
Raz is only doing players from when he coached.
Yeah,
No,
exactly.
Hoon was there. You gotta
Raz.
respect the Hoon. Oh, snap.
Wait, what just happened? We just lost. Oh, it's back.
I'm thinking. Can I get her? Let's do this.
All right, Isles. Well, surely we. Oh.
Oh,
No, 'cause
what?
it has to be LCS. Has to be LCS. Remember.
He was in LCS. They were in LCS together.
Oh. Oh.
Oh,
it's spelled it wrong.
what? That's.
It's King with a 1.
King
It's
with a one.
Oh, okay.
That's his name. That's
Because I was
always
like,
been his
that's
name.
not him.
We got
Yeah,
let's keep going.
that
Let's
is
keep it
really
going.
annoying. Well, I
That's his name.
also typed in Sven and it didn't come up either. So I either mistyped or it
That's
didn't
a good
work.
challenge. That's a good challenge. Let's try it
All
again.
right,
Let's
Raz
try it
takes
again.
the first set.
Because I can't type.
Let's see. Let's make this a longer one. Why don't we?
Oh my god.
I'll give you a chance here.
This,
I'll give you a chance. Oh, Emily.
Oh, throwback.
I don't think I'm going to get you. I feel like you'll be able to answer this.
Oh, Raz looks stumped. I was
trying to get Fung. They're top
I got
laner.
one.
I was trying to get Fung.
All right, we got time for one more.
messed up.
We'll see if it's a
You
it's
could
a
have also
tie.
said Rush or more.
Yeah.
That whole
I was trying too much.
LMQ days.
It's an instant defeat.
Wait, what just happened there?
One
Try
more
again.
time.
Oh,
Try again.
Go for
weird.
it. Go for it.
What happened?
No, it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter.
No.
Okay. Easy. Misspelling, guys. Learn how to spell. I can't do it. All right.
Are we just going to go through the... oh my god. This keyboard is trolling me.
You got 5 seconds. Okay, let's make it a long one.
Okay.
Let's do this. Who do you got?
Oh, Helios. That's a throwback. Was that was from the Dig days, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Back in when he was 80 carry. It's. Is the spelling booming you?
It might be.
Oh, I can't get it.
Oh!
I can't get it. Oh, she actually took it. Is that a 1-for-1 or did she actually get me? Oh, do we have time for one more? This is on producers.
No, we
Damn!
don't.
No.
Damn!
I blame all
got
my
me.
losses on the keyboard and also my tiny hands.
Damn. Isn't that supposed to help? Isn't your tiny hands supposed
No,
to
the
help you?
keyboard's too big.
Okay.
It's like yesterday in the C9 show.
Yeah,
She
that
needs
now
the
you got me.
keyboard for
I
ants.
could never
Damn,
use
that was good.
the giant
Well
keyboard.
done.
Well
Shout out
done,
to
Raz.
the Lolix devs. If you were watching there saying, I could do better than them, go prove it. They have ranked
Yeah.
mode. Some of our producers have been grinding away.
Yeah.
Manny has been
Also,
spamming Lolix.
The reason they kept it to LCS, they specifically told me in Raz, is because they know we can go into like LDL
the depths
roster.
of the LDL.
Yeah, exactly. So that was a good one. The moment you put in Helios, I was like, someday? No, who was the top laner for that team? I couldn't get it. That was rough. Gamsu! Gamsu, that's a solid one.
Champion of our hearts, also
one. That's a
Overwatch.
fun one.
Yeah, Overwatch player. Yeah, I love Gamsu. Anyway, Sentinels have had kind of an interesting split. I already brought this up talking to players, coaches. They're like, we think they're actually like a really good team. They haven't been able to show it on stage. They've had really difficult opponents. I want to have a discussion about, because I don't think this is good or bad, but I do think it's interesting. Okay, so you'll have an opinion.
Yeah.
But follow me up here. We're going to go to the big impact champion board, right? Because these are, ignore my bad handwriting. has played this split.
Bad handwriting, yeah.
Has not played, and the reason why I pulled these champions is because typically in the stable of impact picks, this is more like our perception
And they're all
of
meta
him,
picks.
right? Yeah, these have all been played by other teams, and then these are some of his picks. You see, the only ones he's doubled down on are Renekton and Zehen. We got the Shen, which was really fun. I actually loved that pickup. We had the Varus, which
He won.
He
100% win rate.
Didn't go so well at the beginning, right? So I just think it's interesting because of what they've kind of allowed for him to do in really spreading out his champ pool in a way that I feel like we don't necessarily give him credit for, but previously he did win Most Fearless last year. And this is actually, so midweek, he had one of the top percentage spreads of most unique picks in the entire world in all tier 1, which is really insane given how few games he's played comparatively.
Yeah, and I do give him credit. I mean, he is being very creative. He's being very flexible. But I do think a lot of the times, this split and last split, it is to their detriment that he is actually, branching out maybe too far, because he looks a lot less comfortable on some of these picks than he does on his bread and butter picks, which always has been, to me, his tank play. His tank play has always been above question. It has been beyond reproach. He is so good at these picks. He knows exactly how to frontline. He knows how to play weak side. He scales incredibly well. Team fights incredibly well. He is just always looking so comfortable on those picks. So yeah, it's great that he's able to play some of these other things. But yeah, look at his career record on these types of picks. It is really, really good. And I feel like when your team is actually struggling on stage, you should be shrinking the variables. Just try to make things simple. And I feel like everyone talks about how you can play towards Sentinels bot lane, but it's a lot harder to do that if you're going to play carries top. You need to have some sort of stability on the map, and I just think it's weird that either Impact just doesn't want to play them, or the coaches don't think they need to be playing them, or I just don't really understand why you wouldn't have this guy play what I believe is his strongest type of kind of champion.
Yeah, I agree with it when I feel like you have to lock in for playoffs. And weirdly enough, they're in a position
They kind of have to lock in for playoffs, yeah.
Because I do think this team, Golden Glue had an interview where he talked about how the team mantra or whatever is open-minded. It's the meme that they have of just being open-minded with a lot of the picks. And I do think that you should try and have different angles. Because I think Sentinels, theoretically, is a limited team. They're just about their bot lane and having creative looks with their jungle. I think they need to find another angle going into playoffs if they were to make it. So I do like the fact that you're having different picks and trying something with carry tops.
But look at the laning stats. You're playing carry tops, and you're going to tell me that you're basically dead last. That's 8th, right? He's dead last as far as his actual gold stats in the laning phase. You can point towards the Castle series, and that was obviously very extreme and skewed the stats a bit. But he has not been performing, I feel like, on these carries in lane. So if you're going to be going counter picks, I think you got to be performing on him.
Yeah, I'll say the last thing. I'm glad you brought up his frontlining, because for me, it's somewhat less about how well or poorly he does in lane, because we know that he can recover very easily, but it is the champion choice and how it informs the team composition. And because he is so good at making space for his carries on teams, sometimes you are missing that if he's coming in as a Varus.
Yep. And I will say, even though they are 1-3, even though expected today probably to lose the line and go 1-4, that is not the impression that people have. We just had pros this last week, and they're talking very highly about Sentinels as a team. Isles was basically shocked when you were saying oh yeah, Sentinels not doing very well in the standings. He's like, what? They aren't doing well? And because people are viewing them as a very good team. Jan just did an interview with Cloud Sadecki, so shout out to Cloud Sadecki for that interview, where he was saying he thought Sentinels is probably the best macro team in the league.
Yeah.
People are talking about them and giving quotes on the record about how good they think Sentinels are. They think they're a very strong team. They've been doing well online. They've been doing well in scrims, but it hasn't necessarily been translating to the stage so far this split. So maybe we can pull up this SOT and just kind of go through some of these quotes that we have.
Honestly, I think Sentinels is the team actively play the game.
Yeah.
I think individually we're all better than Sentinels IMO. But I think Sentinels have a good ideas. I think some of the ideas Sentinels have is probably better than every team in the LCS. I think they're very flexible. I think especially when they start behind, they try to find the way how they can play the game. They're not gonna like slowly lose the game. They will try to find the way, try to find the solution.
Is that true? Sentinels aren't doing great in standings? I thought Sentinels were one of the best teams in the league, to be honest.
That's a real question, because I think it felt like everything that they had done in Split 1 kind of got reset because they immediately lost to DSG, and it was like, oh, maybe like they're not as great of a team. And they were losing games where in reality they are much stronger than they are. And I liked also in the pros the week before talking to Impact, and he didn't feel as though some of the drafts were like the strategy around playing like mid-jungle is super good. Like I like the idea of saying theoretically we should be trying to play these comps if we want to be a better team, but it is actually just hurting them. And so it's tough to be able to say that. So, but I will say we are here to hear from Huhi, who is standing with Jad in an interview. Maybe he'll give us some answers.
Thanks, Raz. Huhi, the Lounge was just talking about how other teams respect you as one of the best teams in the league, but your record is 1-3.
Yeah.
So how are you feeling about the record and what you guys need to do in the split?
I mean, I think we're just trying to not pay that much attention. You know, like we are in a kind of scary situation that we might not be able to make it to playoff, but I think all it matters is like trying to like improve and do our best. We are 1-3, but we haven't got 2-0 yet. So we also played versus the hardest team except our first week versus DSG. So yeah, I think we're still confident. I think we had pretty good result at EWC qualifiers. So I think all it matters is just being ourselves and not being nervous on stage.
Yeah, congratulations on the win in the qualifier. And you're bringing up all of our talking points. We're going to say you still haven't played Shopify, you still haven't played Dig. Yeah. We're also talking about your ability to play from behind in games. Can you talk to me a little bit about how that's come about and why you guys are so good when behind?
I think we just try to like communicate to each other, and like we kind of understand our strengths comes from kind of more like a team fight standpoint and like how to move around the map as a team, instead of like kind of focusing on the individual lead or like the laning phase. So I think that kind of naturally translate us being able to like move much more coordinated than other teams.
The other thing we're talking about, and I know this is probably more of a question for Impact, he hasn't played Ornn, Sion, or Cassante. It seems weird.
I mean, we're just having like a heavy weight training until the playoff, and he's gonna whip out those tank champions that he's really good at. We're always confident that he can pull off like any champion. That's why I think we've been giving him like a chance to play like Smolder, Varus, and all of those champions, and I feel like we've won on those. So yeah, I think we're just confident to play any champions right now.
All right, that's great to hear. Good luck against Lion today. We're gonna send it back to the Lounge.
By the way, this is the same
We haven't
guy.
seen Smolder.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe, but it's the same guy, by the way, that did say that any game is winnable. And I think he's literally right, because they found many games within this split, as you can see, one versus Cloud9 in game 2, where they were behind by 8.4k gold. Immeasurably behind. This is a game you'd just call it quits. I'm pretty sure at this
You just
moment,
measured it.
I'm just saying, if you're the casters, you're already talking about getting the end of the series, and you're looking on to the next one. Unfortunately for Cloud9, you went to game 3. So like, this was one of the moments in which like Skarner found a pick on towards Ven, and like that turned into a team fight towards Dragon. There was a lot that ended up happening here, and we thought that was just going to be a one-off. No, actually, there was far more that happened. There was another Team Liquid series where we were like, actually, yes, even though the goal difference doesn't seem much, can we point our eyes to a 1-in-5 Varus in the top lane? And it was just a game that was being snowballed heavily against them. And I love the fact that it was showcasing Jose Deodo and CoreJJ here in this moment, because Hanbok found a play where he pillared him, stopped him from joining his team. That was the first pick, but there were multiple picks, and guess what happened? Unsurprisingly, another game ended by Sentinels. And so it's pretty crazy. Those are 2 games within this split in which Team Liquid and Cloud9 lost to Sentinels when they had a gargantuan advantage within the game. The game state looked pretty much unwinnable. So Sentinels is a team that, yes, they should be doing far better, and they found moments that they've been able to rob teams, some of the best teams in the league. So you can never really sleep on them. They're just always one team fight away.
All right. And now I am going to talk about something that I brought up before that Raz said was boring, but I don't think it is.
I'm already yawning.
Because it's a set play from Sentinels that I think was really good. If we look at the minimap, basically TL had kind of tried for a play here. Jose had tried to get onto Rahel as he was coming back to lane. And so that chased him out of lane, rather. So this is Sen kind of trying to respond. Obviously, they have a bunch of vision there. And the most important thing is going to be the unsung hero of Huhi. He actually had been in mid lane, helping Darkwings push that wave in. He clears this. He helps, Rahel is getting some turret plates down there that Quid has to respond to. And this ward right here that he places is going to end up being crucial in the next fight. As he backs, we're actually going to get a look at what TL now are going to be seeing on the bottom side of the map. In addition to, I also want to point out that Sentinels purposefully sent Impact down here, and then Rahel in the mid lane as Caitlyn to clean up those waves right before the next Drake is about to spawn. And this is currently TL's vision, right? They do not see much. And again, that ward we talked about is going to be right here. As we play through, they're going to see Core crossing here. Huhi and Impact are going to get a little damage onto Quid. And what ends up happening is as this Aurora is pushing in the top wave, oh, that's not going to work. As Aurora is pushing in this top wave here, right? She's going to be able to push that in and then TP onto this ward to set up for a pick, because TL think, okay, we've cleared out the vision, we're gonna try to get in before Drake. Here comes Aurora. They initially are gonna wanna get onto Yawn. Yawn escapes, they get onto Core, and this sets up for their second Drake. I just thought it was a really good way of showcasing how Sentinels saw kind of the end point from their setup, right? Through lane assignments, through how they were attacking minion waves, through their response to TL trying to push up in that bot side. And it was just a really nice set play for them and kind of supports some of the opinions we've been hearing, like the ones you brought up from Raz's Pro episode last week.
Yeah, absolutely. I think they've been stellar, but we also got to talk about their opponents today, who are doing really well on stage, Lion. But there have been a lot of rumors swirling around Lion about some potential changes. A lot of rumors online that Dokla might be getting, traded away, or that he might be getting replaced for Castle. And, that I think is really, really interesting, because this is one of our teams that is our defending lock-in champion, that is already at the top of the table. But Dokla has been struggling in lane. Like, he has not been performing to the level that you would expect from him. And Castle, if that rumor is true, is on a team that is chain losing, but individually, everyone is singing his praises and talking about how incredible he has been in the 1v1s.
Yeah, it's a super weird situation to be in if you're Lion, if these rumors are true at all. And it's only interesting because, yes, even though they're at the top of the table, it's been with an asterisk, because the fact that the games have been a little sloppier, the fact that they lost to Dignitas in a weird one, right? The team they're clearly not happy with the performance that they're having on stage. And so I think it is a weird state for the squad, especially since they're facing some of the top opponents at the end of the split. By the end of the regular season, they still have to face Team Liquid. So with Team Liquid performing as well as they are in comparison to last split, where they just weren't really present at all, the competition is tough.
And when you talk about those other two teams in the top three, and you talk about their top laners, those are the people that people are really talking about nonstop, is Morgan and Thanatos, right? And Dokla is kind of the odd man out as far as those top three teams for top lane. He has not been playing to that level. His only CS advantage at 14 this whole split is the one Vayne game, and he was up 3 CS. He has been behind in gold, behind in CS, basically every single game. Yeah. And we know that he can perform a lot better, but given the rumors, it's going to be interesting to see if he actually gets that chance.
I think, it's really tough. And especially since the strategy with Lion is heavily around the creativity within their draft. If they want you to be able to because if they're giving you a Vayne pick or something like that, it has to be, I think, intentional. That being said, a real strong suit for their team has still been Inspired as a player. Inspired, I think, is right now still in a massive running for MVP of the split alongside Jose Deodo. It's kind of funny that they're going to be facing off nearly at the end of the split.
Next week.
Yeah, crazy. What was interesting to me was last weekend when they were going up against DSG, and he was able to once again catch another flank from the Akali and stopped it, recognizing that, Akali was pushing out bot wave. And we haven't seen her for a solid 30, 40 seconds. Ended up completely pushing her off, chunking her, and winning the fight for his team.
Yeah, I mean, I think that the way in which he wins games is so unique to him because he keeps his farm so high, he keeps his level so high that he puts himself in a position where he can actually 1v1 enemy soul laners. He's done this in multiple games where he understands where they're going to be, he's marking them, he's taking them out, and he is just able to take over games in a way that I think is unique to him in this league. No one else is able to do it in that same way. And we have our predictions here, I think, partially because of Inspired and how good he is. Everyone is favoring Lion. I do feel like it is going to be the 2-0. Why are you guys giving them a game?
I just think that Sentinels can always take one. You have Rahel and Huhi in the bot lane. They are so damn good. And maybe if you have a creative draft, it can go to 3. And maybe Sentinels can take it. It's up to you guys and the fans. And you know who else it's up to? To the damn players. Start the game. Start the games.
Bottom of the standings and take on the other mean green team in the league in FlyQuest. But before we get to that, we have another best of 3 to work through as Lion are going up against Sentinels. A Sentinels team that you talked to Huhi from just earlier in the show today, Jat. And Huhi says, yeah, it does feel like we're 1-3, but we're a better team than that.
And Lion respects that. Isles was considering them one of the best teams in the league. The interesting thing about this Sentinels team is they're 1-3 in matches, but 5-7 in games. Literally all of their series have gone to the full best of 3. So at the very least, I hope we're in for 3 games.
Yeah, I'm hoping that we can at least continue that trend. Obviously, Emily and Raz both giving it the full 3. Azael thinking it will be more of a swift victory for Lion, with a lot of that conversation kind of always demanding to be about Inspired because he's such a massive force in any game that he plays in.
He absolutely is. Player of the Year, multiple MVP, multiple-time LCS champion. And this split in particular, the main reason they win most of their games. Their soul laners have not been performing at a very high level. Dokla and Saint were both very far behind in their games last week, but Inspired was able to keep his farm up, make sure he was in a good position in the game. So Inspired in the bot lane were really the main contributors to their victory last week, and we'll see what happens again this week.
Okay, let's go ahead and hop into draft number 1 then, with Anivia, Bard, and Pantheon banned out by Lion. Meanwhile, on the Sentinels side, it's Ezreal, Orianna, and Nocturne. Now Lion, they decided they wanted first pick in this one. Sentinels is going to play from the red side. It's the same draft we've known for over a decade now.
Absolutely. Happy to see it.
Yup, it confuses me less. It's a new change. It throws me off sometimes, but standard stuff here in this one. And speaking of standard stuff, Varus is open. Varus is first picked.
And also, Ashe Seraphine is unbanned. A lot of times, if the other team doesn't first pick Ashe Seraphine, you would just lock Ashe Seraphine in. But a couple of other things are interestingly left available. Humbok Skarner was left available. He won 3 of Sentinel's 5 wins are with Skarner. But Jarvan has actually been a permaban against him mostly. That's also been up. So they jumped for the Jarvan already, since that's typically going to be good into Varus, whether or not Varus goes top or bot.
Yep, you love to have the Cataclysm against those immobile targets, as it looks like we're going to get the full spicy hot pot combo here with the Rumble locked in. A champion that seems to always be pretty highly prioritized because of how strong he is in lane, because of how many good matchups he has, but you could see right there when he was locked in. Current record in the LCS, 7-8, so hasn't been putting up quite the numbers that I think a lot of these picks would hope for.
Absolutely, but for these two players, Dokla and Impact, this split, they're both 100% win rate on it. Dokla with 2 wins and Impact with the 1. So I'm kind of expecting it to be Varus versus Rumble in the top lane, but that Varus is going to be flexible. We'll see.
Yeah, Varus is one of those true flexes, I feel like, that we will have to see a few more hints from the rest of the draft to figure out exactly what he's doing. Ryze, not as much. We're pretty much guaranteed that this guy's going to go into the mid.
For sure, but we're also going to see how he performs now without phase rush. Is he going to be going for Deathfire touch like we saw yesterday from Call Me, or is he going to be going for the new speedy one that for some reason eludes me in name?
Storm Raider Surge.
Storm Raider Surge.
I got you.
Which isn't, it's just harder to proc than phase rush. It's not the 3-hit, 3-spell movement. It's you do a percentage of their max health and then you get the new speed.
And I feel like that was very much the intentionality of the change from phase rush to Storm Raider Surge, is wanting to have it have more of a requirement to activate the thing instead of just sling out 3 spells. It doesn't matter if it's a level 1 spell that does 60 damage. It's going to count towards it, and you just run away and disengage. So will definitely be worth keeping an eye on, because that move speed can be very powerful to keep you out of the range of things like Jarvan's Engage or potentially Yone too.
Well, if they were already experimenting a little bit with Impact's champion pool, letting him play the Smolder and Varus type champions, throwing in the Darkwing's Yone is going to be another new one. It'll be his first game of Yone in the Spring Split. He's typically seen as a control mage player who's been able to dabble in things like Ryze and Galio. So Rumble, Yone, Jarvan, very normal team comp.
Yeah.
Not the most normal team comp for Sentinels.
These players specifically, but man, that is a ton of AoE in the top side of the map for Sentinels. The Jarvan Engage, trap everybody in the Cataclysm, Fate Sealed into Equalizer, following up right after it. I feel like there's so much opportunity to have some explosive starts to team fights before we even see the last 2 picks.
Yeah, I'm hoping that we get to see a lot of Engage, because a lot of times Lion games end up being a little bit more slow-paced, waiting for the late-game team fight. So appreciate the first 3 picks, and still kind of crazy that Ashe Seraphine just doesn't exist right now.
It's just through, yeah.
Yeah, every series that we've seen for the past 2 weeks, it's been like, first pick, I'm going to break up Ashe and Seraphine by taking Ashe. You have Seraphine, you'll pick it with Ezreal, we'll pick it with Lulu. They're not even banning it right now in the second phase.
No, it's a Jhin ban from Lion. Over on the other side, double powerful laning supports in the Nico and the Karma. Lion, okay, there it is. Finally, last ban of the entire draft. We will ban out at least half of that combo and take Seraphine off the table.
I understand it, but I also think Rahel's just going to be playing Lucian. I was thinking he could play Kai'Sa because he can fly in with the rest of the engage, but it's still going to be really potent champion to play on mid lane after the laning phase. They're really mixing it up, man. Rahel hasn't played Lucian this year. Like, in the 41 games they played in Lock-In, America's Cup, and Spring Split, this will be Rahel's first Lucian game, so okay.
Alongside the Darkwing's Yone that, just like you already mentioned, is not really a tested or known factor.
Some dark tech here.
Yeah, Sentinels are getting creative with it. Nautilus locked in, though, for Lion, so that'll be a little bit of extra engage for them. I am glad to see them picking this here. I know that Enchanters are the current hotness, but I feel like the Lion comp is really wanting for engage right now with their first 3 picks. Yeah, Varus has some picks. Xin Zhao and Ryze are not really going to be your big engage tools, so Nautilus getting locked in there makes a lot of sense to me. But now, reveal yourself. Is it bot lane Varus or is it top lane Varus? Okay, Berserker will be piloting that one, and Dokla is going to bring Cassante into the top lane.
And I think with the Lucian locked in, they were more incentivized to play the Varus so they'd have a strong bot lane, and now they'll just handshake the top lane matchup. Dokla should get pushed in by Impact, and Impact should be able to get a lead, but it's just a top lane tank. And then the Braum to go in right up against the Nautilus, so a little bit of I think Huhi thinks he's set a trap card. Nautilus is a pick that Isles loves playing. The most powerful enchanters are banned, so he's safe picking the Nautilus, and Braum is a counter to Nautilus.
Yeah, and Braum also loves hanging out with Lucian. How easy it is to proc the concussive blows after landing a Winter's Bite. This is one of those tried and true Lucian combinations. Looking at what he might be able to block with it, of course, Varus piercing arrow is always going to be high value if you can stop those from colliding with targets that generally are going to be squishier. It's not like you have a tank in the top lane. You've got the Rumble, right? So there's going to be plenty of targets for Berserker to try to find those big hits on. So we'll see how much value Huhi can get out of the Unbreakable here on this Braum. If Sentinels can finally get themselves another series win after having all of these close series like you've been talking about. Our only team, I believe, that every single series has gone 3 so far.
For sure. They're maximizing stage practice. They're playing as many games as possible. And seemingly playing as many champions as possible, too. On paper, it doesn't seem crazy that they're playing Yone, Lucian, Braum, but for this year, based on what the current meta is and what they've been playing, It's a very strange draft, actually, from Sentinels.
It catches you off guard a little bit. There's nothing about it, just an immediate exclamation point that says, whoa, they're just completely cooking up something crazy here. But I do look forward to seeing exactly what they can do with it. They are, of course, once again up against Inspired here on the Xinjiao, one of these picks that we've seen him play so many times before, has so much ability to affect the game very early.
He's so good with Sin, and sometimes in the games that he's played poorly this split, he actually said that he's overcomplicated it a little bit. But the more important thing is that Emily has claimed this as her match of the week.
Okay.
Yeah. This started last week, actually, when I was saying that Sentinels Team Liquid was our match of the week, and then Emily on the lounge was very clear saying, no, this was my match of the week. So she
owns this one.
Going forward now, Emily needs to tell us what her match of the week is, and we're going to show you. So look forward to it, because it's Emily's match of the week.
This is the Emily Rand match of the week. This is the one to make sure you're tuned in for, as both of our junglers are going to start out at their respective red buffs. We'll see them clearing towards opposite sides of the map. I do hope that because bottom lane is Braum and Nautilus versus a couple enchanters, we get to see more action down there than we otherwise might.
I hope so. At the very least, I think we can see more jungle support fighting, but Isles and Berserker hit level 2 and go right in onto Huhi.
Yeah, nice dredge line there from Isles. Chunks Huhi down. They'll force out, the heal from the Braum and chunk him down to 200.
Yeah, hit level 2 though. Going to chunk on those health potions. Maybe even, it would be crazy for him to take an early recall this early on in the lane, but it should bounce back against them as Hambach goes for the invade. There's a ward, so we're going to see something.
Yep, Hambach, of course, Sentinels had their own ward there that saw that the blue is still alive. But now, down in the bottom lane, it's Isles going in yet again. Dredge line finds Rahel this time. And Inspired knows Hambach is here. They've got that vision that you already mentioned that's inside the blue buff brush. So Hambach's just got to get out. There's not really a whole lot for him to do there. Ooh, nice dredge line again. That's 3 for 3 from Isles here on the Nautilus. Does take a turret shot for his trouble that time, so the trade not going to go as well. But I'm liking what I'm seeing on this so far as Hambach wants to seal away the wolf camp there from Inspired. Does get the large wolf, but both the tiny ones going over to Inspired as Rahel's going to get dove underneath the tier 1 turret down near the bottom lane. Isles ends up trading 1 for 1 on it, but the first blood goes over to Berserker.
What a wild opening to this game. It's going to be beneficial for Lion for now with the first blood bonus, but it's going to take a while for Berserker to actually get back to base, so he might lose some minions as Saint is just ghosting on mid.
Yeah, Saint pops his ghost. Chunks Darkwing's down to about 150 HP. No way to really threaten lethal here, considering your mana is almost entirely spent. Hambach was still hanging around, but decides this shouldn't turn into anything else, so he's going to go into the bot side river for the crab.
And Hambach is extremely aggressive on this Jarvan, but I want to call attention to the fact that Inspired had warded his own blue. So I think that's an exceptional read, thinking, okay, if he's going to do cheese, it's going to be this cheese. Responds to it immediately. And then Hambach, since he'd already made the invade in, kind of doubled down and just made it a funny game. So now he's in more of an okay spot for that failed invade, since his camps, he bought enough time that his top camps are actually already respawning again. So it's not like he's lost without camps. So he never cleared these camps. It just doesn't matter because he can clear his top side again.
Yeah, you just kind of do a delayed full clear.
Yeah.
1.5 clears. As Dokla is exactly where you would expect him to be early on in this matchup. He's the one who's stuck underneath the turret, like you mentioned before. It's up to Impact to try to build himself as much of an early lead as he can, considering we know that once Cassante gets Kaenic Rookern, things become a lot more difficult.
Definitely. And just to be clear about the jungle point, Hambach is still behind with his failed invade, but it could have gone a lot worse if he didn't find a way to make the game a little bit funny and get back to full clearing. The CS in that top lane is still pretty even, so even if Dokla's getting pushed in, as long as Impact's not doing anything with that pressure, Dokla's doing a good job just collecting under turret.
Exactly. Even if your health bar and mana bar are looking pretty rough, even if you're stuck underneath the turret, as long as you're getting those last hits, you're doing your job in the early laning phase against the Rumble. Impact ready to crash another wave into the tier 1 now, as Dokla, he has not taken his first recall yet, walking the line between getting a good first buy and making sure you don't put yourself in too rough of a spot. He will be able to clear all these out. And the left side of your screen right now just shows that both of these guys have been having a pretty rough time in their lanes so far this split, which then means both of them have the opportunity to really lock in and step up and be kind of the X factor in this head-to-head.
Absolutely, and it's Impact who's in the winning match at this time, so hopefully he can juice that gold difference at 14 stat up a little bit in this Rumble game with already a 300 gold advantage.
Huhi steps up to clear the control board there in the tri-brush. Isles able to hurt him a little bit in the process, but really not a whole ton. Is still that nice little, about 300 gold lead for Berserker down in the bottom lane. You can see about a similar lead built for Impact up in top side like we've been talking about. But everywhere else, staying nearly dead even as Inspired will path down into this bottom river area here. Berserker, nice sidestep away from the Winter's Bite there as he and Isles are going to continue to posture aggressively. Unbreakable used there by Huhi to stop the piercing arrow, but this is still kind of risky to try to go for a dive here. You don't really have the information that you need on where everyone else might be. They do have a ward up there by the enemy chicken camp. Yeah. Now Dokla's gone all out. Impact's got to try to get all the way away. Hambach shows up just in case Dokla wants to really force the issue here. Impact trying to bait him in a little bit, but Dokla's got to be aware that something funny is going on here. Third and Topho strike ready.
Surely just buying time. With the vision that they had in the chicken camp, as well as their entire team taking the Cloud Drake right now with Rise and Zinjao. Dokla did an exceptional job just buying time for his team right there.
Yeah, and there's what I'm talking about. That's what the whole point of bringing up the stats, bringing up the struggles of the performances of these two so far. Everything that you land right there, making space, creating a little bit of pressure, a little bit of room to breathe for the rest of their team. Exactly what we need to see out of both these guys as Huhi and Rahel, again, just the receiving end of these very snappy trades from the dredge lines from Isles. And I feel like we're seeing almost all of these hit. He's shot out 7 or 8 of them so far, and they're all just landing as Impact continues his chase after Dokla here. About to overheat, though, so got to be a little bit mindful of it. We'll get his empowered Flame Spitter just trying to keep the pressure onto Dokla as Hambach is again looking to invade Inspired's jungle.
Hambach has been spending a lot of time top here, looking to maybe secure a kill. They don't have the damage right now.
Yeah, he didn't hit him with the damage from the EQ, but it is still enough. The Cataclysm traps Dokla. He can't get himself away, and Hambach and Impact find the second kill of the game for Sentinels.
Really nice. This is one of the reasons I would be inclined to ban this guy's Jarvan if I'm playing against it, because that's just a silly look. The Equalizer didn't even land. He ults through the back of the turret. Then Impact does flash in and get the kill. So, yeah, totally safe gank. They knew Inspired was on the bot side of the map. They had a lot of time. Pulls it off. He's down a little bit in CS, but he's able to pull off this gank. He just spent so much time up here dodging around this vision. Look, so he first knows there's a ward here, so he loops all the way around here, waits for his EQ cooldown, and then jumps in afterwards. Dokla thinks he's completely safe. He's not in the bush. He's not in the river. No, actually, he looped all the way around.
God.
Visible frustration.
That's my reaction
from Dokla
too
there.
if I have that ward.
Yeah, well, now Dokla's going all out, trying to get something back here onto Impact. Chases him back underneath the tier 1 turret. But honestly, it's not a whole lot. The Equalizer's not ready to clear the wave, though, so Impact is trying to play respectfully enough to not give over the kill. Forced all the way away from the tier 1 turret. And he has to know that Inspired and Saint are somewhere nearby, that Lion is looking to make something happen. So that is a lot of minions being eaten up by the turret.
And Inspire's trying not to get sucked into Hambach's funny business. He's not matching him. He's just taking objectives. But look at the vision that they've actually set up. They had 3 wards in the bottom jungle right here for Hambach to think about this dive. But there was no poke done to Berserker or Isles, so Hambach decides not to go for this one.
Yeah, that feels like it would be so risky between all the Nautilus CC plus Varus Chains of Corruption. I feel like you're just hopping straight on the Inting wagon if you go for that one at this point in time. But checking back here in mid lane as Dark Wings tries to play aggressively with the Soul Unbound into Saint. Does have the Berserker's Greaves and Vamp Scepter already completed, so generally that's where Yone starts to feel pretty comfortable, I feel like, in the lane. It doesn't take a whole lot to get him there, but level 1 boots for Saint does mean he will have to be that much more respectful of Dark Wings having the move speed advantage until he catches up in that department. 2 minutes until our next dragon spawns. Remember that all 3 grubs and the first Drake both went to Inspired and to Lion, so they're controlling the neutrals very well so far. But it looks like the bot side river might be our next point of contention. Huhi gets jumped on by Inspired. Hambach still waiting around over the wall. Inspired does not want to full send onto a Braum.
But they do want to control river, which they're able to do. Going to have inside path to this crab, as well as being able to push mid and bot lane. Quick check-in on these mid lane items, though. Deathfire Touch did end up being the rune choice for Saint. I think that's going to be fairly common. A little more damage, but a little less mobility, so that's why all these Rises are taking Ghost, so they can still have that in-fight mobility when they need it. And then yesterday when we saw Quid play Yone, he picked the Gluttonous Greaves. This time Darkwing's opting for the Berserker Greaves. So we'll see how that works, how that plays out.
Yep, higher DPS, less sustain, right? Yeah. Both of them kind of going with the do more damage, but things are riskier option for their respective characters. So
which is good.
Gold overall, still very, very close between our two squads. Checking in on that bottom side river vision, what you were talking about, the goal for Lion was to make sure that they establish control over that area, and they've got a nice triangle of wards there as Dokla has a little bit of help coming in now. Saint arrives into the top side as Impact drops the equalizer to create a little bit more space, but the Flash Rune Prison follows. And Lion will continue chasing after this Rumble. They need a little bit more damage. Impact gets away underneath to the tier 1 for now, but Saint picks him off with a max range overload.
Impact does a good job to buy that much time for a flashless Rumble, making it all the way back to the turret, and then having Saint burn Flash and Ghost has got to feel somewhat effective. His TP's up as well, so as soon as he respawns, he should be able to cover that lane. So Darkwings gets a free push in mid lane. Saint gave up a lot for that roam. Ends up getting the kill, which will be nice for him, but overall the gold is pretty even since Darkwing's just got a free wave.
And it looks like the consequence of all that being invested into the top side is now it is Sentinel's turn to have the momentum here in the bottom side river. They're able to step in, they take control, start clearing out some of the vision. But Berserker and Inspired have also both made their ways over here. The summoner spells on Saint are going to be very important. Not having either the Flash or the Ghost makes this a scarier prospect for a fight.
Interesting, too, because Dokla technically has TP advantage, but he'd be giving up a lot since he's already ran all the way back to top lane. So Lion could create a 5v4 if they decide to fight, but looking at where Inspired is on the minimap, they're just going to give this one up because it would cost them too much tempo.
And I think for Dokla as well, yeah, you would be able to join the fight if you wanted to, but your Kanik, Rooker, and Cassante, you feel really strong against Rumble. Nobody else on the enemy team is AP, so I feel like you could very easily teleport in and not have a great time.
Instantly die
against those items.
Braum.
Yeah, you just immediately get slammed. But Isles and Berserker, they're once again looking for the 2v2. As Huhi can at least jump over to Rahel for safety, but that nice last piercing arrow there, max range, tags Huhi, brings him down to about 25%, so much more difficult for Sentinels to try to go for any aggressive looks with the Braum that low. However, Hambach just loves the enemy jungle. He's in there once more. Huhi with the nice Winter's Bite over the wall. He's stuck around long enough to guarantee that he can contribute with the Q, and it's enough to make sure that Sentinels get the kill.
These angles are pretty sick that they're seeing. You know, just going to EQ this guy over the wall. It'll be a slow kill. Braum, just give me one Q, and then we probably have lethal on him. And they actually pull it off to get the kill. Second death of the game onto Isles.
Isles out of the picture there on that Nautilus for a little bit. Darkwing still trying to play very aggressively on this unit. Goes for the early tier 3 boots before completing the Blade of the Ruined King all the way, but that item is going to be coming online very soon as well. A couple minutes ago, Saint was your MasterCard Power Spike recipient, completing his Rod of Ages. That one's going to be at 10 stacks, right around 21 minutes into the game. And Huhi is now up to 630 games played, second all time in the LCS, taking that spot from Wild Turtle.
Dude, that's just incredible, actually. His first days on CLG mid lane
as a mid laner.
2016.
Yeah. This guy's been in the league for quite a while as Saint makes his way back up into the top lane, but immediately Sentinels are ready to respond. This time, Equalizer into the Fate Sealed combo is exactly the deadly CC we were talking about in the draft. Sentinel's going to look for a little bit more on the back end of things, but can't quite find anything else. Still nicely done. They recognize Lion, want to run that play back, and they're ready with the answer.
I want to buy some Sentinel stock right now. They're looking good in this game. Right place, right time, as I may cast a Curse, but Hambach has found Berserker.
No, you may have cast or blessed them. Berserker gets caught out by the Jarvan, does survive with about 300 HP, and Hambach has to flash over the wall. Meanwhile, Dokla versus Huhi up here at the top side of the river at the same time. Huhi throws up Unbreakable, continues making a little bit more space for himself. That looked like it could have gone either way in a way more violent way than it did.
Yeah, everybody just decides to calm down and back away. Berserker doesn't burn flash, Huhi doesn't burn flash, the hook didn't land from Isles, so everybody just backs away into their own lanes. But the prio is in the favor of Sentinels now. Lucian's pushing in, Rumble got a deep push temporarily, Yone also now locked in with this Kanik, Rooker, and Cassante is going to have his way with Dokla for a little bit since Dokla's spec'd all MR.
Yeah, and that Blade of the Ruined King that I mentioned earlier is fully complete, so the only valuable stat that Kanik Rooker is giving you against the Yone really is the health. I mean, yes, Yone's passive does give him some small split of magic damage, but he's still primarily physical. But now the Blade of the Ruined King is just going to be eating that one stat that actually matters against him. So very, very tough matchup. Not wanting to deal with that one probably for a whole lot longer. At least gets the plated steel caps now. Inspired is going to take the opportunity, though, to start up the Rift Herald, which only spawned 10 seconds ago. Huhi, though, in the area means that Inspired has to think twice about that one. You can see Hambach also once more looking towards this red buff jungle of Inspired, trying to move in, steal things away, catch Lion off guard.
And an objective focus from Inspired. He's in a good spot in this game. 133 CS to the 108 onto Hambach. But Sentinels bring the whole squad here, and Impact could support with teleport off this base. So Inspired kind of has to back away.
Yeah, Lion are going to lose control over the top side river. Still not even 1,000 gold separating the teams so far. 1-1 on the Drakes. Nobody's really running away with anything. Highest individual gold lead in this one is Darkwings at just about 500 or so over Saint on the rise. But both still doing just fine. Saint's going to equalize that a little bit here, picking up the third plate in the bottom lane. The extra power of the Void Grubs contributing to making that a little bit easier for him. As Dokla once more just on the back foot from Darkwing here. Q3 finds the target. Dokla's,
I mean,
these trades are not fun.
I'm surprised they haven't found a way out of this lane. Like whether or not Dokla or Saint could find a time to reset and run out in the top side and kind of 2v1 him out of the lane so that they can reset the wave, because Darkwings is just easily just chipping away at this turret the entire time. Finally, Inspired kind of comes up, but the gank look just isn't there with how low Dokla is.
Yeah, it's not a fun time for the Cassante. And a reminder, while we don't have anybody going for any major fights right now, the LCS Spring Finals will be taking place in Mullet Arena at Arizona State University from June 13 to 14. Tickets are available. Hope to see y'all there. Road shows are always a big fun part of anything LCS. But what's not fun, if you're on the Lion side, is watching that turret die up there in the top lane as Dokla is forced away once more. That is first turret over the Sentinels. They're up almost 2,000 gold as a team.
Yeah, and the timing's really good right now. At the same time, Dokla just ran out top lane, so the Yone, I was expecting him to take a base so he could teleport down, but right now, Hambach already started the Drake. Buying some time, though, Darkwings is going to be able to complete his base, buy an item, and threaten with TP.
Yeah, Sentinels are just going to take this one nice and slow, and now that they've got everybody heading back out onto the Rift, they will not only get the first turret up in the top lane, they will get their second Drake right after on the other side of the map. I am liking Sentinels macro.
And I'm trying to get inside the mind of Inspired right now. He always has a way that he feels like they need to play the game to get victory. Last week, he was in another difficult situation. He started carrying with Xin. Now they got to pick.
Yeah, Huhi's going to be the target. The Braum very tanky, but it looks like not tanky enough. Dokla goes all out, and it's a nice catch there, started by the Lion top laner.
Yeah, Inspired, not involved whatsoever. So he says, good job, top bot support. Get that kill and get a little bit of mid-prio, so now we can start this objective. Lion has to play this game very carefully. I don't feel like they have more damage. They have decent engage, but they don't have necessarily a better team fight either, so they have to play very cleanly, I think, to get a win from this.
Inspired seems to really want to be able to force this 5v4 into more priority over the top side river, but down to the bottom lane, Impact going after Saint. Forces the Ghost out of the rise, but Flash still available. Impact still having his own Flash alongside the Equalizer. Drops it from a long way away, but unfortunately just not quite at the right angle to keep Saint on top of it for long enough, so the rise can still escape. But both of our representatives from their respective teams are hurting down here in the bottom lane.
They really are. That was a very interesting duel from Impact right there. Almost overheat smacked him to death without actually having his ultimate laid down in the first place, then tried for the snipe after the fact. Has Huhi babysitting him as he can shove that wave in, so ends up kind of wasting his ultimate since Saint was going to have to reset anyway when chasing that kill.
I still think it's crazy that we might see the Rift Herald just fall over and die when Baron spawns in this game. I feel like that's a very rare occurrence. The objective almost always gets taken because it's got a lot of value, but there just hasn't been the ability for either one of the teams to control enough of the space for long enough to take it safely.
True. And I'm very impressed with Darkwings' Yone so far. Yone can get really crazy in team fights. When you're learning a champion, the first thing you learn is laning phase. The team fighting and how to actually win from that game state is the harder part. So I want to see how they execute in these team fights. Since they have a lot of dive, should be very good at getting on top of Ryze and Varus, but we'll have to see them execute.
So speaking of that Ryze, we are about to hit a very big power spike for Saint. He's got his Seraph's Embrace fully completed, fully evolved, so you get the shield from that one. Rod of Ages, one more stack to go, and he's maxed out on that one. So this could be a really big opportunity for Lion to find a chance to fight. But they're going after the Rift Turret here. 10 seconds left until it despawns. Sentinels hanging around. Herald down to 5,000. Nope, it's just going to drop. Lion weren't able to take it fast enough. So even though they got it low, close doesn't count.
That's weird.
Yeah. I feel like
that's really weird. Every game it will despawn at 1955.
Yep.
So
it has to leave, no matter what.
Inspired, man.
It's
check your watch.
Miscalculated. A little bit of miscalculation. And they get nothing for their efforts. Meanwhile, down here in the bottom lane, again, it's Darkwings finding his way into this 1v1 against the Cassante time and time again. He has the Immortal Shield Bow completed now too, which makes him feel even better against dealing with a champion that's mostly just going to be base damages like the Cassante is. Dokla does hit him with a third in Topho Strike, but Dokla's got to be careful because it's not just Darkwings you're dealing with down here. Sentinels is making sure that if Lion tries to punish, they will be in for a rude surprise.
Yeah, and they're just going to try and set up for this third Drake and try and get on Soul Point. It seems like Lion is really okay with leaving Dokla in the Yone matchup so that Saint can be in the Ryze matchup. But for the most part, they're just trading minions. I don't feel like Saint's getting meaningful damage onto these turrets.
Darkwings just again trying to hit Dokla as often as possible. Keep the pressure on this Cassante. He does at least have the Warden's Mail now, so you've got some armor, you've got some defensibility against what Yone is going to try to do. But this Tier 1 turret is not long for the world, not when Huhi and Hambach are both hanging around nearby. So Darkwings can cut that one down, but at the same time, Saint's doing the same over in the top lane. Goes after Impact with a Realm Warp, wants the solo kill, but he can't quite find it. Impact gets away in time to barely survive with 100 HP. And now Saint's the one under pressure. A TP to potentially come in. Darkwings flying his way up to the top side of the map right now. Saint, I don't think he's getting away from this one. The Seraph Shield is going to give him a lot of extra health. Darkwings commits the Fate Seal, but it doesn't work. Darkwings is the one forced to flash away, and Saint fights his way out.
Saint really showing up here. Right as I said, he wasn't getting that much done against the Rumble. He forces the flash, he Realm Warps, he finished off the turret, he gets him out, then he gets the TP and flash from Darkwings. So the power spike you talked about with 10 stack Rod of Ages for the extra level, plus the Seraph Shield really came in clutch there as Saint flexed his power.
Yeah, you could see the moment when the shield activates and Darkwings' movements just get a little less aggressive. It's like, whoa, hold on, I didn't realize that was going to be the deal that we're making here. But there is 5 seconds until that Soul Point Drake you're talking about.
And now Saint has no flash. So maybe this makes it more fightable for Sentinels, but there's no flash, no ult onto their Yone. Makes it pretty risky to contest. Impact looking for an ult flank.
Yeah, Lion's got total control over the bot side river right now. Impact dodges a dredge line. Dokla making space on the left side of the fight with the Dragon, already down to about 3,000 HP. Exhaust on Dokla, not a whole lot of value out of that one there. Dragon resets. Equalizer finds 5. Hambach goes in, but he's immediately killed. Inspired picks it up, and now Impact's gonna die over the wall. He uses his stasis, but it doesn't buy enough time. It's a double kill for Inspired, and right when they need it, Lion clutches a 5v5.
Lion team fighting coming up clutch once again. That damage onto Hambach was immense. Saint is really pumping damage right now. I'd love to see the damage dealt in that last team fight if we could somehow, because he just evaporated, and then they finished off Impact as well.
That was just blink and you miss it, Jarvan dies.
It really was. Look at this. So I think, you think that the Equalizer plus Jarvan ult on this many people is going to be effective? As the fight is a little bit slow, Dragon resets, they think, okay, now we can go in, and he's gone. Yep. Just like that. Xin doesn't take that much damage. Ryze takes the majority of his health bar, but it ends up not mattering because they win the fight.
And then Impact also, that is an arm guard stasis. That is not a Zhonya's Hourglass stasis. So he now doesn't have that available for the next fight. If they get dragged into another scrap before he can complete the item, that could also be far more costly than it might initially appear. Lion has now retaken the gold lead. Remember, Sentinels was just about... Okay, I believe that Impact was the one. With the 5-man equalizer, you're going to top the charts in that one. But now Darkwings could be in some danger. Impact and the rest of Sentinels got to figure out how they're going to play this one as Inspired continues putting the pressure on, threatening to go further forward. Huhi, your target here at the start. The Unbreakable keeps him alive. But considering he's knocked so low, Sentinels have to back off yet again. And I feel like the tone has seriously shifted now. Lion feel much more confident. They are posturing more aggressively, looking to make more moves.
This just happens when they have such a veteran shot caller and Inspired, and they're able to execute in these team fights consistently. They can find just an even early game, and then they'll win the team fights and find a way to take control of the game. Because that last fight, yeah, it was Saint, 2,900 damage, Berserker, 2,400 damage, but Dark Rings Rahel just couldn't get involved. So that was the biggest thing. It doesn't matter how good your equalizer combo is if your mid laner 80 carry, you're out of the fight. So that's the gold swing we see off the back of that last fight.
25 minutes in, and our Dragons are tied at 2-2. Gold lead, still just about 1,500 here for Lion. But with 25 minutes being the time, it means Baron is starting to become that much more inevitable. That is what we're going to be playing for. Tier 1 turret here could be the target, but Sentinels honestly can't even get the wave far up enough for Lucian to shoot the crust off of the Tier 1 turret and try to get this one bursted down. So Sentinels still not able to find that. Still only 2 turrets to 2 between both sides, as the side lane Tier 1s are the mirrored casualties there for the structures.
Yep, and Saint still in that side lane against Impact, but Impact with no MR will be getting really pushed around by Saint as he continues to build up towards that actualizer. And yeah, it's just a lonely little Lucian trying to kill that wave. It's not going to happen.
Nope. Lucian loves to play around using the culling in the mid lane, try to put a lot of pressure on after the laning phase is over, but he doesn't quite so much like to be on the receiving end of that one. And what you're talking about with Impact, this is kind of just the reverse of what Dokeless had to deal with the entire game, right? It's like, okay, well, Cassante had to deal with the matchup from Hell for the last 10 minutes. Now it's Rumble's turn as this Rise is just becoming more and more and more of a problem. Still 2 minutes to go until we get our next Dragon spawn. Sentinels grouped up around the top side of the river right now with the exception of Impact, who's still keeping things held down in the bottom lane, but Darkwing's going to be your target here. Inspired goes in with Isles right behind him. They want to try to get some burst down, but it's only Huhi still going to damage so far. He gets away with the Unbreakable, stays alive. Impact has arrived into the fight, and Dokeless getting cooked. He flashes out, stays alive himself. Hambach is taken low, but it's Huhi taken down. Snap back from Dark Wings, wants to reset his position. Inspired with a nice win, becomes Lightning, continues the chase. Rahel fires back, but it's only enough to ward them away for a moment as the Rune Prison from Saint catches Rahel. And Sentinels are falling apart in the bigger fights.
Yeah, these team fights just aren't close. It doesn't feel like the Yone can find Impact. Darkwing's still alive on the back end of this fight, but he's not really doing anything. It's crazy that the gold lead between Rise and Yone is basically non-existent because this guy is huge and Darkwings isn't able to make much happen as I lose my clear screen button as the Baron's going down.
Well, Impact, Darkwings, and Hambach are trying to stop this Baron from being secured by Lion. Baron down to 7,000 HP. However, the Lion health bars do appear a little compromised. Dokla lower than half. Everybody else has taken at least a chunk, so Sentinels will complete their mission in avoiding the disaster situation of Lion getting the Baron after the fight, but the fight still went Lion's way.
It really did, and at this stage, when they can engage on Darkwings, Inspired loves doing stuff like this because he says, okay, now we can't get flanked by Yone. So if I'm protecting my Varus from the Yone, Berserker's going to free hit, and Saint's going to be pretty safe so that the front line can just go forward. Darkwings can't get involved in this fight, and it just allows Berserker and Saint to free hit. Look at the health bars on the Rise and the Varus. They're completely full this entire time. So when Lions carries can hit, they're going to be effective.
And I feel like this is deja vu. You were saying this exact same thing about the previous fight, but Sentinels, man, we know, even when they fall behind,
absolutely,
they do not give up. Huhi, Balboa, and the rest of the Sentinels boys, if they don't hear a bell, they're going to keep fighting. They're 3,000 gold behind right now, but they've already won a couple of different games in these past few weeks from far greater deficits.
And even when it looks grim, Dione can't do anything. Soul Point, they're still trying to figure out ways to win, make the adaptations mid-game. They traded a little bit of Baron Vision for that Drake, and they're trying to get some side lane push. It doesn't look good. They've lost these last team fights, but Huhi, he knows it's a one-fight game. They win one fight, they get Baron, totally different story.
Enemy team overcommits, trying to kill a Braum or something. You get your big Wombo combo. I still want to go back to the draft because Equalizer, Cataclysm, and Fate Sealed are all such powerful AoE ultimates that if your opponents give you a window where you can hit 4 or 5 people with those, you will just win the fight. I don't care if you're 3,000 gold behind. You're just going to win. Yep. But it involves what you've been talking about. You've got to make it so Darkwings and Rahel can do their damage.
Yep, Darkwings has his Infinity Edge now. Saint has, I'd say, Rise's Infinity Edge with the
With
Actualizer.
Yep.
So cancels out.
Yep,
Still
they're both really
stronger.
strong. Infinity Edge also completed for Rahel here on the Lucian and has Last Whisper building towards the 4th fully completed item over on the other side. Berserker does have quite a lot of power in those piercing arrows, though.
He really does. Cutting through shields as well with his Serpent's Fang. Lion taking full control of this Baron and actually deciding to start it up with the Rise, who can kill it pretty fast, even if Varus isn't the fastest Baron killer.
Okay, let's see what Sentinels want to commit to this. Impact is down in the bottom side of the map, but he does have his teleport to join. Baron at about half HP. Sentinel slowly moving up. The teleport going to be used here from Impact. Huhi walks up, face checks the brush, gets juggled around as he tries to repeat, and the Braum is going to get picked off before the fight even starts. But Inspired is bursted down to 20% HP. He stays alive thanks to the ulti, and Darkwings and Hambach look for their chance to continue getting involved in the fight. Rahel still off on the right side, so Lion get the one pick, but they can't get anything more.
Yeah, they're going for more.
Never mind, I'm made into a liar. Isles goes in here with a dredge line, finds Impact. Inspired still low, but he's got Guardian Angel. Saint kills off Impact. Hambach, Rahel, and Darkwing scrambling here in a 3v5 as Dokla continues looking forward. Third and Tofo strike, not going to hit the target. Nice sidestep there with the Soul Unbound from Darkwings. Sentinels, they'll lose another man.
Yeah, Lion keep landing jabs, jab after jab after jab. Eventually, you'd think it will push Sentinels out of the game because first jab is to get the Rumble TP, then they get the Huhi kill, then they get the Impact kill, and it's just accumulating into a bigger and bigger lead. Now, watching it one more time, Isles just sees the opportunity, knowing it is a temporary 5v4. Impact teleports in, so they really have to make this kind of a fast fight. The backside of this fight got really interesting. Burning Inspired's ultimate, but he can kind of just back away. And then as the fight extended, I was a little bit surprised. I believe, yeah, Inspired has his Guardian Angel already, so Hambach doesn't want to suicide just to proc that Guardian Angel. Instead, it's alt Saint, but that's when he realizes he's right next to a Rise and he has no damage, so he's got to flash out.
And then the Rise shield, again, man, just the Seraph's Embrace popping up 1,000 extra HP once you feel like you get this guy low. It just doesn't feel like there's an answer for Saint, and the answers become even more scarce when the next item is a Seeker's Arm Guard still ready to be actively used. Sentinels now down 3,500 gold, less than 2 minutes until Lion can fight for what will be an Earth Soul if they can secure the next Drake. Darkwings trying to take up position there in that bottom lane, play a little bit of split push for now. But when Dokla comes to answer him, Dokla's got armor now, so it's not as scary as it was earlier.
And also, Lion playing on some Elixir power spikes right now, so you can see the Elixir of Iron sitting in Inspired's inventory. He's probably going to pop that one right before the next team fight. Saint popped his blue Elixir before that fight as well, the Elixir of Sorcery, so they're trying to enhance their power spikes in these team fights that they feel like are game decided.
I like it. I respect going for it when you know that if you can win the next fight, you're going to win the whole game. Dokla is once more on the losing end of a trade against Darkwings on the Yone, but he'll just continue buying time, making sure that they're not losing too much here in the side lane. Look at all the Lion vision in the top side river around the Baron. There's just so much. You've got the Scuttle Crab, the Scryer's Trinket, the Control Ward, another Control Ward on mid lane brush, ramp ward. There's a lot of vision here for Lion.
They're not going to be surprised by Hambach's flank, that's for sure.
Nope. They are ready for those shenanigans. But the problem is, the next fight is going to be down here in the bot side river, as opposed to up there near the Baron pit.
Sentinels ain't sneaking that Baron, though.
Nope, they are not going to get the Baron in the meantime. But we'll see if they can find their way through fog to set up any kind of a trap. Saint will run into Hambach there in the jungle, tries to go in with a Fate Shield from Darkwings, but no, Hambach is already down. It's a disaster before it begins here for Sentinels, who have already lost their jungler, and now Huhi's getting caught too, trying to protect the exit of the remaining players on Sentinels. Darkwing still trying to escape here with a TP, will manage to just barely do so, but now Sentinels are completely out of position. They're down in a 4v5, and the one they lost is the jungler.
Yeah, they're going to try and just start the Baron to maybe delay the soul or maybe get a Baron in trade, but I feel like Lion's going to try and stop them. Are they actually going to pull off of the Drake? They are, so Sentinels delays the soul temporarily. Inspired's going to finish it.
Okay, Inspired goes back towards the Mountain Drake. Dokla, Isles, and Berserker in position to interfere with his Baron take. Impact's going to lose about half HP there. Saint finally rotates over towards the fight as Impact further disengages with the Blast Cone. Isles still looking for an engage.
Yeah, it's still 4v4. Hambach is still in base.
Ooh, nice piercing arrow there on the Darkwings to knock him below half HP, and now Huhi, isolated from the rest of the team, becomes the main target. It's often difficult to kill Braum, but not when you have that much firepower. Rahel, Darkwings, and Impact all trying to get away, but their exit plan is completely flawed. There's no way home except for Impact, who again has to use his teleport. That is both solo lane teleports used by Sentinels in the last 60 seconds just to not die. That is so much extra pressure off the map, and Lion are not only going to secure the Mountain Soul, they're going to secure the Baron from this extended sequence. They're going to be 8,000 gold ahead.
And Saint is Thanos in this game. He is just doing so much damage on the rise. 2,500 damage so far from his Deathfire touch as an update, but he's probably done like 30 to 40,000 damage in the game so far in these 35 minutes. He just completely actualized Hambach in that bot lane fight before the Drake.
Yeah.
Just one-tapped the Jarvan.
Hambach, you know what he wanted to do, but he didn't want the Rise to be the one person that finds him in that brush, in the red buff jungle. 9,500 gold lead now for Lion. They've got their Red Bull Baron power play for the next 2.5 minutes. There's no neutrals to fight over for the next 5 minutes. They can do whatever they want on this map.
Yeah, and the Mountain Soul is completed, so everyone has that overshield in case the Jarvan Rumble finds some type of wombo combo. At that point, with the Mountain Soul plus the Locket Shield from the Nautilus, and even a Knight's Vow, who, you know, if you're a bro and you want to build Berserker's Trust, put it on him. If you want to have the best Knight's Vow, I think you put it on Saint, because he's going to heal you more because he's doing more damage.
Yep.
But it's just so hard for Sentinels to play this one. Huhi didn't hear no bell, but I feel like I did.
Yeah, there's something ringing out there. I'm starting to lose the faith here for the Sentinel side in this first game, as Lion is going to make the full push here in the bottom side. Total damage, it is 30,000 for Saint on the rise, top in the charts. Relmore brings everybody in. They try to flash engage into Impact, who does get caught in the Rune Prison, and they burst him down. 5v4 for the next 60 seconds. Lion are going for the game ender here as Sentinels try to hoof it all the way back to their base, and Lion is happy to just meet them at the walls. The minions are already crashing into the Nexus turrets. Inspired's wrapping around from the left. Sentinels just have nowhere to go. Hambach dies instantly yet again as Huhi's knocked down to 10% and Rahel is already dead. There's no way out. This one was an absolute crusher of a final team fight. Lion's gonna get the ace for free. Nobody even got close to dead. It felt like it was a close game for quite a while early on, but as soon as Lion won a single team fight, they just didn't stop.
And that's just how good Lion's late game macro and late game team fighting is. They always have the right setup. They're always the ones starting the fight on their terms, and they make it look easy. It did take 37 minutes, but it wasn't close. Mountain Soul, 18 kills to 4, 14,000 gold lead. Lounge, who's your player of the game?
Oh!
Yeah, that one was a pretty methodical one from Lion. That one, I was a little concerned. It looked close, but I was like, no, they're stacking dragons, and Saint is on point. I feel like whenever he's on a certain champions, his Ahri, his Rise is really good. It feels really difficult for the opposition to do much.
I mean, I just feel like he's such a confidence-based player. When his early plays work, it just feels like it's going to snowball and he's going to continue having a really, really good game. And it just felt like he was reacting well in the team fights. He's moving around the map well. I think there's a lot of different players you could have given player of the game to. My player of the game that I voted for was Saint.
Yes.
I do think he had a really, really good game. I think Isles was worthy of consideration. Inspired is always pretty worthy of consideration. Berserker had a good game. So, you know, it's really kind of dealer's choice, but I felt like Saint moved around the map and team fought really well.
Yeah, and he did a lot in side lanes prior to what I think was kind of the back-breaking fight of this game, and is also this week's Pagoda moment featuring their turnaround at Drake. And what happens here is you're going for this spicy hot pot combo, as they're calling it, with the Jarvan Rumble. And they actually do, Sentinels do get this. However, since everyone ends up grouping up here, right, they're like, okay, we should be able to end up, it's coming any minute, there we go. They're all grouped, but Berserker and Inspired, most importantly, are not. And they're able to turn the fight so quickly.
And I was really impressed by how Lion responded in that kind of chaotic moment, where they all immediately after this engage happens, they all turn and they peel back and they focus down the front line. And we could see Rahel on the other side pops his culling. That gets answered by the Crescent Guard from Inspired, so that's doing nothing.
Yeah.
Then as he's dashing forward, Kasanti's just dashing away. He basically has no one to hit, where all the Lion carries are focusing down the front line, you know, from Sentinels. And I just felt like they responded to that engage so effectively, so quickly. And Rahel was in a position where everyone else can go way further than him. You have Soul Unbound, you have
Yeah.
Fate Sealed, you have Jarvan EQing and Cataclysming forward. Everyone's flying in, and he's just kind of in the back shooting out, can't really do anything.
Yeah, if you guys recognize another Pagoda moment, just remember the spam the Pog emotes, because like those are the type of team fights you see again and again and again in your scrims and in your games where you're like, we have someone dealing with the flank, we need to mark the flank. They mark the rumble. We have the front line that we need to be able to like push back because we have like line of vision. They did that perfectly. And so even though it was the engage that you had like iterated.
They got the engage.
They got the engage. No one could follow up on the engage. But yes, as we already mentioned, player of the game goes to Saint. We
voting blocked it. I'm wondering
5 out
if.
of 5.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
So it
yeah,
was 5 out of 5.
Yeah.
They also voted Saint. I think when you're talking about how Sentinels were able to get some of those early skirmishes, it was Saint on this rise, like you already pointed out, Raz, a champion he's super, super confident on. And he really helped kind of just keep minion waves cleaned up, right? He's going to side lanes to keep up that pressure.
That agrees, 6 for 6.
There we go.
Nice.
With a little shout out to Dokla for his Cassante play.
And the thing was, like, that early play topside,
Yeah.
to be able to get the kill on towards the Rumble, I think set the standard. Rumble could not play sides for the rest of the game. Like, sure, that's always going to be a threat, but now I felt like Saint recognized that, constantly played to that threat. That was a tough game for Rumble only because
Also
of, like,
just
40K
I know. I was gonna say.
Get up there.
I know it's Rise because we're cheating, but this is like, yeah. He did.
Unreal.
It is Rise versus a lot of melee champions. There
Yeah.
are 4 melee
So
champions.
he's gonna
but it is
number,
a lot of damage.
Big number, I'm shocked. Big number, I'm surprised. That's all I care about.
You won't believe what happened next.
You can also pretty much see that Drake right here, right, where it's like, oh, we're gonna.
Zoom in.
Whoa! What?
Whoa!
You did a
I
lot of
messed it
zooming.
up.
You did maybe too
Yeah.
much zooming.
Liam's gonna
He's gonna kill you
kill
for that
me
one.
for.
He will.
Yeah,
He already
for
doesn't like
doing
your
that.
hockey taste. Now he's not gonna like what you did to his.
Look, my hockey team got bounced. It's fine.
Yeah, not even your own hockey team likes your own hockey team.
Oh no! No, they're a vibes and friendship team. Anyway. What do Sentinels do after this, right? Because like even when they were able to find small plays, we talked about how sometimes they do have these really good set plays. It looked pretty unplayable after that 4th Drake.
I mean, I think at the end of the day, you just have to team fight at a certain level to be able to take down the top teams. You know, we've seen this number of times. Some of our lower ranked teams get good early game positions, but then they just get out team fought. But before we head to a break, here's a look at our newest episode of Missing Ping, featuring Lion's very own Berserker.
It's pretty hard. Here, I guess. Oh, I did it. What an easy challenge. I did it like 4th time in like topside, so I mean if we practice it's so easy.
Dude, this lobby is kind of comfy. It feels different.
If this is different, I like different. I'm staying right here.
Are you guys serious? We're about to get into game.
Emily, let us enjoy it!
You guys need to lock in. Maybe this'll help.
Oh no, not already!
Red Bull gives you wings.
Rich in the ground before Dove can even get there. In time to try to knock out as Impact gets bursted.
Don't feed. Get fed. Scan the QR code for deals only on Uber Eats.
Shooting one player.
Yeah. I wanna land some power too. No. Take this off.
Okay, look.
Look. I mean,
I'm
we are
blocking,
fine.
blocking.
Lumber flash.
He's on his.
Yeah,
He's gonna die.
We got it.
As soon as Lion won a single team fight, they just didn't stop. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the LCS. We are in the middle of our best of 3 between Lion and Sentinels. The early game, honestly, went pretty well for Sentinels. They had a lead at one point. They were able to find a lot of good macro movements across the map to make some plays, catch Lion off guard a little bit, Hambach in the enemy jungle all the time. But then once it came to the team fighting, once we got to the big 5v5s, when Saint's Rise was online, Sentinels just had no answer.
Saint completely cooked them. Melee champions into Rise, but a lot of engaged champions into Rise as well, and they could just never find the right angle. A momentum player who had all the momentum in that game, because I agree with you. Sentinels early game, I was buying stock at the very worst time. You're supposed to buy the dip. I was buying at the apex. Yeah. Bad investment. Bad investment.
Not the strategy. Well, let's see if they can manage to bounce back, because right now they're in a dip.
Now is when you buy the dip.
Now Sentinels are in a dip because the game ended 18-4. It ended with the enemy team having Baron and Dragon Soul, and they just realm warp in. They make the pick onto Impact, and then Sentinels had to do the walk of shame back to their own base as they get caught outside of their own walls and die one by one. It was just the most anticlimactic ending I think you could have imagined for that game. So let's see what changes here in game number 2. Lion has chosen blue side, Sentinels have chosen first pick, and the first ban here is one of the ones that you brought up in game number 1, being conspicuously absent. They will ban away the Skarner from Hambach.
They're going to be sad. Sentinels going to be sad. They didn't just pick Skarner in game 1. It's what they win with so much. Hambach Skarner's absolutely elite. Ashe Seraphine is still going to be open as well, so I wouldn't be shocked if we see an Ashe Seraphine angle from one of these teams. I was rather shocked that we didn't see it in game 1, but they had their own ideas.
We didn't get the Seraphine ban until all the way 10th ban of the entire draft. But talking about powerful bottom laners, Caitlyn is another one that we see fairly often. She's going to be banned out by Lion, while the 3 bans from Sentinels are the Nocturne, the Azir, and the Ezreal.
Yeah, Lion is learning from the book of what has Sentinels won with. And they're saying, okay, we're going to make them win with something else, because 3 wins with Skarner, 3 wins with Caitlyn. Sentinels only has 5 wins.
Okay, so these are responsible for over half.
Yeah, they're their 2 winningest champions. In fact, Rahel has 1 Ezreal win, 1 Kai'Sa win, 3 Caitlyn wins, and then lost on everything else. So currently, I like Lion's ban strategy.
Well, the numbers for Orianna there were pretty impressive. The champion has 100%, excuse me, pick ban presence so far in Spring Split, and the 6 times that she's actually managed to become a pick and not just banned away, she's got a 100% win rate so far. So very high value first pick here for Sentinels.
And I think Dark Wings is going to be in his comfort zone on this pick as a control mage player, but Inspired is on Pantheon. So it's not Nocturne, which he normally plays against control mages, but it's just allowing him to put on a lot of pressure to the side lanes in the mid game, which is always what he wants to do against enemy control mages.
And it feels so good. Like, this is one of the established things that you need to win against Orianna, is you need to be able to put pressure to kill her in side lanes, because she's not an adept side laner compared to a lot of other characters. It can be a very dangerous place for her to be. Isles locking in the Bard on this one too. I've mentioned this before because I feel like we see this combination a lot, but having Pantheon and Bard both because of the semi-global ultimates, you can actually do so much. Your options are all over the place.
You cover seemingly infinite space. The map shrinks when you have these two champions, so it makes it even more difficult to play side lanes. Now, there will be and should be a team fighting trade-off with those two picks, but with how superior Lion team fighting was last game, they won't be that concerned with that fact currently.
Well, the Corki and Nami combo that has been gaining much more traction here in recent days is once more going to be locked in. Sentinels will be handing that off to Rahel and Huhi. I think that we saw a lot in the bottom lane 2v2 laning phase last time of Isles just hitting hooks over and over and over again. It honestly felt like Lion were really the ones kind of dictating the pace of that 2v2. So it's something like a Corki and Nami. I want to see Sentinels be able to fight back.
I think, though, they should be able to win lane with this combination, because they can ban out some of the power pick supports after this. So they've already banned Ezreal of the Ezreal Karma. You can pair Karma with other stuff, but I just feel like Jhin Karma and stuff isn't as powerful. And they can also ban one half of the Ashe Seraphine, which I think they should do. That would still leave open like a Lulu Yunara, which most people lose with, but Berserker Isles have been really good with. But all things considered, this lane is meta. They've locked it in, and there's no lane for Lion currently locked.
Well,
the Bard's already locked as well. So.
Yeah, we got the Bard. The Jhin is going to be banned away. The Poppy banned out by Lion. I always like this when you lock a Kali already on your team and you spin one of the second bans, like getting rid of the Poppy. I feel like she's so effective. Also, Pantheon, of course, can't even use his point-and-click stun if he's in range of the Poppy. So already, that would be a lot of value for Steadfast Presence, so I respect banning that away. Lee Sin, the final ban for Lion. Interesting.
I mean, Hanbok Lee Sin, maybe they saw Jose's Lee Sin yesterday, thought maybe it's similar.
Yeah, just I don't want to deal with that.
I'm a little surprised by the way these pick and bans have gone. Ashe Seraphine being completely through, even Orianna making it through this early is surprising. Jarvan going to Hanbok in game 1 was surprising. So an update on this new patch. Like, the new patch, we're all thinking about who's going to be playing Static Shiv and how's the phase rush change going to impact things. And instead, things like Ashe Seraphine have just kind of fallen to the wayside.
Yeah, it's always interesting to see how expectations differ from reality when you do have those big shakeups to the way that the game works. But Lion, I still need to see an AD carry out of them. I still need to see what I'm assuming is a top laner out of them as well. So we're going to go Sivir next to the Bard.
Somewhat self-sufficient, can spell shield either a rocket or a phosphorus bomb or a Nami tidal wave that comes at him, so he'd be left in a few more 1v2 situations with the Bard. Probably just looking to scale up and pick something safe.
I respect it. As Sentinels, what's the jungle pick going to be here? You're up against Inspired Pantheon. You know how strong this champion is. You know how well Inspired can play the map. So what is the response? Still, of course, need to see the top laner too, but there's plenty of these kind of evergreen blinds still available, like the Renekton, so that's what they'll lock for impact.
And they will still be looking for Hanbok jungler, giving Dokla full counter pick to the Renekton. Vayne is still there for old time's sake for Dokla, if they really wanted to. But decent chance they'll just match it with something like Gnar or Ornn, since they have no real front line. Pretty interesting scaling. Orianna Mundo is a pretty lethal scaling combo. It's not very high pressure early though.
Yeah, the big thing that I'm a little bit curious here for Sentinels is the go buttons are not great. Mundo runs at you, Renekton can stun one target, or he kind of needs somebody else to be in there to have the shockwave unless you've preset the trap.
Yeah.
So I guess Nami wave, but again, there's just none of these that make me go, okay, that's it, that's the button.
The primary engage, I think, is actually going to be Mundo flashing in with an Orianna ball.
Okay.
That's the primary engage. Los Ratones did this a lot in their few wins back in LEC Versus, but that's it. That's what they have.
Okay, primary engage on a 5-minute cooldown means when those engages happen, they need to be very effective.
Better work.
Better work, because the other side, the pick here, Dokla, with that last pick of the draft, like you already mentioned, is going to opt for the Gnar into the Renekton. And again, whenever I see Gnar in the game, I always want to see the team play well around the Gnar bar, respect the timer. That's the entirety of his participation in the team fights. Set that up for success, because that's your big button.
Especially because outside of Mega Gnar, they have very little front line. Lions is going to be trying to play the whole map here. They need to play very wide and then create numbers advantages, because as low as the engage for Sentinels is with Orianna, Mundo, Renekton, Corki, Nami, their front to back, just like health and damage, is really high.
Yeah.
So if they manage to win lanes and they're first on objectives, Sentinels can still make things happen.
And that's exactly what you were talking about back at the start of the draft, right? With Bard and Pantheon, this is supposed to cost you team fight efficacy if you're going to have this map-wide range. So that's the name of the game. How well can Lion navigate their macro, play these side lanes, and position these high-threat champions correctly versus just the more ball of stats that Sentinels has?
Absolutely. And Sentinels, every series they've played has gone the distance.
Yep.
So even if last game ended bad, early game was close, and Sentinels has been able to punch back against every single opponent so far in the Spring Split.
All right. Let's see if this will continue that trend, or if Lion can become the first team to put them down with a clean 2-0. Looking across the board here, nobody's doing anything super interesting early on. You can see Ward placed down on the Lion blue buff, though, as well as the Lion Raptor camp. So Sentinels want to make sure that they can track Inspired's early movements effectively.
They absolutely do, and we can see Impact in top lane on the Renekton once again. We've talked a lot about where Impact's tanks are, but we need to point out kind of how crazy this is. Look at all the champions he's played. Look at the champions he hasn't played.
Yeah.
Ornn, Sion, Cassante. They still don't think it's time yet. They're still saving them for later. But I feel like they could have used a little bit of Ornn engage. I think they could have even blinded Ornn against this team, but they decide to just go with the Renekton.
Okay, well,
that's some trading.
Yeah, this is some aggressive level 1 trading down here in bottom side. Combat summoner spells being used by both sides. The flashes are still available for now. Lion trying to make sure they maintain control over this wave, control over this push. Sivir's so very good at it. No level 2 here just yet. There we go. Isles will be the first one to secure that one. Remember the dredge lines during the laning phase in game number 1? He really had those dialed in. He was weaving them around really well, making sure that he was hitting the shots where you kind of have to utilize the lollipop on the very end of it.
Yep.
But we'll see how well his cosmic bindings can keep up with that down here.
Isles has been doing a great job performing as the year progresses, earning more and more of Berserker's trust. And their laning, their actual 2v2 laning, even at first stand, was exceptional. So Berserker Isles really been playing well. Both bot lanes had burned the barrier and heal in the early trades just to get the wave in, and Isles buying a bunch of time here so Berserker can get back to base and probably pick up an early call. Yep, that's what he does, and he'll be back. And
I feel like this is such a glow up for Isles as well, because for a long time he was on teams that were kind of permanently in the bottom part of the standings, right? Yep. It's much harder to prove yourself and really pop off and show your worth in those types of situations versus being on a team that has pieces on it like Inspired and like Saint and like Berserker. So I feel like Isles has kind of really got the chance. It's like, okay, you are on like a top contender team, show us what you're made of. And he's actually showed us some pretty good stuff.
He really has. I know we're saying, okay, there's a fight for Crab. Gonna flame Dignitas real quick, but there's no need.
Tombok trying to trade with Inspired here. Has the Heartstopper turned on. Meanwhile, Impact versus Dokla up there in the top side. Impact charging up a lot of fury. Dokla getting away for now. One more auto attack is going to proc the Hyper, and Impact is the one forced to flash away. We know Hambach down to 300 HP as Inspired is at 200 himself. They managed to heal him back up a little bit further as Hambach continues to chase towards Isles. Hits him with the Bone Saw. Isles jumps away onto the blast cone, keeping himself alive. The attempted flash out from Hambach, but it's not good enough. The brush was warded, so Inspired's ready to follow immediately. Now Dokla needs the kill into Dark Wings. It's going to be a 1-for-1 trade as flashes get exchanged back over here underneath the tier 1 turret in the mid lane for Sentinels. Saint nearly kills Huhi, but the Nami survives.
That is a big win for Lion in this skirmish. Dokla trading kills at the very end, but most importantly, look at the biggest recipient of the gold. It's Inspired. He gets the kill, he gets an assist, he gets the double crab, and he's going to be off to the races on this Pantheon.
The Pantheon damage on the Q for the execute, having the ward in the brush to guarantee he gets the kill onto Hambach. Those are the types of small things that matter the most, that can really determine the outcome of these early game skirmishes. Now Dokla's ready to crash this wave into the turret up here topside. And remember, Impact flashed in that exchange, Dokla did not. So things can only get that much more dicey for Impact here in top.
Dokla can really start bullying. The one thing that really started this play, though, was Isles being here first. So that's what was able to secure Inspire the inside track on that crab. Yes, Huhi arrived later, but Hambach was already very low. Once he took the Bard Tunnel, he's gone too far. The brush is pre-warded. That's the execute. And I think Dokla rightfully trades the 1-for-1 here. He'd already moved down into River. If he can secure the kill, it doesn't matter if it cost him his life as well, as that's just going to end up helping him and Saint.
And now that Nami also not having a flash there is going to open up more potential opportunity for plays to be made down there in the bottom lane, because Huhi, it's such a squishy champion to play. If you're not in the right position on the Nami, it's so easy to be punished. Hambach makes his way down here though. Berserker, nice spell shield there onto the Aqua Prison. Isles just goes on a magical journey. They can just walk away from this one.
It's a Mundo gank. What you gonna do?
Yeah, it's like, okay, well, he walked at me. I'm gonna walk away.
Yeah, flashes, barriers, spell shields, heals, they're fine.
Impact committing dominance up here in the top lane, though. Recognizes that Dokla is not close to being able to transform, so wants to try to take advantage of that window. Does force Dokla back, crashes the wave into the turret, takes the first plate. Don't want to stick around too much longer, since dominance will draw that tower aggro if Dokla stands right next to you, so Impact's just going to walk that one off.
But still, that's good from Impact, knowing he's no flash, no TP, getting the wave in, getting a plate, trying to keep himself relevant in this game. Dokla's likely going to base, try and get those upgraded boots, and then return.
All right, let's see what Inspired's going to do here on this Pantheon. Needs just the slightest amount more experience to hit level 6 and unlock the Grand Starfall. Not going to find it here just yet. Heads back into his own jungle instead. Rahel and Huhi still kind of trapped underneath their own turret. They know that Inspired is somewhere in the neighborhood. Inspired waiting on his own red buff there now to respawn. That will be red plus level 6. I feel like this is a recipe for playmaking.
If Sentinels decide to push in a little bit too far or start this fight, Inspired would be flying in over the top. Impact is mid lane, though. He's hoping for an extended fight.
Okay, Inspired has his level 6. Hambach trying to pick up the crab. Magical Journey coming out from Isles. Rahel sidesteps the Cosmic Binding. Aqua Prison also not on the mark there to lock up Isles, so the Bard continues just walking away. Berserker blocking the rockets as they escape. Hambach secured that crab, but it wasn't enough to get him his level 6. There is a big difference between Mundo with ulti and Mundo without, so Hambach wants to make sure he catches back up to Inspired ASAP as Saint tries to keep the pressure onto Dark Wings, but the hero minion intercepts the Shuriken flip.
Sentinels minion for sure. CS even in that mid wave actually, but Inspired just going to try and bide his time, and Lion is all about playing this game as wide as possible, whereas Sentinels are the ones that want to bring it together. And we saw a microcosm of that just now as Impact ran through mid lane, was hoping that there'd be a team fight where they can have 5v5, but while that was happening, Dokla was pushing top lane and it forced everyone to spread out once again.
All right, Isles on the Bard, roaming once more as Saint jumps in after Dark Wings. Ooh, the flash binding from Isles is a big ol' whiff. Saint, not quite enough damage to kill Dark Wings there. You could see the idea is that hopefully you line the perfect execution up, so when you dash back out, it can also hit the Orianna, but Dark Wings positioned himself far enough to the right that that wasn't the case, so Saint not going to get his lethal opportunity there. Dark Wings survives and doesn't even use the flash.
I feel like Isles was trying to predict on that Q.
Yeah.
I feel like he was thinking that Dark Wings was going to flash the flashing Bard to get away, and then he didn't, so it didn't connect. I'd have to see that again to be sure, but that's what I think.
it feels like a likely scenario,
Yeah.
right? You are thinking the guy is definitely going to try to flash here. You know how dangerous it is, but unfortunately was not the way it ended up playing out. And this is also going to give Inspired the confidence to go ahead and start working on the grubs. No first dragon taken so far yet in this one. Remember that in game number 1, it was Inspired with total neutral control early on. First Drake into the grubs after. This time around, the grubs are the first priority, while Hambach is going to start up the Drake. They know that Inspired is up at the grubs. They've got Darkwings and Huhi both ready to help on this one. And Hambach's hoping to secure this before there's any response from Lion, and it looks like that'll be just the case.
Yeah, Inspired is just going back to base. He's happy with this trade. If they're trying to scale and play late game with Gnar and Sivir split pushing, the grubs will come in pretty handy for them. And they're just going to take this game slow, just like every early game that Lion takes.
Yep.
If the team is pushing the tempo, they're kind of seeming to do everything they can to slow it down.
And you mentioned earlier how all the money from that first fight, the big recipient was Inspired, just hit Sundered Sky before 9 minutes here in this second game. So he's going to have all the power he needs to continue trying to make moves as Isles once more going to evade the pressure here with a magical journey. Inspired, the gank over Hell here in the bottom lane. That will do it. Inspired gets paid. 3-1 game here for Lion as Impact again tries to keep the pressure onto Dokla, who has reverted back to mini-Gnar form. Hambach coming in from the jungle, but Dokla is already in full retreat.
Yeah, gonna try and save as many plates as he can. Will probably teleport back in, but Berserker's getting paid as well as Inspired after that gank pulled off. When 3 people showed mid and the Shockwave missed from Darkwing's Orianna, that let Inspired know that he can just turret die with impunity, and he pulled off the kill for free.
Isles trying to just continue covering up here in this top lane as Dokla will use his teleport, return back up to the top side, has the plated steel caps alongside the Phage. Over on the other side, Impact will take this opportunity for a recall of his own. No neutrals to fight for on either side of the map right now, since the grubs were taken by Lion and then Sentinels took the Dragon right after. But it does mean here in about 4 minutes, we're going to have a pretty interesting map state where I'll be interested to see what the teams place the value on with the Herald and the next Dragon spawning at very similar times.
Absolutely. It's probably going to depend a little bit on just how the lanes are going, which flashes are burned, because then Inspired can pick his targets to find whatever the best team fight would be. I think if you're Sentinels, you just want Drakes. You want as many Drakes as you can because you need a way to draw the other team into you since you don't have good engage, and rushing Soul as quickly as possible is what they're going to prefer.
All right, we'll keep an eye on that. When that next Drake spawns here in about 3 minutes, see how much priority Sentinels place on it. Looking across the board, we're still mostly messing with components here, so even though Lion does have a 1,000 gold advantage, it really is just mostly manifesting in Inspired with that Sundered Sky. Everybody else still feels a pretty decent sense of parity with their opponent, I would have to say. So doesn't look like we're going to get any more big, exciting moves. Even up in top lane, we just see every time Impact has Dominus ready, he just pops it, gets a little bit of wave control, forces Dokla back, and then there's not a whole lot more to tell about it.
Yeah, and it's doing fine. I mean, if the junglers aren't going to go up there, may as well use your ult as much as possible to keep the gold close. The bigger thing is whether or not Saint can get a little bit fed in this game.
And that might just about be ready to happen here as Hambach invades the enemy jungle yet again. So much of this in game number 1, remember, and looking to run it back a little here in game number 2. Forces Isles away, but the Magical Journey once more guarantees the Bard's safety. Huhi trying to follow Hambach in. Darkwing's also coming around. Lion are being forced back in their own jungle because at the same time, Rahel also has things pushed up in the bottom lane, so he can rotate over. Yeah. It's actually 4 Sentinels players ready to invade the enemy red buff, and Hambach's going to steal this one away.
I love it. Deny Inspired as much as you can. Darkwing's doing really well in this lane currently against the Akali. If Akali never gets kills, the Orianna ends up being fine. It's just in so many of these matchups, I'll see Akali get like 2 or 3 kills in a random dragon fight somewhere, and then the side lanes become unplayable. But current state, at least pre-Gunblade, it was really fine. Now it's going to get a little bit dicey with the Gunblade and the fact that role quest completed, so the Akali's going to side lane. But without random kills for the Akali and a bit of a snowball started, I think Darkwings is going to be generally okay.
Yeah, Darkwing's also completing his Rod of Ages just about the exact same time as that Gunblade was finished for Saint, so at least that's going to already start stacking right about on the same timer as the previous game. I think this Rod of Ages is a little bit slower than what we saw from Saint's Rise in game number 1, but 60 seconds left on the clock until we get that next Drake. There's not a whole lot of attention, a whole lot of vision paid towards the bottom side river just yet. Dokla versus Impact yet again. Just the classic slap each other around. Nobody's actually in any real danger. Okay, we disengage, but there are some potential outside actors ready to get involved. Both supports also in the top side river, battling over vision right now. And the fact that the supports are battling over vision, look at the difference in the vision in the two parts of the river. The bottom side river has 1 red ward in it. The top side river has so many more resources invested in and around that area.
This makes me think that Lion's not going to be playing for the Drake that's up in 22 seconds.
Yeah.
If they have 5 wards on the top side, they're probably conceding this and going for something top.
That would be my guess as well, because generally we're not going to waste 500 gold's worth of wards to control an area.
Crazy.
We're not going to. Yeah, there's so much vision up there from the Lions side. They are up 1,500 gold as a team, but Isles and Inspired are down here in the bottom side jungle. Hambach's going to go ahead and start up the Dragon with the infected Bonesaw.
They're still thinking about it. They got the people here. They're going to try and retake this vision, it seems like.
Inspired and Isles. Looking around, Rahel and Huhi want to get as much damage onto Berserker as they can. Rahel with the Valk away as Inspired wants to go in for the big engage, but now he's got to be careful. Hambach here in the front line with a Heartstopper. Isles continues running, but your magical journey is very short. That's 1 kill over to Sentinels. Hambach's going to take it. Lion getting a little bit over-eager to try to make that play. You saw Inspired go for the flash stun onto Rahel, but Rahel's reaction was good enough to reactively Valk away, and it made it so they couldn't full commit onto the Corki. Sentinels are going to win the fight. That's going to earn them their second Drake.
And we know in even-numbered fights, Sentinels has more health and damage, and if you engage for them, they're happy about that because the fight begins and they can just walk you down. So Hambach going to become a problem on this Mundo if he gets more fights like that, and if Lion's not able to attack the side lanes.
Saint trying to clear out the waves around the tier 1 turret here in bottom side. Nice shockwave there, pulls him right back out of his dash, so Dark Wings chunks him low. Hambach and Huhi still thinking about making their way forward to try to finish this off. Bonesaw connects. Saint trying to make enough distance to get away here, but no, it's Hambach making the play yet again as Impact has to try to escape here from the top side. Tempered Fate pauses the turret for quite a while. Dokla still on the chase now too. Impact trying to walk it away, but no, Dokla gets the last auto attack. Impact falls. Lion at least gets something back there on the top side.
Inspired ults in for emotional support. Now they're probably going to get the Rift Herald started up as well. But Teleport coming back quickly for Sentinels with Orianna joining the turret. So Lion trying to make some cross-map plays happen, but Sentinels making a lot of good happen with the Mundo and the Drake stack.
And this is kind of like what we were talking about in game number 1, where Sentinels, they're making moves across the map. They have plans that they're trying to purposefully execute. It's not just Lion determining everything, but really just so much of it is going to come down. Nice interrupt there on the recall, cancel for Berserker. It's just going to come down so much to what these team fights look like. Can Lion manage to out-team fight that ball of stats that you're talking about? Because the task is going to be tough. Once more, though, it's time to battle over vision. A lot of people in the topside river. Isles, magical journey back to the safety of the tier 1. Wards from both supports onto the Phaelite.
Yeah, and it's no surprise that Sentinels is playing Lion tight, even though it's 3-1 versus 1-3, because if we look at what Sentinels has actually played so far this year, they've gone to 3 games against everyone, and they've played good competition. The last 3 weeks, C9, FlyQuest, Team Liquid, now Lion. After this week, it will get easier for them in their quest to make playoffs, but very interesting as this Rift Herald has started up.
Hambach chunked down to 1/3 HP, but he is Dr. Mundo. Inspired, caught in the Aqua Prison, and both junglers are out of the picture, but a 2-man Shockwave arrives from Dark Wings. Saint trying to hide in the smoke still, dives towards the back line, but he can't kill Huhi yet again. Rahel gets one back as he now has to scrap with Berserker on the left side of the fight, though Dokla being forced away by Impact. Dark Wings staying alive for now as Berserker finally kills Rahel, but Impact can't catch up to Dokla. It's a bloodbath in the topside river.
Looks like a 2-for-2 with Berserker getting a kill over on the side by flashing in for it, but the Mundo continues to be a factor. Inspired's early lead is kind of evaporating, and the Akali for Saint isn't having the same influence that he had on Rise. So watching the way this one started one more time, it's Sentinels. This is how all their fights kind of have to look. They have to start the objective, and they have to fight when Lion enters. So Hambach not having level 11 was big there. Shockwave landed onto 2 up on the top side. And then Saint just can't get the execute onto Huhi. Gets finished off. But then Berserker able to flash on the side over here as Dark Wings and Impact try and chase down Dokla.
And honestly, Huhi and Dokla are both kind of lucky to get away and live there because they were both at a couple hundred HP. That mid lane tier 1 turret also not looking super hot for Sentinels right now. 18 minutes into the game, we still have no turrets taken from either side.
That's crazy.
Yeah, I feel like that's got to be an anomaly. That doesn't sound right.
I mean, it sounds like it's going Sentinel's way. They want this game to go late. They want the Orianna and the Mundo to scale up. Lion will have Berserker insurance. You always have some level of Berserker insurance when he's on a hyper carry. He can always carry a game if he gets 5 or 6 items, but because it just shortens the lanes, so the ganks aren't as threatening.
Still only that 1,000 gold lead, not even that much. Completions, because we are a bit further into the game now. You can see Berserker with the Infinity Edge completed, as Rahel also nearly has his Muramana fully evolved.
He does, so he's going to be trying to keep up with Berserker as well as possible. Second item completed for Darkwings with the Proto Belt as well. And I do want to call out, I know we talked a lot about Jose Deodo and his quest for MVP. I think Inspired is actually there as well. So last weekend, he didn't die. He had 11 kills. He was soloing the solo laners in Game 1. He didn't die in Game 1 of this series. He's died once in the last 4 games. He's still the defending champion. He's still a shot caller. He still finds the right setup in almost all situations. He's pretty good.
He's pretty good.
Again, it looks like they're in a tough situation. We'll see if Lion teamfighting can prevail once again.
All right, 10 seconds until the Earth Drake spawns. If Sentinels secure this, it's Soul Point. It's exactly what they want. Like you were talking about earlier, something that Lion will be forced to answer for the rest of the game on a 5-minute timer. Sentinels control the river for now. Hambach trying to land as many bone saws as he can.
Look at Saint. Look at this flank.
Ooh, he is deep behind enemy
Yes,
lines.
he is.
If he can manage to get the angle there, that is a prime angle to make something happen. Meanwhile, though, Dokla off on the left side has to be careful as Rahel valks forward with Huhi right behind him, puts a little chunk of damage into the Gnar while he is in that vulnerable mini form. Isles and Saint both going to approach from the side. They want to go after Darkwings as Inspired flies in, but again, the counter engage is there. Hambach trying to deal with Inspired as Saint wants to complete the execution onto Darkwings. Dokla coming up right behind him. Inspired is already down, but Lion have found themselves a double kill for Saint. With Rahel out of the picture, can they find more? Dokla still trying to get away, but Hambach's on the chase. Flash forward for the execute with the auto attack as Isles has to try to escape from impact, but no! The hungry crocodile is ready for his lunch, and Berserker and Saint are the only 2 left standing on the Lion side. It's a 3-for-2 trade, and Sentinels retain control of the Dragon Pit. Impact wants even more. He lands the Ruthless Predator onto Saint, but he misses the kill by 100 damage.
But it looks like the Mundo is going to be able to secure Sentinel's Soul Point for Mountain Soul as soon as he finishes off the last 2,000 health on this Drake. Really crazy fight and flank by Lion. They completely sold out to kill Darkwings here. Pantheon all flies in. Saint goes on his magical journey around everyone. Doesn't even reach, so the Bardald has to get him there, and then he kills Darkwings. I kind of blame Rahel a little bit for being right next to Darkwings after all of that, because they sent everything on Darkwings and still managed to kill Saint. So I think the fight could have gotten even better for Sentinels if their carries had spread out a little bit more, because they ended up, if you're trying to run through like Mundo, Orianna, Mundo, it's tough.
Nice.
Agreed. Yep, that was pretty nice.
Yeah, pretty nice.
That was pretty nice. Our game is still almost even in terms of gold, but now Sentinels are the ones who do have the slightest of leads. And remember back to game number 1, it was Sentinels that were marginally ahead for a good long while, but then once Lion took the lead, they just kept it for the rest of the game, right? So now that Sentinels have a slight lead, they have Soul Point, I really feel like this next Dragon needs to be Soul. Like, they can't afford a blunder around it and have to wait 5 more minutes to hit that power spike. Impact and Hambach thinking about just trying to force down the tier 1 turret, but Lion's ready to respond with droves here as Huhi sends out the tidal wave and hits 3 with it. Hambach's got to be careful as the burst comes in. Berserker's about to kill him. Saint is down, but traded away for Hambach. A 1-for-1 trade as all 5 players from both teams flock to the tier 1.
Berserker getting pretty strong, pretty crazy fight over the third turret of the game. So that's all tier 1s down for Lion now. Hambach, surprisingly squishy against Berserker Sivir, who's really packing a punch so far.
Yeah, that Infinity Edge being done just makes this guy hurt so much. When you look at Hambach, yeah, he's got a lot of health,
Yeah.
But the only armor is plated steel caps and deadmans. Everything else is heart steel, and then the components you could see, they're grayed out right now, but it's a kindle gem and a ruby crystal. So he's a big, giant sponge, and sponges are soft. And Berserker is doing a good job punching through that sponge of HP that is Hambach. But again, I think like the past mini team fights, we've kind of seen both junglers be the focus at the very start, because Inspired has to fly into it to focus an enemy carry. Hambach then is the one on Inspired bodyguard duty to throw him out of the club. Inspired has been thrown out of the club twice.
He has.
The past couple of fights, the Pantheon has not been able to accomplish his goal, and I feel like that then means Hambach did accomplish his, since he's the one keeping his carries safe. There is only one individual gold lead on Lion right now. It is Berserker, though. He is almost 2,000 gold ahead of the enemy AD carry. If you're Lion, that's the win con.
He's absolutely the win con. It's not Saint. Saint had an amazing game 1 on Rise. Hasn't really been able to get much done on the Akali. Now, that being said, Akali into Mundo, Renekton, and Orianna, if you don't have the ability to attack the Orianna in side lanes, is kind of a tough game to play.
Yeah.
But Sentinels have done a good job just picking the right fights, because we know they have such limited engage, and they have just pushed their waves, been in position first to these objectives, and they've kind of forced Lion to come contest them, and it hasn't worked out for Lion, with Soul Point being here already for Sentinels.
Yeah, less than 2 minutes until that spawns. Like I already said before our Tier 1 bloodbath up here, I think that this is going to be so important for Sentinels to secure it here and not 5 minutes from now, not losing out on this one. They've already executed twice on being able to win these team fights, earn themselves the Drakes. They're going to have to make it that third time for the charm, though, as Hambach and Impact, the big, beefy front line here for Sentinels. Impact with that Spear of Shojin, so this isn't like the Asterix Gauge type of itemization that allows you more survivability in team fights, but if Impact does have target access, it guarantees a lot of extra damage.
It does mean that they're thinking about going for Dokla, who's all alone.
Yeah, Dokla is pretty far pushed up, tries to hop away. Yeah, Dokla's underneath the enemy turret. Impact has to pop the Dominus to make sure that he doesn't die 1-for-1 there, but they get their kill onto Dokla.
Not a huge loss in the overall map. It sent 4 people up there. It looks like Saint's going to be able to kill the bot turret. Mid turret's on 1 plate, so maybe that's pretty close as well. I think that's just nice little entertainment before the eventual soul fight.
Just a little, it's a filler episode.
Yeah.
The soul fight's the next major plot point.
Although, the timer's 30 seconds until Drake, 25 seconds until Dokla, and it looks like his TP's still on cooldown, so it's actually kind of bad.
Yeah, the teleport is not going to be available.
No.
He's going to spawn very slightly before it, but it takes longer than 5 seconds to run from the fountain to the dragon.
Just please, this dragon is all it matters, okay, guys? All it matters. And then all about fights. We need...
Well, I feel vindicated now that Huhi agrees with me and my point about this dragon, it's so important. That seems to be the notion here for Sentinels as they establish some of their vision control towards the entrance of the enemy red side jungle.
Dokla is going to make it back. They just don't have good vision at the start, so the dragon is the tool to get them into the fight. They have to watch out for the college EP.
Yeah, and there's that flank like we're talking about. Saint once again looking for the pincer attack, but they found him. He's been spotted out. Hambach trying to move in from the right side. Lines are all over the place in this one. Lion trying to regroup, reestablish those battle lines in a safer way. Saint's flank is spoiled. That's pretty big here for Sentinels.
Hambach's got to retake the space. Isles gets engaged on by Renekton. Here's the fight.
Yep, there's your Ruthless Predator trying to lock him up. Berserker gets away for now, firing back into Impact as Inspired, looking for the chance to jump on in. Now it's Sentinels who have to reorganize their battle lines. Darkwings knocked down to half HP. On the Hunt was used from the Sivir. Grand Starfall used from the Pantheon. All ultis still available on the Sentinel side.
It is just an eye contact fight right now, and Sentinels has reestablished themselves, but a TP from Impact is very risky.
Yeah, he TPs in, but he immediately flashes out of the Mega Gnar, so now Dokla doesn't have that ultimate to use in the upcoming team fight. Saint is still looking for this potential flank, as Inspired at 40% HP stays right next to Berserker. Hambach continues trying to zone them away with the infected bone saws, as Dokla reverts back into the midi form now. Saint forced to pop the smoke. Sentinel still staying on top of the Drake, but no DPS being put into it. They're solely focused on the fight. You heard Huhi talking about it in the comms. Inspired's now your target. He throws up the shield to stay alive for now, but it's another nice tidal wave coming out from Huhi. Rahel is down. Saint found the execution, but Saint dies in trade. Dokla and Berserker still looking to get a little bit more damage in as Sentinel's health bars crumble. Lion find their angle.
Jungle, Dark Wings goes golden, but he's only a trophy for Dokla. The shutdown on the Orianna. Sentinels, this long dance outside of the Dragon Soul doesn't go their way. Now Hambach and Impact try to run away into the enemy jungle. They're not going to go very far, though. It's a shutdown for Dokla. It's an ace for Lion.
Lion team fighting is just different. Isles with the perfect flash stun onto Rahel, gets them to kill the Corki before Rahel can really do damage, and most importantly, Berserker just gets to hit.
I have to fight now.
Yeah, we should fight, guys. Just
we
fun.
are fighting.
I'm looking Corki. Yeah, I can one-shot him.
Mundo has no passive.
Look him. Fine, guys.
No W Renekton, Mundo no flash. Looks fine.
Look, front, go front. No flash. Come. Orianna, head splash, guys. I'm looking Orianna, yeah. I got him. Don't hit.
Renekton no E yet.
Just fight.
Yeah,
Portal in 3. I'm walking.
Calm down. No flash on Mundo.
My ulti 3 seconds. Yeah.
I think Renekton flashed into.
I will just tank, okay? Go.
No flash on Mundo.
Look, Lantern.
No flash on
Mundo. Nice. Let's get Drake.
Really love the comms there, both from Inspired and from Isles. Inspired dead, telling them not to do Drake, continue the fight, and then Isles with the confidence at the very end to pick up those last 2 kills.
And I love the fact that you call out it's Isles Cosmic Binding under Rahel's Corki.
Oh my gosh.
Holy
That was just that was the last fight.
Yeah, 13K in one fight. So you remember what I was talking about with sponges?
Spongy Mundo.
Yeah. That Mundo is
wait a minute.
Sponged. The damage from Berserker is just absolutely next level now. He has his Mortal Reminder fully completed. Total damage this game, he is 7,000 ahead of the next closest competitor, which is actually his own top laner. It's not even Saint.
Yeah. I mean, it's almost all of it was from that fight. So is Sivir 11-4. He does win a lot of games, but it's every hyper carry I feel like Berserker just has some insane stats on.
I mean, we remember when he first joined the league back in the day on Cloud9, it was the very scary Zeri hyper carry meta where it's just a pentakill every single game, and that just became synonymous with him in my mind. But Lion have now taken a huge control over the momentum in this game. 4,000 gold ahead. You've stopped the soul for Sentinels. This is now where we put Sentinels' tenacity to the test, because things are rough. They have got to try to stabilize themselves after that. That was the biggest swing in the game thus far that has resulted in the biggest difference in power thus far.
It really has, and just like that, a 4,000 gold lead for Lion. Like, what is this, man?
Just materialized.
Okay, don't count Sentinels out, Flowers. Every single series they've played this year, they've gone to split. They've gone to 3 games. It doesn't look great. It doesn't look great right now, but trust the process.
Yeah, what we were talking about earlier, their previous games that looked like they were guaranteed losses. That one against Cloud9 that was a 7,000 gold deficit or something at the time. 7's more than 4. If you can win that one, you can win this one.
4,000 gold, 31 minutes. That's like nothing.
Yeah,
that's nothing. That's
like
like
not even exist. Don't worry about that.
It's all on Sivir.
Yeah,
which I think is worse than it just being 3,000 general gold.
But that means if you kill Sivir, it's all gone.
And it's all gone.
It's all gone. All you got to do is kill the Fed Sivir that hasn't died once yet this game.
That has Spell Shield, Barrier, and Flash.
And Knight's Vow from Bard.
But if you catch him off guard with the Mundo flashing an Orianna ball, you've got a chance.
Okay. That's the name of the game then.
Yeah.
Isles trying to clear out some of the vision here in the Baron Pit. Still 2 minutes until that next dragon spawns, so attention will be more around this top side river for now. Big item purchases being completed though. You've got the Randuin's Omen next to the Sterix Gauge there for Dokla, so very durable now on the Gnar. Guardian Angel completed for Inspired. Arm Guard Unbroken ready for Saint. I already mentioned the Knight's Vow on Isles, so a lot of clutch items available now on the side of Lion. As Berserker, I mean, he takes a chunk of damage, but he's not in any true
They got his R.
danger.
That's something. Got to chip away at him, land some jabs, so no crazy move speed.
But he is level 17 now, so ultimate cooldowns, they aren't particularly long. And we still have 70 seconds until the Soul Dragon will spawn. So for Lion, you just pump the brakes a little bit, wait for that to come back. and it shouldn't be that big of an issue. Or maybe you just do the opposite, catch them off guard, go for the Baron yourself.
A little surprising here that they're starting up the Baron, because I feel like Hambach would be able to walk in. It's on a Mega Gnar timing, so they're trying to get something out of it.
Okay, Dokla ready to transform at any moment. Berserker does a lot of damage to this objective. Impact tries to get away, escapes the Tempered Fate, so that's one ulti down on the Lion side. 5,000 HP remaining on the Baron as Sentinels are ready to step up. Hambach's still only level 15, so he doesn't have the major power spike from the 3rd level ultimate upgrade. Dokla reverts back to Mini-Gnar form, so with the Bard ult missing, Dokla reverted back to Mini-Gnar. It feels like the Lion plan has kind of just been foiled here, but still sticking around as their recalls are interrupted.
That was crazy by Hambach right there. It's 18 seconds until Soul, so Sentinels is going to very easily have position on the spawn of this Drake, but they're now the ones running into clear more vision away from Baron. This Drake is all that matters, like Huhi said for the last one.
Yeah, Isles face checks the brush here. Impact is waiting on him, but it's only Impact, so it's not like there's any real threat onto Isles. He will be forced back, however, and that's exactly what you're saying. Sentinels now has total control of the bot side river. They're just going to start the objective.
But they're not dumping all their damage onto it yet. They're hoping to do damage to Lion when Lion flies in.
Yep, Dokla still in mini form, but Inspired drops in with a Grand Starfall, finds its way into the back line, goes after Huhi, but he can't quite kill him. Isles also getting away on a magical journey over the wall. Inspired still low, but he's still fighting. Dark Wings dies first. Saint trying to assassinate Huhi yet again, stays alive in the stasis, and it buys him all the time he needs. A double kill for Berserker, as Impact can't even kill Isles. Hambach's the only one still standing. And that is a disaster fight for Sentinels. It's a 4-0 for Lion.
Lion might be trying to end the game off of this one. They double TP into the top lane to at least maximize the gold that they're going to be getting. They haven't actually killed the Drake yet, so with this investment, they might be looking to end here.
Yeah, this is the full send call from Lion. 5-man push, barreling down the top lane. Only Hambach on the Mundo still standing to maybe be able to stop them. 5 seconds left on Huhi respawning on the Nami. 10 seconds on Dark Wings, 15 on Rahel. Lion make their way onto the first Nexus turret. They burn it down. Huhi and Hambach trying to buy enough time for everybody else to come back. Tempered Fate onto Dark Wings back in the fountain as Huhi dies to Saint. Lion, they've made their way onto the Nexus now. They've got it down to 1/3 HP, but the Shockwave kills them! The clutch hold from Sentinels at the very edge.
They didn't hear no bellflowers. That's a huge shockwave from Dark Wings. He just one-shots the carries, and Soul is still up.
The Soul is up. Everybody in a Lion jersey is dead. The Baron is up. You can get both super buffs back to back.
That is an incredible hold by Sentinels. Just when you thought Lion was going to secure the clean sweep, they stay in the game. So objective bounties aren't up, but they get all the champion bounties, and they have so much time. They're easily going to be able to just collect. Then they'll be able to reset again, but probably they need to stick in their base because their Nexus is completely exposed.
The Nexus is exposed at 25% HP, so if you just have like Pantheon ult in, drop a ward, and then teleport Dokla and Saint on top of him, they can just burst your Nexus down. It is kind of dangerous stuff. But this is what we're talking about. He didn't hear no bell. The gold difference of 6,000 or whatever it was, it doesn't matter.
Oh my God. So, I mean, it was 9,000. I need to find the moment they landed that shockwave in this game. All but over, it felt like.
That is absolutely crazy. But
what?
They still have to protect Nexus.
Yeah, 7,500 gold, they were down. Now they're only down 3,000 gold, but they have the Soul, which is thousands of golds of stats. Rahel got a bunch of gold off of that one. They're nearly going to have death cap on their Orianna. They've hit the level 16 spike on Mundo. All those power spikes that they weren't quite on this entire time, they just slingshot back to hitting them with that hold.
What an absolutely crazy sequence. That was so close. And now Sentinels feel like they've been given a second chance. The Nexus still rapidly regenerating its HP. It's climbed back up to about 2/3 now, so at least they can't kill it in 2 auto attacks.
Yeah.
But you're still pretty afraid of it being in trouble until you get the inhibitor back.
Yeah.
Right?
Just chill.
Let's protect it a little bit.
Big adrenaline spike. Everyone just hold on. They have death cap on the Orianna now. They're level 17 on Mundo. They'll be hitting level 20 on the 2 Soul laners.
Yep.
Berserker's still going to be a problem. He's a very big problem. But with Mountain Soul, it's a little harder to cut through people. They all have the overshield and the extra armor and MR.
Rahel also with his Infinity Edge on the Corki has the last Whisper too to punch through this front line of Dokla and Inspired. That's trying to knock that Corki out ASAP. Lion setting up positions here in enemy jungle. Inspired just stealing away some Kruggies. Both top laners about to hit level 20.
Unless something crazy happens, we're really on long cooldown here because the team with Baron can't leave their base. And because they took Drake and Baron at the same time, those objective timers are super long.
Yeah, there's nothing on the map.
So let's look at some stats.
Okay, what do you got?
Berserker, 40,000 damage so far in this game. Hambach, surprisingly, 32,000 damage. Let's check the gold. Why not?
Okay, sure. Let's see what we got here. Total gold, 20,000. Rahel only 1,000 behind now.
Yeah.
On the Corki.
That's the huge amount of bounties that he collected on that. He was honestly kind of useless in most of these fights. Because if I look back to the amount of damage that he was actually doing, yeah, 18,000. He's the least damage on his team other than the support.
Yeah, he's certainly not at the spot he would like to be in.
If he gets to enter the game, that's going to be big for Sentinels.
10 seconds left on the Baron, though. Only plus 200, 300 gold on the Red Bull power play like you were talking about. It's just kind of the nature of the game when you get Baron, but you have to be stuck in your own base.
Yeah.
I feel like we went from a game that felt like a lion stomp to just being on a knife's edge.
Dude, it's 36 kills in 39 minutes. It became just a turbo banger off of that one hold.
Yeah. Credit to Dark Wings for the shockwave that saved the game, but the job's not done yet. If Sentinels wants to keep this going to a Game 3, they're still going to have to find their way through some Lion defenses that still have Tier 2 turrets in 2 of the 3 lanes. Sentinels at least having enough confidence to move back out through their own jungle now, as their Nexus turrets have at least respawned, so it's not like the Nexus itself is completely vulnerable. You can see 5 seconds left on that top lane inhibitor that I was talking about. You really want that to be restored so that you don't have to have the extra minion pressure. All right.
Inhibitor's back.
Sentinel's base, it's
a little
healed.
bit of safety. Maybe they kill Isles here as they're moving in. So production wasn't running the replay because they were afraid, like, running the replay into some Nexus backdoor.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I told them now is probably safe to run the replay, so if the game ends during the replay, you can blame me.
Okay.
I apologize. I really want to see it again.
But it's still 2 minutes until the next fight.
Exactly. So I don't think,
unless
unless someone makes a big mistake, we're safe to see the replay.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, I agree with Jat. Let's see it.
Yeah. Oh my God. So, Hambach, the Bard ult stops the Orianna. Hambach is just mauling Inspired, but it's really, to me, it was all about the shockwave. Let's see what Rahel does down on the bot side. He kills Dokla, kills Inspired, and then Dark Wings. God, catch Saint and Berserker in the shockwave. That's it. If he only catches one, they have so much AD.
Here.
Nice.
Wait, I think...
Man, I think it's not over.
Yeah,
Inspired.
we're still alive.
Something.
All right, now it's time to start having things get tense again, because like you pointed out earlier, the buffs taken at the same time means they respawn at the same time.
Yes.
So Baron and Elder are both going to spawn just about 60 seconds from now, and these types of situations can become so nerve-wracking as the teams dance back and forth and try to decide where are we actually going to pressure, where are we going to try to juke them out and make them think that we're focusing on. It's this is where that macro level shot calling just decides the game.
It really does. I'd say one small call out that we haven't given much credit to is Dokla's Gnar in these fights. He seems to always be hitting Mega. He's a big part of the dive that's been killing Rahel and pushing him out of fights. So that's been very effective. But Berserker, Guardian Angel completed, Hex Drinker on the side of Rahel. Both AD carries approaching max items. Berserker's there, Rahel almost, and Sentinels set up on the Elder side currently.
Double Guardian Angels for the Lions side. You've got Stasis for the Akali. You've got the Sterix on the Gnar. So many defensive tools on the other side. Also, the Sterix for Impact, the Stasis for Dark Wings. But the critical difference here is no Guardian Angel on Rahel. If he gets stunned at the start of a fight again, if he dies instantly, that's just the whole game right there. But it looks like Sentinels have decided the buff that they care more about between the two is the Elder. Typically, if you get this one first, you're just so much stronger in combat. You can force your opponents away from the Baron. Isles going on a magical journey, trying to get all the way away. Tempered Fate defensively gets enough space for now, will escape, but that's one of their big potential pick/engage tools no longer available.
Totally worth it. They don't burn much for that. They get the heal, the Bard ult, and they really push him out of the fight. Lion playing the long game, though. Dokla just looks like he took red buff right now. So they're really trying to spread out.
Saint being marked by impact on the right side of the fight.
He popped Mega on that red buff.
Okay, Dokla goes for his recall. Dokla bars Guardian Angel. There are 3 Guardian Angels on Lion. This team is ready for one fight to decide the entirety of the game. The Elder begun by Sentinels, but DPS is going pretty slowly. Inspired ults in here with the Grand Starfall. Huhi has to try to flash away, but the Nami dies immediately at the start of the fight. Saint finds his angle over the wall, and the carries from Sentinels are cut to ribbons. Berserker gets the kill on Darkwings, and yet again, Sentinels kill everybody except for Dr. Mundo. Lion are taking these guys down 2-0 style. It was dicey there at that first Nexus push, but there's no way for Sentinels to stay standing on this one. The timers are simply too long. The Lion team fighting is simply too good. They call their shot, and it's a home run. Lion sweep Sentinels 2-0.
What a gorgeous team fight to end the game. That was against Mountain Soul, late game Corki, Oriana, Mundo, and they just came in from every possible angle. They had 3 GAs, they only used one of them. So they completely wiped them there at the very end. Was an amazing last round, second to last round of fighting. As Sentinels stayed alive, but then they walked in for that last round and got completely KO'd.
It went from a game that, like I said, just felt very one-sided, very favored for Lion, and then now it's crazy for the last 5 minutes. Sentinels, but again though, I feel like this is just what we see from Sentinels so often. Their early games, they can build leads. They get themselves to the point where they're at soul point and they're demanding the answer from their opponents, but then they don't clutch the soul fight. It's Lion that ends up coming out on top, and now, with the series wrapped up, we're joining Emily and Isles for an interview.
Hello, I am here with Victoria's support, Isles. Let's just go over. So, what is going through your mind when Darkwings actually does hit that shockwave as you guys are trying to get down the Nexus?
There is a big, brief moment of silence. Thinking you have 50 seconds to think about what we're gonna do. I think I said not so cheerfully. They're gonna get Elder and, Soul and Baron now, but you know, when you have so much time and they're not ending, I mean, all you can think about is your next steps. So yeah.
Yeah, what went through in terms of comms for regrouping? Because obviously you guys did end up taking the game, and it was through a team fight at Baron. Your team fighting definitely seemed superior in this series.
I mean, I do think that even though we lost Baron and Soul, the game was not really over. At this point in the game, it seemed like Renekton was largely outscaled. Na was pressuring on the side constantly, and it didn't really seem like Sivir could be moved off the mid-wave particularly easily. So I think, I mean, there definitely were some complications. I think the way we played around Nash wasn't great. I was definitely too hasty in what we were looking for, but I mean, the way that we engaged later on in the game is not really that clear just altogether when you play against champs like Corki Nami, but I think we did a fairly good job of playing to our win cons, and that's what got us over the line.
Going into this match, you had said on pros, you kind of expressed shock that Sentinels were 1-3 going into this. They've had a recently tough strength of schedule, but just talk to me about your perception of Sentinels as a team going into this matchup.
I mean, I've said this many times before, but I think that Sentinels' greatest strength is their teamwork. Not necessarily their team fighting individually, not necessarily the laning individually, but their teamwork. They're a very coordinated team, and it seems like their jungle and support are almost always on the same page about what they want to do in the game, and their laners play around that very, very well accordingly. Obviously, I think today in game one, I think they had a bit of a tough draft to make use of, and I think their support was maybe underutilized. In that sense, it was really hard for them to make progress, which is probably why the game seemed so easy. But I still think Sentinels is a good team. I think they didn't show their best today, neither did we, maybe in the second game. And draft is really important, I think, right now in this stage of the meta, so definitely can contribute, but glad to get the win regardless.
And then kind of looking ahead, you got comparatively little to prepare on this current patch. So have you seen anything that surprised you or anything fun and interesting you kind of want to pull out for the future?
I mean, some teams have been very experimental in scrims, but a lot of the stuff, especially for support, honestly, has stayed the same. So for me, it's not as exciting, I think, as other people, but I mean, we'll just have to see.
No crazy Braum with Hail Blades static shiv, no?
No, I haven't pulled that one out yet, but maybe after the win, you'll see me in solo queue picking some unhinged things.
Nice. We'll look forward to it. Thank you so much, Isles. We'll toss it back to the lounge to close that out.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Hello? Whoa. Mama Gorgon 85 lives here?
Yep, that's my mom.
The absolute legend who went from gaming on her phone to ruthless online streaming slayer with no mercy for any living thing is your mom?
Hey guys. Apples with peanut butter?
How is this possible?
With AT&T Wireless and Home Internet.
Hey, text me if you need anything.
Level up your connection with AT&T Wireless and Home Internet, now available across the nation.
No, she's so nice in real life.
Not much longer now, and I will also take to the skies.
Me too.
You? No, you will always be a worm.
Just wait and see.
Red Bull gives you wings.
They don't know where I am. Yeah. Let's go.
Look Corki if you can.
No, no, no.
I'm looking Corki. I'm looking Corki. Look Corki. Look Corki.
Yeah, they're gonna die.
Looks good, looks good.
I'm fine.
Nice.
The Lion team fighting is simply too good. They call their shot, and it's a home run. Lion sweep Sentinels 2-0.
What's up, everyone? It's been some time, Fudge, since we had a conversation. Just wanted to catch up on how it's felt for you this split, because you guys, I think, are right now 1-3. Walk me through just like how it's felt for your side.
I think my performance individually has been pretty disappointing, I would say. Like, for myself, I haven't been playing lane very well generally. I think the first week against Dignitas was okay, but the past couple weeks have been pretty poor. Obviously, I do think the top lane competition is pretty good this split, where a lot of top laners are, I think, competing against each other and at a high level. So it's been, you know, just disappointing. I think on stage, especially, I think my performance has been quite like shaky, random deaths, stuff like that. And yeah, I've just been trying to like refocus and keep focused on my lane phase so that I can, you know, have a stable game and actually play like with my teammates well. Because obviously if you get behind as a top lane, it's unplayable. So the split hasn't been feeling very good for me so far, but I do believe that I can, you know, bring it back. I have bring it back before from being, you know, being not the best player during the start of the split and then, you know, eventually becoming better. So I do believe in myself, but it's it takes a lot of work and it's been stressful, but yeah.
A lot of conversations have been kind of the strength of schedule because like week 1 was versus Dignitas, if I'm correct, but it also was like Lion, C9, Team Liquid. Yeah. So you guys just had like tough matchups back to back to back. Internally, do you guys look at that and think that like basically are you framing your viewpoint in terms of like you guys' improvement based on that?
I wouldn't say that we're too focused on that, mainly because I feel like all the teams are kind of good right now. Like even, you know, you've seen like EWC finals with FlyQuest Sentinels, you know, like, I mean, these teams are also really good and capable of beating the other teams that we played against. Although like, you know, C9, Team Liquid and Lion are considered like in our heads, the better teams, but in reality, it's not too big of a skill difference. So we don't really think that it's because of the strength of schedule or whatever that we lost our games or that the games haven't been going so well. I think we've just been focused on really ourselves and how to like make scrims stable and worth the practice so that we can go on stage and be used to the scenarios happening.
What do you visualize being Shopify Rebellion's like game plan when you guys are in the game? What do you guys see as your strength as a team?
Mm-hmm. I would say that it's mainly our playmaking. I think Contracts and Zinni are really, really good at making like the fast plays, the fast decisions, and I think that's their strength. I would say for top and bot, we're both pretty stable generally. We don't really make any crazy decisions that are like, you know, big plays or like big ints generally. Obviously, it can happen sometimes. But I would say our mid jungler is very good at making plays. I think putting them on champions that have that urgency or agency rather to make decisions that are, you know, have strong champions that can really drive the game, I think is how our team plays and plays well.
And thoughts on your opponents against FlyQuest?
I think FlyQuest is really good, so I don't expect the games to be any easier than the previous weeks, to be honest. I think Gakkos is... I thought it was funny because obviously with all like the Dokla stuff happening with like possibly a new Korean top laner coming in for DSG after Surdy plays a couple weeks, it's going to be like me and Gakkos are the two only non-Koreans, I think, is what it's expected to be. And both of our names are Ibrahim. So I was like, so two Ibrahims versus all the Koreans, you know? So it'll be fun playing against him. I think he's really good. So it's going to be a hard match, but I don't expect it to be like super difficult. I do think like the previous weeks, like playing against Morgan and stuff is a little bit harder. So.
All right. Thank you. And good luck for today.
Thank you.
Welcome back to the LCS here. Zale joined by Kobe for our last series of the weekend, Shopify versus FlyQuest.
Yes, sir. And the player of the game for the last game, surprise, surprise, it was Berserker, the Sivir that did 10 billion damage.
He did do 10 billion damage.
What we got for the votes down here?
I voted for Dokla.
Big Dokes. Honestly, honorable.
I thought Dokla had a very good game. You know,
yeah.
And with the rumors going around,
I know, it made me so
his last
sad.
Game,
looking at the player cam after every play, like whenever he died, I was like, no.
The fans are with me. Make it 2.
Big Dokes.
Justice.
But unfortunately, yeah, too bad. Berserker won. He did 10 billion damage. He can't really compete with those stats.
80 carry players, man.
You
know.
He's just cleaning up behind me, you know?
Dokka's doing all the hard work. He's landing the stuns.
I know. Okay.
He's up there grinding. We got some FlyQuest family members here today with us.
Fly moms. Hello.
The FlyQuest moms. The players also, I know, are wearing jerseys that have their mom's names on them here today, which is pretty cool.
Very cute. Very cute.
A little bit of an early Mother's Day celebration from FlyQuest.
They actually did a whole like activation at their office with their moms as well.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
Very cool. So we'll see if they can get the dub, if they can use the mom buff.
They got my vote, you know. Family first here. Really, really some wholesome values from FlyQuest. Meanwhile, Shopify, I'm sure they have wholesome values too.
Yeah, I'm like, what are we implying here? You know? Meanwhile, Shopify, Word on the street. Hate their moms. Weird.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Let's keep it on the rift here. Good, clean game of League of
I
Legends.
was trying to, but I was just shocked when I heard that, you know?
Yeah, I know.
Who would even say something
Is
like that?
Is Ludwig watching right now?
Yeah, what's up with that?
We got to talk to him.
You guys hate your moms? Come on.
Why is he going to get the moms out there?
Yeah, where are the Shopify moms?
He's going to get the whole families, actually. He's going to have to one-up them, you know?
Oh, exactly.
You can't just, like, equal.
Yeah, it can become a battle, and then you're bringing in third cousins and stuff.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
people you never met
The
before.
family reunion.
Yeah. Gotta get the dogs out here. All right, well, we got a lot of the usual suspects on the ban list here. Varus, Orianna, Karma, Seraphine. A lot of the enchanters getting perma-banned these days, and it is going to be a Bard first pick here for Cryogen. One of his popular picks these days, for sure.
Yeah, I feel like it is a very versatile champion too. Obviously, like you can do offensive or defensive ults with it. Like you can build a team that wants to split on the map or still good for team fights. Like you can pick Caitlyn. Bard is definitely a very, very good combo at the moment, but definitely has a lot of other partners as well. All right, the Ezreal plus the Nico here for the poke and the engage.
Yeah, Ezreal Nico, very strong. It is kind of what people seem to go to when Karma is taken away a lot of the times. Of course, you can play Ezreal with a lot of different champions. It is quite versatile. We'll see what Griffin wants to play this week.
I've been waiting for him to do Skarner because we've had all this talk about Hanbok Skarner, and it's crazy. You gotta ban it. But Griffin was one of the first pro players to spend tons and tons of games on Skarner after the rework. He was spamming it, climbing Korean solo queue, and innovated on his builds. And now Skarner's good again, and Griffin's not slamming it. He's still stuck on this Pantheon, which is a very good pick, and has a lot behind it as well. So they got the point and click stun, the good setup here with Pantheon that we've talked about many times for Griffin, and he's had some very good games on it.
And we've talked many times about this Jhin, a very controversial pick that Masu loves. Clearly is a big fan of the pick, but a lot of people are not a fan of him picking it. And generally speaking, a lot of teams, have not been having the most success with it. He did only play it one time this split.
It got the haters.
Exactly. He got a big early game lead, but it did end up resulting in a loss. And I'm curious what his record was on it on locking, because I recall him playing it in locking quite a bit as well. Yeah, so he was 1-3 on it in lock-in, and then 0-1, so 1-4 overall throughout the full year on the pick. And it is one that, like, you understand why he plays it. He seems to perform very well on it in game. He hits so many long-range deadly flourishes. He's really on point with it, but it also often just results in a loss. It's just one of those things that I think you need a lot of support from the rest of your team as far as consistent DPS, because Jhin often does not really bring that. And a lot of times when Jhin gets picked, people then will go with like really heavy frontline picks that are just going to be kind of able to kind of play in the face of the Jhin. And Jhin really struggles against like Scions and Ornns and champions of that nature.
It is interesting here because we'll see if Fudge does go with a big beefy frontline and allow FlyQuest Gakkos to play some like Gwen carry or something into it, because I could definitely see him picking something like that and having a field day up there. So he's had more success as you've been focused on a lot of the carry champions rather than playing the tanks himself for Gakkos. So that can always be an angle. Snip.
Yeah, no, I agree. I mean, I just think that he plays these carries so well. He's really good at setting up his own plays, finding his own angles to really create action. And that's something that you can't always do on a tank, right? Generally for a tank, you have to be really well coordinated with your team. It's more about setting up for your teammates rather than setting up for yourself. You can't necessarily go on these, one-man dives or big flanks on your own. Shopify clearly investing heavily into full dive here with Annie, Nocturne, Nico, True Shot Barrage over the top, and we're just kind of waiting to find out what Fudge will be going for, as Gakkos will be the one playing blind, which since he is picking blind, there's a higher chance that he would go towards those tanks that they haven't had nearly as much success on.
Man, this is a crazy blitz comp. Like, just in the phrase of like going very aggressive very quickly.
Let's crank top like Lorlo.
Not exactly just like Lorlo. But Nocturne with Nico and Annie, holy moly, that engage is crazy. And this is 2 immobile carries. Picking the Victor here as well. It's a very good lane. You outrange the Annie in lane. You know, you can poke him down. Especially, you have to imagine, with Deathfire Touch, that's going to be even more abusive. Victor is one of the best at keeping
Anivia
it
top.
up. Okay, here we go.
Or is it going to be Victor top? I mean, either or, but I think it's Anivia top. Anivia top is actually really strong in solo queue right now. Has been strong in solo queue for a long time, just incredibly low play rate, but has always been a really, really high win rate champion.
And it's been used in pro play, you know,
Here and there.
a lot in like counter pick scenarios.
Yeah.
But definitely not as much for blind pick here. But we'll see if Gakkos up there is going to be fine into the Gragas. Gragas, of course, did get the W change, but
so it has 14 plays of Anivia top in the top 4 leagues in top lane, and 28% win rate. So has been played a decent bit. Not that much success on it, of course, in top lane. Obviously doing a lot better in mid lane, more where it's kind of brought out as more of a standard pick, but very interesting stuff. And it is going to be Gragas, which we got to see Gragas yesterday. It did win the game, if I recall, but wasn't really doing that well in lane against the Jace. Obviously, the thought process of Gragas into all these range matchups is you can just Q-max with Comet and you can kind of just poke and survive a lot of the damage that's going to be coming in. The W buff, which we talked about a lot on the dive, is very big, but it's a very late game thing. No one's actually, that I've seen, changed their skill order to get points in W earlier, and it's the exact same as it was at rank 1. But when you get late in the game, especially if you're going Roa and you have all the XP from the role quest, hey, you can get max rank W.
Yeah, a lot of people like Gragas as kind of a neutralizing pick into a lot of matchups, so just a lot of good sustain up there and should be able to clear, no problem. But it also, for the team comp, gives even more engaged. You just, like, Nocturne with Annie and Nico and Gragas is crazy, crazy engaged. They can flank you from all angles. They can literally have all 5 people come from a different angle and threaten you. So FlyQuest going to have to keep up their vision, and even then, lights might get turned off from Nocturne Ultimate. So we'll see how they can operate if Shopify Rebellion here can start to turn it up, because Shopify, they don't have a lot of time left here. Of course, there is some pressure at the bottom of the standings as we get closer and closer to playoffs, to the cutoff of getting in. And it would feel really good to get a win over FlyQuest here, because they're already kind of up in the middle of the pack there with the 2 wins for themselves. And Shopify would love to put some distance between themselves and like Disguised and stuff.
Yeah, DSG and Dig, the 2 teams that are currently kind of down at the bottom there with them. But of course, if Shopify loses, they will be in those bottom 2 spots for now. These are the previous couple matches, as we see Summoners getting traded out. Masu going to have to retreat back. That these teams have had. Obviously, Shopify has had very strong opponents. They played against Lion as well as C9. And then the 2 matches in the middle are the teams that both of them have played. So they have played against all of the top 3 teams on the side of Shopify, where FlyQuest still has some of those toughest matches remaining. So even though they are that 1 game up, it does not guarantee that they're going to be finishing above them in the standings whatsoever.
Yeah. Definitely still up in the air. Would love to secure a big victory with Fudge, taking a decent amount of damage here as Gakkos is pushing in as well. Get him low on the sustain early on, and the Comet Gragas with the Doran's Ring, kind of as expected. But I really want to check in on how much can Victor abuse Annie in the matchup now with the Deathfire Touch being added. Because Victor is one of the best at keeping this up. And this rune really benefits if you can keep it up and get the increased damage. Zinni himself also going for it too, though, and just goes in for the trades to make sure that he can get some value out of his 2 during his shield timing. Yeah, but I imagine we'll check in on the damage numbers of the rune, in like 10 minutes or whatever, and see a discrepancy. A fairly big one.
Yeah, I would think so. Annie in general just struggles into long range, right? Because you are just going to get poked every time you come up. I mean, this is why Quad is positioning so far forward. Every time Annie comes up for a last hit, the Victor can just hit you with a laser. Of course, you have a little bit of return damage with the Molten Shell. You pop your E when you're getting hit by some damage. That can apply the Deathfire Grass back and return a little bit of damage, but it is always difficult for you. And for Gragas, the early game is often just kind of pretty heavily mana gated. A lot of people feel like Gragas turns on once you get Catalyst if you want to go towards that Roa build. Though a lot more people are going Rocket Belt and sometimes just Tier into Rocket Belt. When we saw Gragas yesterday, it was both Tier and Roa, so there are a lot of different options you can go for as far as builds.
All right, junglers done with their first clears. Just trade crabs, do a little handshake there, and go for a normal recall. So just normal laning for the very beginning here. Nothing too crazy, as FlyQuest are actually pushing in on both mid and bottom side.
And we got Jad, though, who's standing by with a very special guest.
Thanks. I'm here with a mom of FlyQuest, Masu's mom. Tell me a little bit about what FlyQuest has done this past week.
Okay, so for that, I'm very grateful and thankful for FlyQuest for this invitation for the Mother's Day. So it was like such an event to spend with our sons, me and the other mothers, and it's really very nice to be here live on the stage with all the players, with you guys, everyone.
What's it been like watching Masu play these last several years? Because he came through the academy system, had so much success last year, and now he's kind of a leader on this new FlyQuest
Yes,
team.
yeah, that's right. This is very rewarding to my heart because I see him growing in this field, and this is his passion since he was 7, 9 years old. He started with the e-games, and then at 10 years old, he was playing better than his brother, the oldest one who introduced him to this game.
It's amazing seeing your support for him. How invested do you get into the games when he's playing?
So when he's playing, no. For myself, I would be frozen to death because I will be just saying prayers, hoping the team to win. If he wins, so this is Masu's win. If he loses, this is the teammate's fault. Yeah.
What do you think the chances are today for a FlyQuest win?
So I wish everyone has, for FlyQuest to win, but I like also Shopify Rebellion, but no, win for FlyQuest, for sure.
Okay, thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you for having me, and thank you for everyone.
Yeah, back to the cast.
She could be a League of Legends player herself. She's already got the mentality down. If you win, it's because of you. If you lose, it's the teammate's fault.
Yep, she's just like me for real. It's either Masu's wins or teammates.
What's the team doing? Didn't support Masu enough today. That's funny. It's great seeing the families come out and being so supportive. And that's something that's actually just cool in general, as Masu, going to get wrapped around on here, does get rooted up. Should be okay, but does take quite a bit of damage there. As Cryogen now going to come in, Deadly Flourish will go wide. Seos taking a little damage on the back end of that trade, but now Contracts is here. Griffin is going to be here as well. Cryogen forced to use the Magical Journey in retreat.
Put up some hot cocoa here for the healing afterwards, so not too big of an exchange. Going to go for full recalls on the side of FlyQuest here, so actually Masu going to stop his and just continue farming, but Contracts feels pretty good here on the Nocturne. Level 6 should be able to start up the Dragon off of that play. And it doesn't look like FlyQuest even want to contest.
Yeah, something worth noting is that B-Boy is actually playing Exhaust. So something that you see more in solo queue, especially as tech against assassins and these types of champions. But you definitely see it a lot less in pro. And it is interesting because Anivia is going to be calling longer range, Victor's longer range. Obviously, Griffin on the Pantheon is a great target, and maybe that's what he's kind of thinking about it for. The Grand Starfall comes through, you just kind of exhaust the Pantheon and negate a lot of that damage. But it is an interesting tech choice here, and we'll see how that pays off.
Yeah, definitely very interesting, especially if you get into isolated duels with people and side lanes and stuff later on too. Yeah, with Bard being a very roam-heavy support and Nico also being a very roam-heavy support, maybe we do see Masu with Trinity Force Spike and looking for some plays with Exhaust.
Yeah, absolutely. Could look for those plays on Masu. And Zinni just continuing to get pushed in here, but has stayed basically dead even as far as the farm is concerned, so not going to be worried about that whatsoever. Fudge has been under his tower for most of this lane, as you would expect against Anivia. It's very hard in an isolated 1v1. I've even seen a lot of top laners talking about even just theory crafting what is even supposed to be the counter pick to Anivia, because Anivia in an isolated 1v1 for most top lane champs is just very, very difficult. So it is going to be tough for Fudge, but he is sustaining well, and really his job is just surviving. He doesn't have to do too much.
Yeah, exactly. The kind of nullifier pick, the absorbing pick, whatever you want to call it up there. Not give up too much pressure on your tower plates, keep your CS decent, and then perform in team fights.
And that's one of the nice things about Gragas, kind of similar to Cassante, is that even when you're getting pushed in, it is risky to hit the tower against Gragas, because Gragas can both clear out the wave and knock you in with the explosive cask. And that can mean all of a sudden you are stunned under the tower from a body slam. The tower is shooting you, and that is how Gragas gets a lot of 1v1 kills when people get a little bit over aggressive and they're trying to chip away at that turret. So something that Gatgos is going to have to be careful of. You know, even if he perma has push, can't always hit the tower.
And look at this. They are really respecting the Pantheon ability to ult it down here. So wave held there by FlyQuest, very close to their turret. And Shopify don't want to expose themselves to a Pantheon ultimate or anything early on because they know Contracts is taking the grubs right now. We've got junglers on opposite sides of the map. And so they just go for a recall and they just kind of eat some of the CS lost that is going to occur.
And you can see both Quad and Gatgos are going to be going for the Rod of Ages rush here. Makes a lot of sense, especially when you're seeing how much burst, how much dive there is over on the other side. You want a little bit of tankiness. And generally speaking, a lot of the Anivias these days are not going tier. They're just going Roa straight into something else, Leandries, whatever. But also a reminder that the LCS Spring Finals will be taking place in Mullet Arena at Arizona State University from June 13th to 14th. The tickets are available now. Scan that QR code. And maybe you'll see some of these teams there. Who knows?
Maybe. Gonna have to make a strong run here, but either of these teams are positioned to do it.
Just got lock in for playoffs.
Lock in. Honestly, when are we gonna get some action in this game? We've had a Nocturne and a Pantheon both with ultimates ready for a while, but nobody is trading heavily enough to blow any summoner spells.
Oh, here we go. You ask for it, and Griffin's going to deliver. The Grand Starfall coming down to the bot lane. They're looking for Seos. The roots, the stuns. Cryogen almost gets burst down on the other side, but they lose vision of him. I think the Nocturne lost vision on that Paranoia because Seos died right as he popped it. So not only is that first blood for FlyQuest, it is a frustrated Contracts who can't go in for that free kill.
Oh, so close there trying to get the counter, but he who strikes first often reaps the rewards, and FlyQuest, they use it first. They got the setup. Really good CC chain onto Seos. Seos didn't even get the flash. Topside play.
Zinni is here, and that is a nice setup for Fudge. Gatgos, you have to think he is about to die. Zinni is out of mana, but I don't know if you're going to get away, even if you do come back to life here, and Tibbers is burning you down. Zinni claims the reward from the roam, and the nice setup there from Fudge.
Okay, there they go. Now they get their counter kill. It does leave mid open, though. You see the minions dying, and you see Quad as well, farming another turret plate for himself. So it still comes at a cost, though they do even up the kill score at the very least. FlyQuest still quite happy with this marginal gold lead that they have early in the game.
And I think this play right here exemplifies a lot of times where it's actually better, if you're going to be late on the roam, don't match the roam, just push. Because Quad is actually up gold, even though Zinni got a kill off of his roam, and you're getting experience, you're sometimes taking plates, you know, there's a lot of a cost every time you roam.
Yeah, especially if you're a Victor, and your roam is not that great.
It's slow.
You're slow, you're hobbling over there with your cane, your walking stick. It doesn't have the biggest initial impact, but speaking of initial impacts, here is the play onto Seos, and he walked right onto the ward, so they just attack him immediately going for the control ward. Instant answer there. Seos used the magical, or Cryogen used the magical journey, and they had the burst damage. Good flash from him, and with the control ward still alive in the bush as well, he was able to walk out just.
And in that replay, Contracts finished all the Krugs before he went over. I think he could have actually got there faster. He would have just had to drop the camp, but here comes Seos looking for the engage. The Pop Blossom across two. The True Shot Barrage onto Griffin. He's looking for a trade back. He flashes, he goes through the wall as B-Boy comes in, trying to get Cryogen. Cryogen looking like he's going to get chased down. Can't actually get to the Blast Cone and get out. It's a couple of kills there for Shopify.
Okay, so FlyQuest, they do get the dragon, but it's a very big cost. Top lane, though, is pushing in their favor. So at least Gatgos, the Anivia, after getting back, is going to be able to get turret plate money and get some money for FlyQuest there, too, to kind of balance some of the kills. But let's take a look at this, because they do barely burst down the dragon. Jin 4th shot. Masu's the one who gets it. And then Griffin trying to kill Seos again. They get so close, but with the exhaust, he's also going to go down. So they got one right there, and then B-Boy's able to arcane shift over the top, and so second death here for Seos, but they get the extra kill for themselves.
That was a bit of a risky fight, though, for Shopify. I feel like had Griffin got the Aegis Assault up a little bit earlier, and generally you see people time that with the Pop Blossom pretty easily, because he got hit by that before the Aegis Assault came up, then he got hit by the True Shot Barrage. He took so much damage before he got that out. He didn't actually get it off until he came out of that at about 5% HP. So had he actually blocked a lot of that initial damage, maybe the fight goes way more in their favor.
Plus, they're actually not getting the great gold distribution on these kills because Cryogen also got the last hit on that one on Seos, and so that's 2 kills for Cryogen. It did fund his Mikhails, so maybe that saves your life, and then you're like, oh, okay, fine. But
saved your life. Your teammates would have executed you otherwise.
Sweating.
Don't worry. I got a good support item. It's not a dev man. So I bought a Mikhails.
I'm spending the money for you.
Exactly.
You know, look what I got you.
I did rob you, but I bought you something nice with it, with the money. There you go. Well, he saves himself, and maybe his teammates with the Mikhails.
This is a genius. Okay. Yeah. He's now on the move, as Bards will, rotating around the map, trying to create some plays here. And now there are some summoner spells to take advantage of. I'm mainly looking at the Victor, though. Quad, no flash, and being in a side lane can be a dangerous spot for a Victor. Currently, he's getting pushed in, so he's fine. You have to give up a little bit of pressure, but you stay safe by your tower.
Contracts was heading down there, but of course they saw Griffin was in the area, who is covering Quad. And Contracts continuing to farm effectively here. Is up a decent little bit of experience, you know, I don't know, 30% of a level or so, working in towards that rank 2 ultimate, which he would love to grab before he has to pop Paranoia again. You get the increased range, you get the reduced cooldown. It is going to feel so much more easy to make those plays once you have that second rank in the ultimate.
Definitely true, and the consecutive ones come a lot quicker. Top side's a lot of vision here, too, invested from FlyQuest, so they definitely setting up camp. Oh, no, Gragas is pretty hard to punish, especially with the tankier build, with flash available. So, honestly, I'm still trying to...
Oh, Zinni rocket belts in there, but Quad getting some good damage back onto him. And yeah, talking about that Gragas, it is going to be the tier plus Roa. I'm assuming it's just going to be Fimbulwinter, the same style of build as before. Sometimes people do go into a more aggressive full AP style build, but generally it's AP tanky, as Griffin going to get jumped on. This time the Aegis Salt is timed well. Contract splashes in. Here comes the Pop Blossom. The Mikhails is there, as well as the Bardol from Cryogen and the Binding, but they can't get the damage back onto Contracts to take him down. And Masu put low as well. Nice attempt by Cryogen to save his jungler, but Griffin does get picked off at the end of the day.
Yeah, and Contracts, he flashes early, even though Griffin's flash not quite back up, but it also ends up veering them to walk a little bit back towards the other direction, too. Masu uses the barrier.
Yeah, got a bit nervous there. If that Mystic Shot hit, knew he might have been going down as the W had already connected, so Masu has to early pop the barrier. Gonna get spotted. True Shot Barrage is up now as he gets the cooldown reset. Masu seeing that blue trinket, that is a bit of a tell that he's gonna be looking for it, so knows to sidestep it, and Shopify going to be starting up this Herald. Masu's recall, though, still delayed, even though he didn't die. So not really much of an opportunity to contest this, I don't feel like.
Yeah, it feels pretty dangerous. So even though Griffin does have his ultimate, don't think they're going to use it here. You just kind of accept your losses after that previous fight and losing a lot of priority on the mid. Masu with his back now trying to make his way back out there. And it's just going to be a good objective here from Shopify. And it's Seos who starts it out. That ward up by the Raptors here, letting Seos land this snare to make this initiation possible. You shout out Cryogen there. He's doing his best. He tried to save a life with the money that he spent, but not quite able to save him from all of the Shopify burst. So really good play from Shopify. You know, that ward, this area around Raptors that you just saw there, definitely a strong spot for looking for some of these picks mid-game here. And Seos setting the trap and starting it all off.
Yeah, well, for FlyQuest, it was Cryogen that's getting those kills. B-Boy is grabbing almost all of them on the other side. Zinni got the only other kill. B-Boy has grabbed every kill that he has been around for, so he's now 3-0. And even though they're dead even in CS, he's up 1.2k gold. The Israel getting very strong at this point. That tier is almost fully stacked, and he already has that Triforce, so much stronger than Masu at this point of the game. And it's going to make things a little bit more difficult there for FlyQuest.
Meanwhile, Dragon setup here for FlyQuest going nicely, though. See if they get the push out. Contracts does have another ult ready on Nocturne, though, so they could send again.
Yeah, Contracts is moving over to that side of the map, so they're definitely here and ready. Contracts will be spotted as he steps on that Jin trap crossing. But it feels like with Griffin going up towards topside, I don't know if they still want to even contest this. It feels like they might just be looking to give and just continue to play towards that top side of the map.
Yeah, I mean, look, the B-Boy is just huge right now. On 2-item power spike, he's got full mid lane prio. They're going to get the tower and the setup for the Dragon easily here. He just pushes in. Can't really contest this Ezreal on... He's about to transform to Muramana also. It's like he is really, really power spiking here. The poke damage from this Ezreal is going to get insane.
Fudge did go Lost Chapter, so he is going full AP. So he is going to go for that more aggressive style. Yesterday we did see the Fimbulwinter. Of course, quite a while ago, quite a long time ago at this point, they did take a lot of the base damages out of Gragas to try to incentivize that you had to go more AP. And that's why we kind of saw the death of Tank Gragas, where it's like, hey, all of a sudden you need AP to actually clear out these waves and to have more threat. So he is going to be going for that Archangels, and we'll see how it does work out for him. You know, AP Gragas is just really exciting to watch because it is so hit or miss. It's such high variance. If you have that perfect team fight, you can instantly win it for your team. If you go in, your body slam gets flashed, your cast knocks someone away, it is absolutely cooked.
True. Gragas is very important to hit your skills, this champion. I have to say, he also, although he gave up the top tower, he gave it up slower.
Honorably.
Yeah, he gave it up honorably, but he also gave it up slower because B-Boy was able to get the first tower bonus in mid before losing it. So that's basically job completed right there. Your Ezreal got the first tower bonus gold. And
look at it! Look at that walk. That's a confident man.
True. Everyone uses this Arctic Ops skin as well. It's so smooth. As we now we'll see him take center stage. Can he get a good Gragas initiation?
Cryogen going to be able to spot him walking in, but he's going to be able to just magical journey back to safety here as Shopify do start up this Dragon. It was quite delayed on the start, and now Griffin is coming out from base here. Zinni getting poked away on there. Does have to use a Rocket Belt as the Grand Starfall comes in. Griffin can not connect, but he can steal the Dragon. The Pop Blossom coming through does connect onto a couple, and on the far side, it's Gatkos in trouble, but Masu is stepping forward. They've killed off Seos. B-Boy's looking like he's in trouble. Contract's gonna get stunned up. The Tempered Fate connects onto the Ezreal. Can they stun him in the wall? Cryogen gets burst down before he can follow up his own CC, but Gatkos with the Flash Frost across the wall connects onto Fudge. Fudge goes back into the pit. I'm not sure if that's where he wants to be. B-Boy and Zinni, though, standing strong on the side, and Fudge escapes over the backside of that pit. Does have to flash out. FlyQuest, though, walk away with the extra kill and the Dragon, thanks to the big steal from Griffin.
Oh, man, these fights when you have Nocturne and they turn out the lights look so crazy from the other team's perspective. The way that Gatkos played this with his teleport shield on Anivia, he just ran straight in, knowing he has the teleport shield and the Anivia egg, and he just like flew right into the middle of the enemy team, the cast wall, and flashed over. So let's take another look. FlyQuest looking to contest here, so they teleport in. He's going to get the big Anivia shield from the bottom side. Quad pushes Zinni out from this side, so Zinni's basically out of the fight here, but then you have him flying right in. You get the Seos ultimate, and immediately, look, he's flashing over here. He has 3 people on him. They can't actually put threat on his life because he also has egg, though. So it allows FlyQuest to get the early lead. It's just then, with the follow, Cryogen also gets bursted, and then you have to give a little bit on the chase, but definitely a nice contest from them. And even on a champion, you know, like Anivia, that is a high damage dealing spell caster with the teleport shield and the egg, you get right in there. And
nicely done.
Yeah, nicely done from them. They have both mages on the bottom side at the moment, though.
And I didn't quite catch it because it seemed like we went down a little bit late, but I'm assuming there was the wall in front of the tower, so I'm assuming he had the timing to actually stop the charge on the turret. Zinni did die in that picture-in-picture during the replay, was picked off walking through the river, so FlyQuest were able to grab another kill, and we saw that reaction from the FlyQuest family up in the press box there, watching the game, very happy about that last fight for FlyQuest.
So I went further back before the replay even started. He was clearing a control ward, and then he recalled right where he cleared the control ward.
Fudge going to be in some trouble here. Uses the explosive cast to try to buy some time here. Does sidestep the deadly flourish, but he is fully surrounded and taken down. But on the other side is Shopify trying to rush the Baron. Cryogen has eyes on it, though. I don't think they have the damage to finish this off. You have got to peel off immediately. But Masu, got to be careful face checking that. Zinni's going to flash in. Masu gets caught, and Masu gets deleted. Zinni's in trouble on the other side. Quad trying to survive. Contracts flashes forward. The Tempered Fate to buy a little bit of time. They got to block the shots from B-Boy, though. Quad does stay up. It's all up to B-Boy, though, as he shifts over the wall, takes down Cryogen. It is going to be a 3-for-3, an absolute bloodbath there as Masu went too far forward. He thought they were still on the Baron for sure. He got way too close to that brush.
Yeah, I mean, they were rushing in, trying to stop it. What's the last HP that they saw on it? Okay, so they see it now at 9K. They see 9K. Yeah, they see the full vision of it.
And they see they're off. It's even reset. He got way too close.
Yeah.
He just, I think his camera was not on the Baron bit. You have to think.
Yeah. And you know, you have to re-examine comps there too. Like that is the critical information that should be in the comps. Like they're off. Because again, when we're in Champ Select, highlighting so heavily the crazy engage that this team comp is capable of with Nocturne, Ultimate, and Nico. We just saw the combination there, and they didn't even have the Gragas alive. Some head scratcher from Apollo there. He's just like, oh!
Yep.
Why?
Yeah, that's tough. I mean, you just got a little bit too close, and then you have that Rocket Bell flash engage, and all the ultis come through, and you are just insta one-shot if you miss position.
Yeah. I mean, it's so scary. Literally, like, every champion on that squad can do it. Zinni got, I forget who was standing next to Masu, but it was a good setup there. So now we're in a world where the gold is very, very close, and we're just kind of separated by the extra dragon here. So now we start to open up the map, and you get more of these pick plays with the Nocturne, with the Bard looking around to blow summoner spells. And namely the Victor and the Anivia have to be really careful when farming and catching some of these waves. So it might start to get hard for FlyQuest to get like early timings on plays. They might have to like catch a lot of waves, be a lot receiving, and then you're a little bit behind on timers. At least that's what Shopify are looking to create.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, for Shopify, when I see B-Boy as this fed, I feel like I just need to make space for my Ezreal, right? You know, I can throw my life into the back line, create this space for him, push back Quad, push back Masu. And even if you're trading your life for a play like that, you give B-Boy space, he is going to do so much with it. He has 6 kills now. As Zinni not quite caught there by Cryogen, but he's going to be trying to catch up to him, looking for the binding. Can't quite find it. The Deadly Flourish does connect, though, as the Paranoia gets popped, and Fudge on the side is fighting here. They're going to be trying to knock down Gakkos, but he flashes back, and Gakkos is softening up everyone. Griffin's going to flash over the wall. They do find the Ezreal, but the shift is buffered over the wall, and Gakkos is into the egg. Cryogen is trying to peel for his top laner here. The Grand Starfall going to be coming out. Masu's going to be looking as well. Contracts battling against Quad. Quad gets feared up. B-Boy shifts in, but it gets bound by Cryogen. Knocked down by Quad, who goes onto the killing spree. Contracts able to sidestep the Deadly Flourish as he escapes from Masu, but they're still chasing, and they're going to be able to get the Dragon off the back of this as well.
Oh, the chaos is not going in Shopify's favor. Contracts, I think you're going to get caught as well. He's scrambling. It's a game of hide and seek, and he doesn't have many places to hide.
This should be an easy kill here for Masu, trying to delay that death timer just a little bit longer, and now it's going to be Baron on the table with the jungler just falling down.
Azael, that play started all the way back to rewind. Zinni just whiffed his timbers. He was trying to hit Cryogen, isolated with it by the Tri-Brush. He whiffed it, and FlyQuest saw it, and they're like, oh, great, we're just going to run him down. And it leads all the way not just to the Dragon going over to FlyQuest, but also the Baron.
We'll see if they can get there to try to do anything. B-Boy is back up. He's running from base. True Shot Barrage going to come out here. They're going to try to see if there's an angle to do anything here, but Griffin takes it. The Magical Journey is there to try to get out over the wall. Quad will be the last one out, and FlyQuest will exfiltrate the Baron. They grab it, and Fudge looking, but won't be able to find anything.
Oh, man. Zinni's gonna want this one back. Are we going to see it?
Any,
No flash on any. Can we look at any? Any, no R. Copy.
We keep looking at any or no?
Looking any. Yeah. Let's look at any.
Slowly, don't go too deep in her.
Any's that, any's that,
Don't go too deep for her. Nico's behind, Nico's behind.
Bye, Nico.
We 할 turn.
Oh,
Okay,
looks
okay.
good, looks good, looks good.
Looking at it, look at it.
Ezreal, son. Slowly.
Yeah, I'm coming. Take throw.
I'm ulting this way.
Ezreal no E, Ezreal no E, no flash, no flash.
Ezreal no flash.
Has E now?
I killed Gragas.
Yeah.
Ezreal.
Drake and Baron.
Yeah, nice.
Look, this guy, Doctor. Can someone chase this guy? I'm busy.
There's the FlyQuest families again popping off there. They are excited as we go back to live. The curtain's going to get called here by Masu, softening up B-Voy as they push in with this Baron buff. Now up nearly 5,000 gold. They're on soul point with the Baron buff. FlyQuest taking full control off of that failed engage.
And I really like the comms because this is something that was brought up with this young FlyQuest team a lot. How, especially at the beginning of the year,
Deos gonna look, Paranoia's pop, Masu flashes away from him, but Contract's into the back line. Cryogen trying to peel for him, they gotta get back and help their AD carry, and they do just that. Griffin goes on a killing spree, as Deos is gonna be pushed back as well. Gakos is low, but Fudge can't find his way in just yet. He has no explosive cask, has his flash, but won't be able to find anything. They go for the engage, but a quick flash from Masu means 1 kill to FlyQuest, and nothing there for Shopify.
Yeah, they've got a lot of power now, and if the engage is not going to make the full commitment all the way to the back there, Contracts just goes down, so FlyQuest pretty happy with the reset. Out of this, you have to think it's going to be a pretty smooth setup for Dragon Soul for them. They can 4-1 split push. They are going to go for the pick onto Fudge.
Grand Starfall comes in. Everyone is there. Fudge fully surrounded again. Getting picked off in that side lane could be costly. The objective bounties have spawned, but they have a couple minions here. Baron buffed up, and FlyQuest going to be able to push down, and you have to think they can take this tier 2 no problem.
Sure, take all the extra money, further fund everything so that they're going to be able to dominate the Dragon Soul fight in just 2 minutes. Plenty of time left on this Baron, too. They've got 25 seconds. That's another full wave they can push with. If they want to keep up the pressure here, they're going to try. They still have Victor walking over from mid lane, but good amount of damage here. More money off this turret plate.
Yeah, and Zinni has no flash, so a lot less scary. Masu did use his barrier on a tower shot, so he will be missing that summoner and still has no flash from that mid lane engage. Contracts now has the Paranoia back up and available, has come back from base as the curtains are going to get called. Seos put low here and does have to retreat. B-Boy doing his best to try to clear out these waves. Zinni on the side does find a nice tippers over on the quad, but it doesn't get that much damage done. The Paranoia is going to get popped, and into the backline goes Contract, but that is a one-way trip. Griffin taking up the damage on the other side, and Zinni's going to be the target now. Quad looking for him. Griffin's going to go unstoppable as he finishes him off. Seo's going to look for the Pop Blossom. Goes into the stasis. Gakos on the side stuns up Fudge as they knock down Seos. Fudge is next to fall. It's B-Boy versus the world now. That's a triple kill over and 4 total kills there for FlyQuest. Griffin flashes forward. B-Boy, great shift back. Will keep him alive, but will do nothing to defend the Nexus for now. Low health bars there. B-Boy gonna look with the True Shot Barrage. It's blocked up there with the Aegis Assault by Griffin. Cryogen tries to predict with the binding. Can't find him. The towers have fallen. B-Boy trying to make something happen. Looking for a miracle. Can't quite find it. FlyQuest are gonna get it done here. 20-8, 30 minutes in. They'll take game 1.
My biggest takeaway for them were the comms during that fight. All the comms were around, play it slowly, stay calm, don't go too deep for that kill. We've got this one, and they did have it. Game number 1 goes to FlyQuest.
That was a fun one. That was Shopify getting an early lead and then FlyQuest clawing it back with team fights. I knew that this was going to be a good back and forth, but didn't expect it to be a banger like this one.
Yeah, I mean, I did expect it to be a banger like this one, mainly because I feel like these two teams just both really, really like skirmishing, sometimes to their benefit and sometimes to their detriment, as I think you have a clip for us, Raz.
Let's go straight into it. A lot of it's going to be a little bit more critiquing towards Shopify, but it's just FlyQuest finding angles and then being able to take good fights off of it. So this is, yes, if you look at it, slight gold advantage towards Shopify Rebellion. They are on towards the second dragon. Now, as you can see, if I look into Fog of War, actually FlyQuest has a lot of information. There's a lot of wards that's uncleared, and so like they're working with a lot here. They're getting information on where Zinni is. Because imagine you want to walk into this team and you have Jin, Victor, Anivia. Like it's going to be really difficult to walk in towards Shopify Villain, not Vision, not when you know where the Annie is. And so immediately, as Annie is trying to reconnect with the team, there's Victor chasing her down.
The proto belt.
Yeah, immediately. It's like, okay, Zinni actually gets completely pushed just to be able to dodge off of Masu's W so she doesn't get snared. And so immediately that gives an angle for Griffin to find a steal, a crucial steal, and a team fight immediately afterwards. And so while it just starts out in a great Gragas cast from Fudge, Zinni doesn't really contribute much to this fight at all. Gets an ulti down towards Victor, but you're pretty tanky with the Proto Belt HP and Roa HP, and so they just kind of get walked down and the dragon gets stolen. So like this fight was just difficult, and it gets a goal lead, and B, you get dragon off of that one, off of just a poor setup. And then I wanted to look at this 25-minute situation here, where we're basically in the exact same situation. And my biggest concern is Zinni, once again, does miss the anti-tibbers, but even if you were to hit the tibbers on towards Cryogen, none of your teammates are in position to follow up. So I just think it's just the basic concept of like being in position, letting FlyQuest walk into you, and also clearing out the vision that's here, so they end up walking into vision and like, you know, they already know what they're dealing with. So for me, my biggest issue was you have anti-tibbers, you have vision, you have setup, and you're not using it properly to start a fight.
And we got a tie for our player of the game vote.
Oh no, really?
Griffin and
that
Cryogen. So spam chat because you'll get to be the tiebreaker. Remember how to spell Griffin. G-R-Y-F-F-I-N-N. You spell Cryogen, C-R-Y-O-G-E-N. Don't mess it up.
Yeah.
I just want you guys to know.
It's just between those two. Right now, all of your quad votes will not count.
Yeah, so I think
it's just between.
I'm doing
it looks
a
like
countdown.
Cryo.
I'm doing a countdown so you guys know where your votes are going, all right? If you guys are voting quad, maybe you can just distribute your votes a little bit differently.
I do realize as I was spelling Griffin,
9,
votes went up.
8, 7, 6. It's Cryo.
5.
They have to clap.
No, they just all sent it to Cryo.
I voted for Gatghost because it's the first Anivia top, and he was
the voting is ended.
He was like 1v3ing on the backside of all these Nocturne ultimates as well. I think he did great.
Yeah.
He did great. He did great. It's a 3-for-3. I ended up going towards Griffin, obviously.
Yeah, same.
I thought the Dragon Steel and overall his team fighting was great. But yes, actually his Bard, and it was a first pick Bard too.
Yeah, I mean, he had a really good game. The reason why I picked Griffin was also because he just made a lot of space, as you pointed out, really zoning off, in specific cases, Zinni from being able to join the fight. And I thought that was really important for the way FlyQuest wanted to play out these fights.
Yeah. Oftentimes I hate first pick Bards because you're like, oh, then they're just going to start picking a lot of mobility. You have a Gragas, you have an Ezreal. Like, are you going to be able to find those moments? He did. So there is a damn good reason why he was ended up picking the Bard. So we'll see how game 2 goes. But guys, do not miss any LCS action when you get your favorite foods delivered on Uber Eats for less gold. That being said, patch 26.9 introduces Season 2 of 2006 Pandemonium. Check it out, this trailer of some of the things that are going to be happening to the game.
Even with eyes shut, I see them. Vile creatures. Lurking. Watching.
You wanna play too?
None can hide. They laugh from the shadows. They won't be laughing for long. I'll cut out their rot. Hunt down every last shadow. Cleanse this place once and for all. I will rid this world of demons. No matter the cost.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Rich in the ground before Dub can even get there. In time to try to knock out as Impact gets burst.
Don't feed.
Knocks him down.
Get fed. Scan the QR code for deals only on Uber Eats.
We keep looking at it. Looking at it. Yeah. Let's look at it.
Slowly, don't go too deep in her.
He's dead. He's dead.
Don't go too deep for her. Nico's behind. Nico's behind.
They order me. We hold time. Okay, looks good. Looking at it. Ezreal suck. Slowly. Yeah, I'm coming. Take throw. I'm ulting this way.
Ezreal no flash.
Ezreal no flash.
Has E now?
I killed Gragas. Yeah. Ezreal. Drake and Baron.
FlyQuest are going to get it done here. 20-8, 30 minutes in. They'll take game one. Welcome back to the LCS for what could be our final game of the week here. FlyQuest now leading the series 1-0 over Shopify Rebellion. Looking to move themselves to 3-2 in the standings, but Shopify, of course, trying to come back in this one. They have played the three top teams in the league the last 3 weeks in a row. They played C9, TL, and Lion back-to-back-to-back. Now you're in the part of your schedule where you need to get wins if you want to make playoffs.
Now they're playing the fourth best top team now.
Reward!
They're going to push them up the standings with one more win here, too. The way that it's looking. Come on, let's go, Shopify. Lock in. Time to show them what you've got. Give them the fudge sandwich. I love his picture. How he
the fudge factor.
Yeah, he still has his fudge sandwich.
Classic.
Picture here for the intimidation, and you know the Gragas Anivia matchup there. Wasn't like the biggest factor in the game overall. I'd say probably the biggest factor was the Annie getting poor positioning a lot of different scenarios before a lot of team fights or getting picked off. You know, for them. And Shopify, they even in some scenarios after someone got picked off, they still would find a good engage and still were able to salvage some of the fights earlier in the game. So if they do lock in all around the board, they definitely can push us to a third game here. Give us a little more game time.
Seraphine not banned this time around, so Seraphine is going to be up and available, and that feels like it's always just an insta-pick when it is up, especially in a game 2. If you couldn't get it in game 1, you probably want it in game 2.
And Ezreal's already been played, and Bard is already off the table as well for the Caitlyn Bard answer. Maybe there's another Caitlyn answer.
Do you think B-Boy might just take the Ashe? Because I know we've been seeing more teams do that where they try to split the combo. Because some players I'm talking to, I was kind of asking them about this, and they feel like Ashe is the better half of the combo. Some people feel like Seraphine is the better half of the combo, but instead, we are going to get Corki, Nami, which I hate this as an answer. It just loses every time, it feels like, to Ashe Seraphine. It feels like it's worse in the early game, worse in the late game, doesn't track the jungler, has worse engage. It just feels just plain worse.
Yeah. That's why I'm always trying to sell different Caitlyn iterations.
I'm with you. I'd rather see Caitlyn.
I like those ones, but with the Bard was already used, and that's definitely one of the best. Griffin is very happy with this. And I know a lot of teams are, because FlyQuest, I know Griffin is really always happy when every jungler is, obviously, when you have your Ashe Seraphine.
You have the map hacks.
You've got your map hacks, but you also have a crazy team fight, and it allows Griffin loves to play, Nasus and Mundo and these champions that are kind of slow moving and benefit a lot from having a big Seraphine, enchanter on your team and Ashe to give you initiation and slow people for you and stuff like that. So it enables a lot of jungle picks. So he's probably quite happy for it. But we also have straight up just had LCS coaches say, yeah, these are just some of our best champs. Like I think Spawn, after the first time that Team Liquid was given Ashe, Seraphine, the Yone plus Rumble, combination was like, oh yeah, I mean, there's not a lot that the enemy can do. Like they just gave us a lot of the best stuff.
I mean, they're kind of playing blind pick on FlyQuest side. It feels like through the first couple. Yeah,
I mean, you get a Rumble, so they could do a Yone comp if they wanted to. They could throw a Jarvan and have Jarvan's bans. Can't throw the Jarvan, but you could throw in any other AD jungle anyway to the mix here, and you're still gonna have a very good team fight. On the side of Shopify here, though, I feel like they're going to be the ones under the extra pressure to make burst damage happen. So they have the Aurora here, and it is a flex. You can play it into the Rumble, no problem. Quite good, actually, into the Rumble, or they could rotate it mid if, Zinni does want it. And they're going to ban the Sylas as well. They don't want Sylas stealing some of these, big ults. Fair enough. They've got a lot of really good ones. And maybe that does signal, too, that they're thinking that, Fudge really does want this nice Aurora into Rumble matchup on the top side. Regardless, the engage is so critical when you're playing against Ashe and Seraphine, and so they locked the 5.
So I wanted to look up these stats and check them, because I checked them a week or two ago when we were talking about it on the dive. I was talking about this matchup because I felt like Corki Nami always loses. So I just checked the updated stats. Ashe Seraphine against Corki Nami, 79.3% win rate in pro play.
To the Ashe and Seraphine.
To the Ashe and Seraphine.
Yeah,
almost an 80% win rate.
That about checks out.
They also have an average of 265 gold ahead at 15 as well for the Ashe. So it's like you lose early, you lose late. We'll see if Shopify can become the 20%.
Yeah.
That's what they're going for.
Show all those stats, nerd.
Yeah.
Show them.
Everything's 50-50. You win or you lose.
We were talking as well about Griffin's jungle champion pool. Of course, he has played the
jungle.
The Shen jungle before, and he's going to do it again. Also, for people thinking, oh, does that make you low damage? Shen's got some good damage items that he can build as well, with Titanic and Dusk and Dawn being very effective on him, though Griffin usually goes the really tanky build anyway. And
you have a damage top. You have a damage top laner, so I would be more worried about it. They did do a game, I think, where they played Shen and then like a Scion and stuff like that. Like if you do like Shen, Scion, Jhin or something, okay, buddy.
Give me a Titanic, Dusk and Dawn type thing, but. Yeah, he likes the Protoplasm Harness regardless, because it is a really early item power spike. And you can actually put some pressure out on the Vi. So let's take a look here. Honestly, I still feel the same. Like FlyQuest side is just way better.
Yeah,
nothing later on in this really changed my mind.
No.
My only kind of hope for Shopify is, hey, you can make some bursty plays with Vi and Aurora and like burst someone down, but then they have a Shen ult.
Yes.
So you're always like, ah!
It's a good thing the other team doesn't have any counter engage. Encore, Rumble ult, Shen ult. That's going to be tough. I mean, hey, you always have the opportunity. They've got a lot of playmaking. You can find those picks, and maybe they can find these isolated plays where they just one-shot someone really quick. And sometimes when you get ahead of a Shen, the Shen pops Shen ult, and your teammates just always die before you come through, and that thing goes on cooldown, and it is a super long cooldown, which can feel really, really bad.
One thing, though, you know, for jungle Shen, you can take Guardian, and you make your shield even bigger. And
Boom.
Make sure that they survive until you arrive, buddy.
It's got some AP scaling on there as well. Rush a death cap, you know?
I'm with you!
You could do it.
Hell yeah!
I wouldn't recommend it.
You get your Dusk and Dawn and your death cap.
Yeah.
For Shen.
Well, just for the ult.
Oh, yeah.
And then the rest of the time, you're getting beat up by the Raptors because you're not clearing that camp. Well, we'll see what Griffin can get done. He did bring it out once in the LCS already. It was a pretty quiet game. It was in a win, if I do recall. Yeah, it was in a win. But the game wasn't really about him. You know, he was kind of just slowly farming, and the game was kind of naturally won on its own, it does feel like. But that is kind of the nice thing about Shen, is that you are not forced to make proactive plays a lot of the time. You can just kind of power farm, get vision, look for counter ganks, and respond to plays that the Vi is going for, where the Vi, I feel like, especially with the rest of the team comps taken into consideration, has a lot more pressure to do stuff.
Here we go. Talk about pressure onto the Nami.
Well, that's not good for the Corki Nami, and now Lethal Tempo is stacked, and Masu just stepping forward here. They are getting absolutely cooked at level 1.
Can we get a picture of the FlyQuest families? Let's see how the moms are feeling about that trade, because that is looking pretty good for Cryogen and Masu on the bottom half of the map. Of course, B-Void does have cleanse for later, so you're also like fighting lane phase down the combat summoner, so it makes it even more difficult.
Yeah.
You know, maybe later you're like, oh, thank God I have this cleanse, or else I would have got, you know, CC'd from 100 to 0 by Ash Arrow and Seraphine ulti.
And Shen Taunt and Charm and
yeah.
Cleanse is pretty needed.
It's good, but
you wish you had something else for now.
You wish you could have like 3 summoner spells.
Little summoner spell book, you know? But also, that's terrible too.
Can I get 2 keystones then, sir?
Yeah. We'll file that alongside the Death Cap Shen, you know?
Yes.
Brilliant off-meta builds.
Our dark technology.
You just wouldn't get it, you know?
Yeah, exactly.
It's a little bit too
that you
too
wouldn't
advanced.
understand folder that we have.
Yeah.
The I understand.
Exactly.
But maybe not you. Okay, so Fudge getting some deep proxy here. Gonna get some early timers for movement, and he knows Shen clearing down to the bottom side, so he's very free to do this. You can get your recall early, and you can get some earlier time to move up. Oftentimes, I like when top laners will ward the Krugs when they go for that journey, so you can see the exact time for the second clear for enemy jungle, and he leaves a little ward here that doesn't quite see all the way in, but.
And proxying in these situations is always great, but I think it's even better when you're going Doran's Helm instead of Doran's Shield, because that is more of a scaling item. So if you can just kind of avoid the lane, this is the greedier buy compared to the Doran's Shield. So, you know, generally, like, the math that I have seen is that it's kind of just like flat better past level 5, and he's almost level 5. Obviously, it is just a starting item. It's not that big of a deal, but it is cool to see you're going for the more scaling route as far as your starting item, and then you're just avoiding the lane phase.
And they do have contracts coming up here, and the ward does see Griffin, because Griffin was walking down for possible lane hover there, so he passes through. Contracts now passes over 1, and we're going to have a confrontation on top side and bot.
Yeah, B-Voy does have the cleanse, elects not to use it, now has to flash away as in flash Cryogen, trying to put the pressure onto him. Masu and Cryogen both low, Seo's still full health, but B-Voy definitely in some trouble here.
Yeah, so flash from Gakkos, and on the bottom side, flashes from Cryogen and B-Voy with the heavy trading going on.
Masu almost has his barrier again, too, but he might just die to Seos. The shield comes through there from Cryogen. A couple seconds away is Masu's barrier. I think that's why they're trying to fight this so hard. They know they almost have the barrier. He's stepping forward now. It's about to come up. He has the flash. Will he commit it? Doesn't feel like he had the range to finish him off.
So close there, too. If Cryogen's beat drop had just tagged the Corki there, he had just applied the Ash Slow. Masu got him with the volley, and so that could have been the setup there. They're really looking for the angle, but B-Voy and Seos do escape. They are definitely down in CS, but they have not been killed in lane just yet, so that's good.
Facts. They're also up a tier.
Better than
and the glowing moat. There's no glowing moat on the Ash.
Holy moat, my favorite item in the whole game. man, actually, this is crazy, though. You know, just Berserker Greaves is really nice for Ashe. The chase down is already insane, and you stack your lethal tempo, and the extra positioning here from the mobility really helps with this duo to be able to apply the slow and set up the Seraphine for some combo plays. But Contracts goes into the back of Dragon. He's like, all right, this is our timer. We're going to get it. Your Ahri is walking from base, so I'm going to be able to take this Dragon very quickly. Vi is very good at doing even early Dragons, no problem with denting blows, and very nice stuff for him. So that Vi will be progressing towards level 6 quite quickly, and maybe we'll be able to find a bursty little play for himself to get a first blood. Griffin, though, does have the opportunity to traverse to the top side. He's pinging on the top side Scuttle Crab, and since he's got Quad moving with him, should be able to use his solo laners to help him in his efforts to get this crab and get the level 6. Fudge, though, he knows the importance here. He's going to bluff, I guess.
Yeah, he is coming over here, but Griffin will be able to secure it. Zinni having a really good laning phase, you know, getting the push there onto Quad, getting the faster level 6, you know, help them to get that Dragon. And, you know, good to point that out because obviously did struggle in that last game. Contracts is still here around. Did he cancel his base or not? Masu going forward here with Cryogen, and they're just going to chase down Seos and B-Boy. Seos probably going to have to flash here. The bubble does land onto Masu, did not flash it, so Seos can hold on to his own flash. Honestly, FlyQuest are lucky that the recall timing there was not canceled because Contracts was recalling right at that moment, maybe a second or two later, and they probably could have gotten killed there. But here is Zinni, you know, his progression from lock-in to Spring. He is getting a bit better. You know, it's still not the performance that I think people necessarily expected when he was first going to come over. A lot of people that I had spoken to were very hyped about him. Some coaches that I had talked to were saying he's really being overhyped. They had seen him in scrims and in tryouts and didn't think he was, you know, as hot as people were talking about. But that being said, he still has...
I think we need to...
Here on the live broadcast, I will be outing my sources. Yeah. Unless you PayPal me.
I love it. We've got open extortion.
It's the best time to do it, you know?
Honestly, yeah.
I like my extortion good and honest on a live broadcast, you know? I keep my extortion above board.
You know what you're getting.
Yeah, exactly. And that's extorted.
Zinni, of course, didn't have the best first game. We were talking a lot about the any positioning, so he's definitely looking for a bounce back, just even within this series.
Hey, he's up 11 CS.
There you go.
There's the bounce.
The bounce. He's back, baby, and he's playing Aurora, bouncing all over the place.
Yep.
How fitting. All right, well, honestly, now it's even going to be harder to get the first blood because you have a lot of the counter-engage stuff available too. You know, the Stand United, Griffin's just basically waiting. He's like, Contracts, where's he going to go? I'm just ready.
I dare you.
With my Guardian Shen ult is going to be the answer. And so it just allows, you know, Masu and Cryogen to continue to play very aggressive. All right, this cannon, let's watch. Yeah, he's going to be able to get it.
Yep.
Trying to create some tension here because we have no kills, and it's just going to be more objective trading. And once again, just send Contracts up to those grubs, take another objective for Shopify, and FlyQuest will just continue on farming.
Soul Lane's doing a good job for Shopify, though, this game, you have to say. You know, nice little advantages for both of them. Fudge, you know, in this matchup, generally you are expected to be down a little bit on the Cassante into this Rumble. Of course, Rumble now going Deathfire Touch these days. It is no longer the first strike that we had mostly been seeing, though some Rumbles did go Comet. B-Void going to be pushed back here as Seos has to use the wave just for disengage. As again, FlyQuest pushing forward here, and now Zinni up towards that top side. They are looking for this Rumble. Fudge goes all out, but it's a double taunt, and it's first blood there for Griffin. Quad now coming in. The Enchanted Crystal Arrow not going to connect. They're looking for Contracts. Flash, charm, kill. Quad gets another as Griffin will pull back here and be able to survive. FlyQuest respond beautifully to the Shopify play and get a couple of big kills. There's the Encore coming out. Can the Root follow it up? They don't have it just yet. Masu not available to be able to finish that one off. Didn't have the damage quite yet. Used the Crystal Arrow on that top side. Had he saved it for bot, maybe could have got a kill right there.
True. Always focus on your own lane. Quit sending off stuff to other lanes. Except for Griffin. You know,
unless they pay you.
Yeah. And if they're not paying you, dip into some extortion.
You want
strategies.
a crystal arrow up topside? I'll be taking your next 3 waves, buddy.
But we were just talking about, all right, Griffin is just waiting to use this Shen ult, and what better opportunity than them going for a 3-person gank onto Gakkos. The Guardian Shen ult is enough to keep him alive. Gakkos had a good, Rumble ult and then flashing himself to safety there as well. And then that also bought time for Quad to make the roam up to the top side. So it's even better than that. And the FlyQuest coaches are celebrating already. I don't think it's too early, actually.
You thought about it. And we get to hear the thinking live.
Was that handshake they were like, all right, we're going to pay off the sale. They both agreed right there.
Well done.
You know what? It was honorable extortion.
It was us, yeah. It was us.
Yeah.
They got outed.
Yeah.
Thank
you
you
know
for
what?
the PayPal.
They're like, fair is fair.
Fair
we'll
is
do
fair.
it.
Yeah, exactly. All right. Well, FlyQuest at 1.3K here.
Have we ever caught a handshake from the coaches?
I don't think so.
Like, that was.
I kind of like
they're
that.
like, genius draft.
Well
guys.
done. Well done. Yeah.
I mean, honestly, we agreed with them. We're like,
Yeah.
they blasted them here. They're like celebrating 10 minutes into the game.
When you first picked the Seraphine, blew my mind.
Wow.
Crazy.
And then Apollo, when Griffin was pleading with you, please, Shen game, please. And you said, all right, fine. If you ult during the first Vi ult.
Well, Fudge going to be ulting now, looking for Gakkos. The Rumble Equalizer does come down. The footwork from Fudge trying to stay alive. The Pathmaker going to get sidestepped, though. And Gakkos has a solo, and now comes the Stand United. Here's the bad news, Contracts. You're going to die as well. It's going to be 2 more on the top side here for FlyQuest.
Handshake was right on time. They knew it.
Shake it again.
Man, that Shen ult is up real quick, buddy.
Yeah.
Right back up and available just when you need it.
That glowing moat, nothing can do about it in the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. Save for bot lane this time. Greed rewarded there by FlyQuest as they're going to chase in for B-Boy, force out that flash. And this is just a pummeling in game 2, 5-0, 3,000 gold lead here for FlyQuest as they are running away with this one.
The Guardian has blocked 356 extra damage so far for Griffin. And honestly, Gakkos was getting quite low in some of these exchanges, so nicely done. I mean, FlyQuest now with a 3K gold lead, they truly feel like they have this one in hand. Hex Optics here finished for Masu on the bottom side, off of that kill. Very nice.
B-Boy got greedy, didn't actually go home, and Quad punishes him for it. FlyQuest bot lane was going mid, Quad moves down towards bot, and B-Boy overstays there, does get punished. And that Guardian, like you said the numbers, they don't sound that big, but that can be the difference between you arriving with Stand United or not.
Yeah.
When you play a lot of Shen, I love Shen, and this champion, it can be so frustrating. The cooldown is so long. When you pop that Stand United, they barely don't survive. So Guardian can make the difference, absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, in the last, I'm trying to think. In the last one, I feel like Gakkos was down to like 150 HP or something like that. So
let's see it.
Yeah, let's take a little look-see here.
Let's count the HP, and if they're wrong, you can extort the observers to cut the replay short.
True. Solve all your problems that way. All my interactions with all humans. Okay, so Fudge is getting burned down. Notice he's also going to dash back onto the Rumble ult at the end here and burn down to Gakkos. And then as soon as the Vi ult is in there, boom, that is a big old shield. And then he has a scrap shield too.
That's about 150 health.
Yeah.
But the shield's expired.
Exactly.
Oh, that's Shen ult?
We can change the story.
My bad. Sorry.
I mean, that's what we were talking about with the pretty early Shen ult. Another reason for rushing the Protoplasm Harness. Very cheap, and you get your 20 ability haste very quickly into the game.
Yep, very effective there as the gold difference at 14. That's looking a bit tough there for Fudge. Hasn't had the best laning phases, and it is one of these things where at least Gakkos is something that he's standing out on, not dying isolated. He is playing well with the team. But on carries, he has just been a different beast. He's able to just make so much action happen again here on the carry, looking really good for the team. Still undefeated this whole split on carries, and now looking for Zinni. Does overheat. Zinni going to go between worlds, though. Gakkos may have overstepped, but again, in comes the Stand United. Zinni put incredibly low. Contracts there, though, to peel. Zinni has to flash out. Gakkos can't really back up Griffin. but maybe some more FlyQuest members will be able to move up. Griffin winning out on this fight. The Enchanted Crystallero coming through. They pushes him back right into the taunt as he sidestepped one way, gets caught the other. Cryogen going to be looking for him. Zinni going to get spotted over the wall on the recall. They're pushing in, but Zinni will TP back and cover contracts.
Okay. A lot of resources used on the top side. Still seeing a rotation over. Look at the little hover. I guess they're not actually going to continue the move, and it's just going to be a disengage for now. Dragons are evened up.
Fudge looking for a quad there. Can't find him with Pathmaker. Will be able to survive, but quad will be sent back to base. Has the teleport available, so not too big of a deal.
Shopify. What can we do? I mean, there is a Herald up, so...
Oh, Masu's behind B-Boy. The flanking Ashe, the wave going to come out. Maybe bit off a little bit more than they can chew. Masu's going to have to flash. The heal comes out as well. So that's a play going bad for them. And now Contracts is here. He's going to look with the cease and desist. In comes Zinni, the Encore there to try to peel a bit, but both the FlyQuest bot laners do fall. Good play from Shopify.
There you go. Create some action. Masu here walking real aggressively into lane, and Shopify do take advantage. Shen ult is not back up for this one, and they're able to actually convert on some kills, get some money back for themselves. They did commit a lot of people, though, so quad unattended at the top side, gets a little bit of alone time. Still, though, they chop down on the lead a little bit.
And that brings B-Boy right back to even with Masu, so that is pretty nice, getting the Corki into a good position. Going to be important this game for sure, as someone's going to have to do some sustained DPS, and it really is just kind of B-Boy who that is going to be up to. And if Shopify could find that right fight, you know, it is definitely possible. There's lots of squishy members here for Zinni and Contracts to potentially burst down, but of course, is not going to be easy with all the answers that FlyQuest have for the counter engage and to really stop so many of these picks that they have been looking for.
Yeah, definitely going to have to tread lightly, choose your moments very cautiously here. Right now, though, lane assignments are just fine for them. Kanik Rooker in here for Fudge, plus the Merc Treads, because obviously double AP solo laners. So Cassante is giga stacked on magic resistance for this stage of the game. At the moment, trying to trade into the Rumble here in front of Tower. Still kind of getting burned down.
B-Boy, nice little chunk there onto Masu, getting healed back up by Seos as well, as they're going to try to look for more. FlyQuest, though, looking to start up this Herald. Zinni going to get spotted in that pixel brushing. Contracts was spotted as well as he walked by that river entrance. Shopify do have mid-prio, though, so that's going to push the Shen out the back of the pit.
Yeah, Masu's got to be very careful with his positioning after not having flash from the previous mid play, so he's got to wrap all the way back around the tower, and Shopify move in. Looking to convert here on the objective, but FlyQuest, they're flanking. Ooh. Quad here from the top.
The Enchanted Crystallero comes out. That goes wide, and Masu is so incredibly low. B-Boy has just been peppering with rockets. Zinni, though, getting caught potentially. Gakkos on the other side, cooking up a lot of members. A good equalizer down onto B-Boy as Gakkos gets pulled across the world here. Quad looking, does get one kill as they're able to knock down the Vi. The Rumble has fallen as well. Zinni trying to retreat on the side. He's battling against Masu. Might have the damage, doesn't quite. Fudge, though, looking for more. The charm going to land onto B-Boy. It gets immediately cleansed, and Quad dies for his sins. The two-man charm there does come through off of the taunt from Griffin, but Griffin has no taunt. He has no way out. You have to think he's going to get knocked down, and Masu doesn't have the health to help him. FlyQuest do lose the fight at the end of the day, just barely. It's a 3-for-2 for Shopify.
They scrap it out, and they want more. Oh, B-Boy no Valk, but he should be fine.
Be able to survive. That was a tough fight for FlyQuest. Masu was just so low before it really even broke out. He was down to, what, 30% health from B-Boy as he walks in.
Yeah, let's take a look at this again, because they make the little flank here, but Zinni's able to get out for now. Jumps away, Fudge goes in, gives him the shield. Here, though, the ult in, and the Seraphine ult just barely shorts and is not able to bounce off of his head. So the Seraphine ult doesn't get value. Even with that, they kill off Contracts. You see Masu here on the right side, barely living to your points, and still kind of has to get out of the fight. Then the re-engage from Quad is just a little bit too much. They still have a very beefy front line there with Fudge, and plenty of burst damage from the Corki just pops him.
Yeah, I feel like had Masu not been so low at the start of the fight, he could have played a lot more aggressively, but because he started the fight at about 30% HP, it was very difficult for him to ever enter, and they just didn't really have the consistent damage to deal with those frontliners. We're back to live, and they're engaging in onto Cryogen. Contract's going to get stunned up. The wave coming across multiple members as FlyQuest are getting wiped here. It's a double already there for B-Boy. Make it a triple on the Corki as 3 FlyQuest members just get deleted. Quad is hanging around here. He's going to go in over the wall. They're looking with the equalizer as well, trying to take out Zeus, but he just flashes out, pops his heal, survives. They get the dragon, and maybe they're going to head for Baron too.
Yeah, definitely. Get over there. Make this comeback real. I mean, they could circle around and look for tower plates as well, B-Boy.
The charm landing, and Quad going to have to flash out away from that rocket as B-Boy almost had him.
Okay, death timers are really low still. Again, a little overhypey, but I will say, maybe the handshake was too early.
Preemptive handshake.
You know what? Maybe it was. Look at the approach. Contract's in here with the Q flash, and then he ults through everybody. So Masu, look at Masu just got locked up. Burst out. There was 0 auto attacks out of the Ashe with a really good engage from Shopify. Contracts makes the big initiation. The team follows up instantly. And they open up the objective for themselves. Really good engage from them. Meanwhile, afterwards, FlyQuest trying to salvage the play a little bit. Zeus does flash away from the Rumble ultimate here after the engage from Quad. And okay, yeah, some fist bumps on the pumps on the other side here for Shopify coaches. They're not celebrating too early, but they are happy with the result.
The meta's getting fleshed out. It's handshakes versus fist pumps.
Gotta be a little bit more conservative. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh my God, Masu just lost half his health instantly there. And that was through the Seraphine Shield as B-Boy is well and truly fed. Now has the Serpent's Fang done to boot, so full item up on where Masu is at this point of the game. And I mean, that engage was just so sick from Contracts. The Q flash, and then the ult through 3 people, so triple knockup. Then Zeus has a wave over the top that also knocks up 3 members. So beautifully done there by Shopify, utilizing that playmaking. They are not done with this game just yet, but they are in a way better position. And oh my God.
That is a big one right there. A very big one.
Very big one.
And I have to say, Serpent's Fang versus this team is the best buy. Like, Shen shields are huge. You even have Scrap Shield on the Rumble, and not to mention the lane that you're playing against, the Seraphine here. So, very, very good and efficient cheap buy.
Fudge going to go all out onto Gakkos. Gakkos trying to sidestep as much as he can. He does sidestep that 1Q3. Not able to sidestep there, though, and the Stand United comes through. Fudge is incredibly low. Griffin's looking. The Crystal Arrow does connect. The taunt comes in, but it doesn't matter because B-Boy has arrived first. The cavalry comes in from Shopify, and they're the ones again getting a kill.
Oh, even with the Shen shield going down, they try and re-gauge, get him into position, but nicely done. Contracts collapses. They get the kill. Shopify are rallying here to push us to a game 3, and they're making it look really good. B-Boy is incredibly rich. He hasn't even spent since the last time we were talking about him. Now on top of that, gets solo tower gold down here. Of course, it's just the rest of turret plates. Solo towers are not what they used to be on the previous season where all the gold was in, the end of killing a tower, but still extra gold and quite nice.
It is very nice indeed. And that is back-to-back games now where B-Boy was kind of the hope for Shopify. He was Giga-fed 6-0 on the Ezreal. Now he's 7-1 on the Corki. He's having a couple of monster games here, and we'll see if they can seal the deal on this one, as it looks like he's got that zeal off the back of those fights. He has the Gluttonous Greaves in as well, so going to be stacking that up. The wave comes out on the Cryogen, forcing the flash as B-Boy is just taking every fight he can find. This guy is ridiculously strong, and Contracts at one point was down 2 levels to Griffin. He is now fully caught up. They are pushing the side lanes. They're in a great spot here. Quad trying to split push and get something back, but Masu and Cryogen have been completely taken out of this game.
All right, the split push continues. Bottom side tower does go down, but same thing's gonna be attempted to answer here on the top side. Gakkos will slip in, and the rest of the team for Shopify are recalling, but Zinni does not care. He's going to try and finish it before Griffin gets here, and even with him on the ward, no problem. So they do answer that tower as well. 50 seconds left on the next dragon. So nobody blow your flashes anytime soon. Good dodge on the Ashe arrow here for Zinni. He attracts a lot of attention, and Shopify are going to have an open route here. Big poke damage onto Masu, and the Dragon setup is going to be very easy for Shopify. I think FlyQuest have maybe even already made the call, hey, you know, it's fine, just keep split pushing, and maybe we just counter jungle top side a little bit instead. Yeah. It's very dangerous for them to go over to the Dragon, so they're going to try and make a top side play instead.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to try to look for a dive. I mean, B-Boy, one big one with the Mandate and the Nami E was enough, and now Zinni going to be in some trouble. Goes across the Veil here, but he has been burned incredibly well, and I don't think he's going to get out of this. Goes across the Veil, but nowhere to go after that. Tries to go between worlds and get out, but he was already down to 10% HP, so Gatkos is able to claim the solo kill. They take the tower. They do lose their tier 2 in mid lane in trade for that, but it's a nice kill, and they're actually just going to start the Baron here. They're TPing into this. Contract's on the other side of the map trying to do the Dragon, but look at that poke already coming out from B-Boy. They're going to have to turn on to him. He has Cryogen low already. Fudge now has arrived with the teleport. Quad is looking for the flank on the side. It's going to be up to Quad. He goes in. He's going to look for the charm. He flashes forward. He charms the Nami. He's going to try to burst him down. The Stand United comes through, but the bubble was great. They're focusing down Fudge. He's slowly dying. Griffin taunts him, but Contracts has arrived. He's going to the back line. He's looking for Masu. Masu flashes out. Contracts trying to finish him off. Fudge flashes over the wall. Griffin taunts the safety. Gatkos is incredibly low. FlyQuest trying to make it happen. The equalizer comes back up. Fudge is burning, barely survives with the footwork there. Seos getting a heal down on him as well. And now Zinni is back. He finds Quad. Flashes away there from what he thought was a charm, but the charm I think is still available. Goes across the Veil, and it's just the reset after reset. Popping off here in the back line, takes down multiple members. It's just Griffin now. He is running for it, but he's got nowhere to go. That is going to be all the kills. That is going to be the Baron as well, eventually going to Shopify.
Shopify blow this game wide open. They know, they make the call. All right, yeah, fine, they can do Baron. Look how slow they're doing the Baron. B-Boy can poke them very heavily, and he Valks, and just barely the angle on that charm doesn't tag B-Boy, and it just goes through to hit Seos instead, and Quad chunks so low, he's kind of on the back of the fight now. And then you see, once Contracts does get here after taking the Dragon, he goes for the engage onto Masu, but Masu does have flash, so he can live and kite the rest of the way. They still get the extra push, though, and with the teleport back from Zinni, they know they can fit. Oh my goodness, that Mikhail's and the extra shield there. Fudge was on the brink of death, barely lived, and now it's their Baron to take.
Griffin is back up. He almost has the Stand United. Maybe they could look for a long chase here. But the Baron is gone, and Shen just now about to get that Stand United. The Enchanted Crystal Arrow going to go wide again. Masu unable to find Zinni, who just hops to the side there, easily dodges it. And now it is a 6,000 gold lead, and it is Soul on the table in 3 minutes here for Shopify. They are dominating this one thanks largely to B-Boy, who is now working on that IE. He is ridiculously strong.
It is time we revisit your Corki Nami stats versus Ashe and Seraphine.
They are the 20%.
They are the 20%. They're going to show the stats nerds right now. B-Boy Corki is worth. He is built diff. Infinity Edge is going to be completed soon, so.
Just know, if they lose, it is your fault. But that was a crazy jinx. No extortion necessary.
True.
We'll see. But
I find humor in caster curses, though, you know, so.
They're close to closing this one out, and it looks like they should do it. B-Boy is just having a monster game. I want to see the damage done. I mean, I'm going to see if I can actually bring it up, because it has been crazy to see how much damage he is dealing. And I mean, he's got to be high at the top of the tables there. Fudge, they're going to look for him here. They're committing to this Cassante. It's going to take a long time to knock him down. He is charmed up. He is hit again by the Encore, but he's still at half health. And now B-Boy is arriving. Contracts into the backline. They're looking for Masu. Masu has got to run. The Enchanted Crystal Arrow comes out. The Stand United to taunt. Contracts is the one to fall. But it is Zinni looking for Masu. Masu with a great sidestep. Pops the barrier, trying to survive. It's a double kill, though, for B-Boy. It's a triple kill now for B-Boy. It's a quadra kill now for B-Boy. But Fudge knocks him away. He may have just denied his teammate the penta there as he goes all out, pushes Quad to the blast cone. I think Fudge there working for the other side, denies the penta to his Corki. It might have been enough.
Quad is going to live another day. Corki just going to focus on winning the game. Go push mid lane instead. Get your recall off with the Baron. Shopify, though, feeling very, very good. about putting the nail in FlyQuest coffin here for game number 2. This is very exciting to push us, if they can finish and push us to the next game. I mean, the B-Boy here, I got you with the damage stats here, though. B-Boy at the very top, 41.6K.
Holy, that's double the Ash.
I didn't know flash.
Yeah.
It's fine, we should win fight.
I'm okay.
Looking.
Careful rumble.
Angle really good. I'm coming. Yeah, we're winning. Yeah, we can't lose.
Ash no flash. Ash 1 HP.
Ari here. I'm dead. Ari no Ash no flash. Penta.
No flash, Ari.
Penta.
No flash, Ari.
That's it.
Go mid.
Push mid, B-Boy.
Okay.
Those are restrained teammates. I would have been flaming him.
Why did you hold him away from me? Penta.
Almost 10K in a team fight? That is crazy.
I mean, I even started, I was like, I want to see a Penta. All right, FlyQuest though.
That was a cool Penta too. That wasn't one of those like last hit, auto attack, one time Pentas.
Yeah, you can't say he's cleaning up.
He did 10,000 damage.
We just saw the damage down there. He's not cleaning up anything.
Brother did 10K in one fight. That is a Penta deserved as Quad on a long flank here. The rest of Shopify just trying to zone FlyQuest away. Quad again, gonna look for this hero play here. When can they find it? B-Boy's gonna get tagged here. He does have the cleanse, but he gets charmed up. There's the equalizer, there's the encore. B-Boy barely surviving. They finish him off now. It's gonna be up to Cryogen, to Gatkos, to the rest of the team to try to get something done, but they don't have the damage. They committed everything to kill off B-Boy, and it cost them so much more. The Corki did fall, but they lose 4. They're about to lose 5 as Griffin gonna get chased down and killed. FlyQuest have lost this game. Shopify take it. They finally knocked down the Corki, but it just does not matter. Zinni and the rest of the team, the counter engage was more than good enough, and they're going to be able to walk this one in.
Shopify, count it 1 for the Rebellion.
Nicely done. Shopify going to be able to tie us up here 1-1. An incredible Corki game from B-Boy, even falling behind early, 15-2-5, 31 minutes on the clock. Masu and Cryogen respawn, but it's not going to matter. They just got to focus the Nexus. They do just that. They finish off the game. We're heading to game 3.
Ooh, that is a fun one. Game number 3. I mean, we both thought that FlyQuest had the better side of the draft, but Shopify, they get the kills. Nicely done. B-Boy was a huge Corki analyst. If you don't vote for him for player of the game,
extortion.
We're going to extort you.
B-Boy!
Wow.
Under duress, B-Boy.
Yeah.
15 kills, Emily.
Yeah, we kind of already spoiled our player of the game vote.
Yeah, we
Looks
did.
like it's going to be unanimous, but I'm actually going to talk about B-Boy in this play, which is technically only a 3 for 2, but I think really is what sets up a lot of Shopify taking over this mid game, right? So we are going to be watching B-Boy in this because he's just pushed out this mid wave right here. And watch Masu's health. I know Azael covered this on cast, but boom, okay?
Oh my God.
It's really difficult for him to get into this fight already because he's so low health. So we're fighting over this. Even though Gatkos comes in and he's going to be able to lay down the equalizer here, Masu still can't really get in to do damage, which means B-Boy and then Zinni on this Aurora are going to be doing so much damage. The Aurora ult comes out. Gatkos gets shut down. Zinni goes over here and is able to get even more damage onto Masu. And even though he ends up dying, this just clears the way for B-Boy to play through from the back line with Fudge frontlining. And this, to me, is what really set up their next Drake fight here that I'll go through really quickly. And then I know Jat has a team fight.
I thought you were only doing 1.
I know. No, I'm doing 2 really
Bait
quick.
switch.
Just because I like how they coordinate this. You see Fudge already on the flank, marking Gatkos as he's trying to take down this ward. We have the TPs coming in here. Contracts goes in. This is kind of a level of synergy and coordination we hadn't really seen from Shopify, and this is what gives B-Boy a triple kill, and they're able to take down this Drake as well. So those were 2 plays in the mid game.
Do one more, Emily. Do one more.
Really
Block
set them
him
up
out.
for
Block
success.
him.
I should just troll Jat with another team fight.
And for my 5th replay.
Okay. Baron fight. B-Boy got really fed from what Emily talked about. 14,000 gold. Zinni has 9,000 gold at this point in the game. Definitely I jumped too far ahead. Definitely a massive carry here in this game. So, just watch B-Boy. Remember the setup to this fight was Contracts is off taking Drake, so FlyQuest wants to rush it, and it's on B-Boy. Look how aggressively he's positioned. In front of everyone to kind of him and Seos completely push them off of this Baron. And then the fight afterwards is actually chaos. If you remember game 1, FlyQuest won in the chaos. In this game, SR wins in the chaos. B-Boy sidesteps the charm, Quad ends up hitting the support, and then miraculously Cryojin's Seraphine ultimate misses both carries.
Oh my
misses
God.
both squishies. It goes through Fudge, Seos flashes left, B-Boy moves right.
Field goal.
And once they've used their CC, it's on B-Boy to just dump as much damage as possible. Basically untouched. He's already incredibly fed. And they can, even though the fight ends up being pretty close down the stretch, the random Aurora TP's back in who had been picked off that actually started the Baron in the first place. And Shopify was able to win within the chaos right here. And just look at that amount of gold. 14,500 gold, 26 minutes into the game after this one. B-Boy absolutely dominated.
Yeah, that TP from Zinni did shock me. I did not expect the
Aurora
to be
here.
coming in from behind. That one really, really surprised me. You're checking back on that, huh?
Well, I want to see the damage.
Yeah,
I
let's
was just
check in
looking,
the damage.
47,000 damage from the B-Boy Corki at the end of that game. They didn't actually have a goal lead until 19 minutes.
Yeah.
So,
Jeez.
not bad.
And I think a lot of it was like, again, that first fight I pointed out was a 3 for 2, right? But the important part was that B-Boy was cleaning up. And I feel like it should come as no surprise to anyone. Player of the game is B-Boy.
Yeah.
Unanimous.
So sweet. 100%.
Decision.
Hey,
Oh.
at least
Why
the
are we
FlyQuest
showing
fam
the sad
get to
FlyQuest
stick.
family?
Well,
Happy in victory, of course, a little depressed into
you
V.
come all the way out here, you may as well see 3 games.
92? Come on,
Yeah.
guys. That's a unanimous one right there.
Is this giving it to Fudge for denying the Penta?
Yeah.
Taking the Ari to Narnia at the very end.
Let's
like,
go
not allowing
over the
Penta
wall,
kill.
too.
As a note, 15 kills is the most in a single game by an LCS player this split.
Nice.
Wow.
Berserker did have an insane Sivir game in game 1, but this series for B-Boy has actually been exceptional because the Ezreal game, he was primed to carry already.
Yeah, there were already some team fights in there. I'm like, oh, maybe if he pops off, gets some space.
Gold down at 14 minutes.
Also, look at how important this man is to his team. He needs to be involved.
Yeah.
87.5% kill participation, 90% kill participation in game 2. Not always, like we've talked about how we are a bot lane focused meta, but not always something you see from your AD carry because typically you will have a skirmish elsewhere on the map that they're not a part of. Pretty nuts. There's your 47.6k damage, Jet.
Yep. And the gold graph just flying up at the very end. Okay, so he's played Ezreal.
Yes.
Shoots
His favorite
skill shots in a
champion.
straight line.
Yep.
Corki shoots skill shots in a straight line.
Second favorite champion.
What else does he got?
He loves Lucian.
I guess
He
Lucian
does like
ulti
Lucian.
does.
Yeah.
He can move,
That's why he likes it. It's the moving straight line.
Exactly. You can find a little angle there. Okay, maybe he goes for that one. One person who might be a little depressed is the Shungle, Griffin.
It was looking good.
It was looking
very
really good.
Every
Yeah.
time there was a play happening on side, the Shen ulti comes through and they were turning plays constantly. The 2 kills they got top side.
That was really nice.
Yes. And so, like, it's crazy to have that lead and for them to not be able to solidify it with a pick that he's been loving recently.
But really, it is time for celebration. It's the first Shopify Game 3 of the year.
Where's the poppers? Where's the poppers?
Of the year.
Too much
Everything they've had
celebrating.
is either a sweep in their favor, but more so against them. We'll see if they can pick up the win and have real playoff chances because Sentinels is sitting there at 1-4. So Game 3 is up next after the break. Shopify versus FlyQuest.
Welcome back to the LCS here for the final game of the week and the first ever Shopify Rebellion Game 3 this year.
Woohoo!
Woo! That's kind of a wild stat.
It's one for the Rebellion, baby.
Yeah.
Honestly, can we make it a whole series, though? The way B-Boy is playing, I think Shopify, they should draft for bottom lane. They should contract some path bottom lane.
Whatever he wants.
Just give him all the money.
Get up mid-game, give him a little shoulder rub.
yeah, get out there right now. Make sure he's feeling comfortable, feeling loose.
He wants your keyboard.
Is he hydrated? Water?
Better give him your keyboard, buddy.
You better, yeah.
You're going to play with only a mouse
Tanner,
this
get
game.
up there, Tanner. Just going to give him a massage right now.
Yep. Give him a little fist bump, maybe a handshake. Actually, no. Handshakes have resulted in losses.
Honestly, that's a really good gift to bring back. We should clip the FlyQuest coach handshake
into the defeat screen.
Moments before unacceptable occurrence.
Yeah, what were they thinking?
I mean, we'll see. We'll see about the. Honestly, I thought it was a very good draft for them, but
me too.
They did end up losing, and so hindsight.
Bad draft. Terrible draft. What were they thinking?
Stupid, dumb.
Yep, I would agree. Great analysis, Kobe. Yeah. I mean, it was obviously a great early game. I'm sure that they think that they would be able to win that had they got it back and get to kind of redo. But that's League. Yeah. Make a couple big plays, you get so strong. And B-Boy has had an amazing series. Even in a loss, he was dominating on the Ezreal. I feel like if he has another good game here, he could be Player of the Week. I feel like he's really looking strong.
We can use our reach to sway
to exactly.
I'm also with you. I was like, I'm putting my early half vote in.
Half vote.
Half vote. We gotta see because he could
we'll
drop.
Go halfsies on
he could drop a stinker right now.
And then we'll take that
you
back.
Take that half vote.
Take
back.
that back. Yeah. Give my half vote.
Honestly, though, contracts also a lot of really good engages for Shopify. So very well capable of taking a series for themselves, which, given that this is the first game that they have won this year, would also be the first series.
That would be they first game 3. They won 2-0 against Dig.
Oh, right.
Yeah, they won 2-0 against Dig, but every other series they lost 0-2, 0-2,
Wait,
0-2.
Yeah, that was the opening blasting too.
Yep. But in lock-in they won 0 games, and then they beat Dig, and then they lost 3 series in a row 0-2. So they had never actually gone to a game 3. They've never had a close series. Until now.
I love Caitlyn lanes right now. I feel like they're so good. All right, so doesn't have the the Bard pairing, but they're starting out with a very early Caitlyn. You can do any kind of like binding combos.
Well, Caitlyn Lux.
The Lux or the it doesn't happen
People
a lot
don't really
in
play
pro
more.
play.
Yeah. That binding is slow.
That binding is very slow, and
the ultimate is just useless. You're too squishy.
She's also not very good at laning, so. This is better partners.
Morgana just sucks, let's be honest. It is the unfortunate reality.
He just said it.
I did say it.
Okay, well.
Yeah. What
am
I supposed to rush a Zhonya so I can use my ultimate? That ain't happening.
You need to play in the ARAM Mayhem so you can get the augment that lets you move around with Zhonya's too.
And a snowball.
Yeah.
There you go.
Oh, the super giant one.
Yeah.
Also, like
snowball augments are pretty OP. Morgana just needs snowball. We solved it.
Just need like a couple of ARAM Mayhem augments and it would be great.
That would be funny if that was the new strategy for balance. If your champion's trash enough, you just get an augment at the beginning of the game.
They don't just give you buffs,
Yeah.
Plus 5 AD, that's boring.
No. You got a random augment at the beginning of the game.
Hell yeah.
Better hope you get a prismatic. That could be some free LP.
And everybody loves a little random chance. Everybody's a little gambler in them.
Especially the opponents.
Yeah.
When it goes against them, they love that.
Love. Okay, so tracking right back to the game here, we've got Jace versus Sion. Some poke damage into the big old tank here. I usually like the team fight value of the Sion, but if you're good enough on the Jace to get enough value, then sometimes you can just get such a big lead in side lanes and really make it difficult for your opponents.
Also worth noting, that's the first time this split that GeckOS has lost on carry. Lost on the Rumble. He had been undefeated, so that was the first time for a game 3 for Shopify, and I just remembered.
Use the FlyQuest mom strategy, blame teammates.
Oh, yeah, exactly.
It's not my son's fault.
But there's multiple moms, so then the strategy starts to fall off the rails.
Yeah,
because, Masu's mom wants to blame someone else, but then Gaku's mom maybe wants to blame Masu, and then it's going to be chaos up there.
It's okay, you just listen to your own mom.
Yeah. Mom does know best. My mom specifically, not your mom, to be clear.
Wait a second.
You're like, wait, that's not true. Wait a second, I can't stay true to that. Morgana. They don't agree with us.
It's a real champion right here, Azale.
They don't think Morgana sucks.
Maybe they heard the talk of augments.
Yeah, maybe
oh,
they thought
like, did they put that in the game? Hold on.
Hey, that could be worth a pick. Let's see if Lux is going to get banned out as well then. Because Bard, as you said, obviously, is a common pairing with Caitlyn in Pro, but obviously Bard has been fearless out of there. And we'll see what the other pairings are going to be. Of course, you can just play it with whatever. You can play like, Alistar or Nautilus or whatever. But generally speaking, you want to play lane dominant stuff where you can push, you can farm plates, and that's usually where Caitlyn's
Yeah, I like stuff that can also, poke with Caitlyn, or stuff that can set up her traps really well. Because you can go for combo kills like that and get some good Caitlyn combos. So, I mean, in the past, you've had stuff even like Thresh if you're really reaching out there. But don't think it's in the best spot right now, so we'll see. Maybe
Elise support is more what they're worried about instead of Lux.
Caitlyn Elise is very, that is like the, the Elk on special combo there. That is very, very much worth a ban.
And Nautilus, to be fair, Nautilus, obviously, it's really annoying playing into Morgana because Depth Charge is so easy to respond to with Black Shield. So maybe that's why they were more worried about the Morgana than the Lux. And it is going to be Alistar, one of the other combos I mentioned. It's much less about the lane. Obviously, you can headbutt Pulve into a trap, but you don't necessarily have the guaranteed push. You don't necessarily have that poke. Going to be curious to see what AD carry Masu does go towards. A lot of the usual suspects have already been taken out, and you have the Nautilus pairing, so you're thinking about potentially a kill lane, maybe like a Kaisa or something, would be kind of what is making sense to me. But Smolder is very strong this patch, and I think Deathfire Touch Smolder is really strong. So the interactions with Black Cleaver are super powerful, and if you want to play alongside the Jace and you're going physical heavy, that could be pretty nice.
Yeah, and you're playing into a Scion and an Alistar frontline here, and a Xin. So you do need some mobility for yourself as well.
Stacks on stacks.
And it is nice too. You get you get your poke play style too once you get your rapid fire and some range there.
Are you a fan of the kind of new era builds though? Because obviously there is the standard like crit Smolder build, but I've been seeing a lot more of like Essence Reaver into Black Cleaver into Shojin, and then just like Endless Hunger or like defensive style builds, and they play it more of like a caster style build with Deathfire Touch. And 1 Q with Deathfire Touch, Black Cleaver, is 5 stacks of Deathfire Touch. And then once you get 125, you can start like AoEing onto it on people. So it's kind of a different playstyle, but I do think it's quite strong on the new patch. So I'm going to be interested to see if he does that or if it's just standard fleet crit.
I think it is also quite strong when you're playing against something like Akali, and you need a little extra HP. A lot of these items, a little bit of extra HP could mean
now you're only overkilled by like 50 instead of 4,000. So it's.
I was gonna say the positive side. Maybe you have a couple extra HP, you live, but
So the Akali E is Veigar ult, so it's hard to live if that hits.
It depends if you are already reverting to the strategy of blaming your teammate for why is this Akali so fed.
I was just getting on that early, you know? Yeah, I was listening to the moms.
Riki, this fed Akali. Okay, so this one going to be very interesting here. We've got a Smolder. In addition to the Huhi and Jace, gives you lots of poke, lots of range on the side of FlyQuest, but the other team has Scion and Alistar, and those, like, with the ultimates, you can just get your engage. Hard engage, if you can, like, actually get a good timing on it, you can try and crush these poke comps. That being said, there is a bunch of range on FlyQuest, so it like puts pressure on Shopify to make their moves and make them without hesitation.
And there's some pretty good CC to actually answer Akali. I always find it, scary when I'm playing a champion like Akali. You try to go into the Shroud, but you can get feared out of that by Huhi Fear. Obviously, Depth Charge and stuff is going to follow you through, and then you see the shadows, so you can hit the Huhi Fear right out of that. Some pretty powerful CC there. And it is 4 melee champions versus Smolder and Huhi, who have a lot of AoE. That is a lot of damage later on into the game if you're all stacking up for that. But it is a lot of champions to create space for Bvoy, who has been incredible so far in this series. So can definitely make a lot of sense there. And Masu is going to be playing Deathfire Touch. So Quad and Masu both playing Deathfire Touch. It is, I think, the better rune in a lot of cases. If you were playing against like Caitlyn Lux, maybe you'd still have to just go fleet. In some of those bad lanes, I think you still do. But Deathfire Touch, especially against 4 champions, when you're AoEing in these team fights, if you're not just getting one shot, you're going to get crazy value.
Yeah, definitely a good new rune that they have implemented. Far less Storm Raider Surge. I mean, that one was basically intended as a nerf to Phase Rush anyway, so intended to be a bit weaker, but bottom side, the burning continues. The death fire burns continue on these trades. Caitlyn getting the extra push here, just ever so slightly, but the brush control to the side of FlyQuest.
Yeah, and a couple of those built over Peacemakers in a row. That is 3 in a row that have hit Masu now. So B-Boy on point with those. Masu has not yet been able to sidestep them, and they, of course, are going to lose the race to level 2, and they're pretty far forward. It's going to be a flash in, and they're going to try to zone out Cryogen with the traps, but he's able to step between them. And at the end of the day, he doesn't even have to use anything. So it is the flash off of Seos, and he is not playing Hex Flash. So there is a pretty big cost there.
Yeah, definitely not the combo you're looking for exactly on the bottom side. But interesting thing is going to be that junglers are pathing to opposite sides as well. So the timing of it, they get their push in, and Seos has time to go ward and try and find the Jarvan. He goes for the option of putting the ward really deep up the river. So it's interesting because so many junglers have got to the point where they know and they expect the cutoff of the Phalites, and you're going to try and say it just up to the top side of it. But then if you put the ward organically further up the river.
Deos coming in mid here. They expect him to base. Good fear from Quad. Will keep himself safe.
Then you can see some of the junglers that are like saying just out of range of those instead. And so Seos here, he opts for the deeper up the river organic wards, and then with his body he also gets full vision. So everything's going to be known for the exact timings here, but it's not too exciting anyway. Just trade of the crabs. Wave pushing toward them as well, so you drop 1 melee. That's about it for Shopify here to go down, just out of range.
Yep, not bad whatsoever. B-Boy takes the ever so popular quick cull recall these days. If you can just crash those early waves, base, grab a cull, run right back with home guards, and the wave is not going to crash before you arrive back. So, of course, Masu looks like he's very far ahead, but there's a ton of minions there for B-Boy to farm, as Quad and Zinni have now both TP'd back. And thanks to that little bit of help from Seos, Zinni was able to get a nicer recall off of that. Was able to get a lot more of the minions before he had to go back to base. Quad had been bullying him pretty effectively.
Yeah. And if we took a look at the hover here, Contracts has time before Krugs. Just spend it hovering just in case there's fairly low chance that anything happens, but in case Alice was fishing for a hook or something, then he would be around to do it before he goes into his second clear. Meanwhile, top lane going pretty well for Mr. Gatgos in his Jace vs. Sion efforts in the early stages.
And Quad has been doing really well into Zinni. I mean, Zinni, of course, you are expected to lose, in these range versus melee matchups early, but Quad, even with the gank that he tanked, does have Zinni down low again, and Zinni has already used his potion, so if he gets hit by another couple spells, he might have to take a poor recall, and this time Cryogen is covering, as they know the Quad is going to be a little bit exposed pushing this in.
Zinni, though, pretty good focus on CS. And as long as it doesn't die, and he can get his reset to buy off before he gets before he uses his ult and has the big burst damage.
Nice bit of poke there from Gatgos, and lets himself step forward to be able to crack the first play here. Fudge going to take his first recall of the game. Is playing Comet tech, so this is old tech. You don't really see it as much these days. We see a lot more Spellbook, or sometimes people just default even to Grasp. But Comet was all about the E-poke back in the day. People used to do this a lot in these melee matchups versus range for Sion. So a little bit of a throwback, and of course the increased damage on Comet based on the range from which it hits is in this new season, and that's something that can be pretty easily applied with Sion because the E slows and kind of hit confirms the Comet.
Meanwhile, little hover on the bottom side back the other way. Griffin, before he's going to go into his Gromp as well. Control wards you see all the way down the river on red side, but Contracts is top side.
Oh, and no vision. Gatgos' ward has been turned off, and Gatgos is pushed pretty far up.
And Fudge has ult, too.
Yeah, this could be scary. They're going to look here. Sion ultimate coming forward. Gatgos, nice sidestep, and it's going to be able to go to the skies. Flashes back over the top. Is going to get knocked up here by Contracts and Fudge, but honestly, very well handled from a difficult spot.
Good moves there. Dodging out on the ultimate, going for the big jump. Meanwhile, Zinni is going to take a decent amount of damage again. But again, non-lethal damage still.
Oh, look at that hook. B-Boy in some trouble here. Masu pops the barrier to be able to absorb that headshot that was coming in here. And B-Boy may be having to go back to base, so Masu and Cryogen off of that play. They have bot side Prio, they have Griffin down there taking the Dragon. They're going to be able to get overplayed as well.
Exactly. He's worried about, okay, where is Jarvan right now? They get the alert from the Dragon being taken as his recall is going off, and it's going to be lost pressure for them. Dragon number 1 for FlyQuest going really nicely. Honestly, Masu is stacking really well too, in addition to having this pressure, so FlyQuest definitely quite happy with the state, honestly, of all of the lanes, with Fudge not being able to, you know, make good with the gank from contracts and, you know, truly get a kill on the Gakkos. Maybe there's an opportunity now that he doesn't have flash, but don't see it really, unless contracts is going to make another you know, point of actually sacrificing something on bottom side in order to go top again.
And Gakkos is going to recall after this wave anyway, so then the timing might not be there. So it might not be likely that they actually find the window. And of course, Fudge does not have ult or TP, so Gakkos decides to cancel the base, and he's going to be able to shove this wave in, take his recall, and should be feeling pretty comfortable about his position in this game. And we'll find out after Masu completes his expected Essence Reaver rush which style of build he's going to be going for. Is it that more modern era kind of caster style build, or is it just the standard crit style that we have been seeing a lot? Seos here is level 6 and was trying to threaten a little bit of a wraparound as Zinni and Contracts are in the area. 4 members strong from Shopify on the bottom side. Quad has yet to move here. Cryogen is level 5 as well, as B-Boy's going to get a free headshot onto Masu there. So it's time to just give up that blue and take the small win of Quad continuing to push mid.
Yeah, let's see. Can he delay Zinni's return to the minions? Not really.
Ooh, Quad might be face-checking Contracts here. He's moving down. Contracts doesn't know if someone is behind him. Contracts, though, is in the back of the pit now, and he's either going to have to turn and fight or something. There's the flash in. The Spiraling Despair does come out. Contracts blocks that. Seos going in, has the ulti popped early. Quad has no flash. Mob comes to life. It's going to be first blood going to Cryogen as Seos was really deep in there. Zinni did not want to commit, and neither did B-Boy, and now Zinni running for the hills here. Cryogen does have flash as well as the depth charge. He could look to commit onto Zinni. Zinni trying to sidestep, flashes away, and they decide to just back it up as the teleport comes in from Seos.
Honestly, I love that from Quad so much. He's paying you back with the mid prio that he got off of your blue being stolen. After blue is stolen, okay, fine, but I'm pushing the wave in, so Zinni's going to have to go to the tower. The Akali's going to have to get those CS. We have another little fight over the support.
Depth charge going to be used here. Remember, Seos has no ult. Griffin is there as well. Flag, drag, little bit of damage from Quad. Seos does have the heal. The Cataclysm going to have to be committed, but they do get the kill at the end of the day as Zinni was pushing back, and now Cryogen going to land the hook. The root there to follow it up as well as Quad. Procs the passive, won't be enough to kill, but Cryogen getting active here on the Nautilus.
Yeah, really good responses from FlyQuest after the blue steel play goes off. They end up getting 2 out of it. These Krugs, oh, B-Boy actually even gets the big Krug last hit.
Griffin going to be able to steal away most of the small ones, and of course did not have Smite, so did lose that one. Now looking for the Raptors, looking like should be able to get it probably, but the teleport is coming back in here from Zinni, and Seos is in the area, but Griffin with his Smite should be able to just take this and walk out, and will be able to grab the whole camp for himself.
Very nice stuff there, and that's all said and done. 1.2K the gold lead now for FlyQuest off of those plays, and we're keeping track. 73 stacks for Masu. 10 minutes is quite a nice pace. Of course, when it's double melee supports, always makes it a little bit easier. Get a couple extra stacks here and there when trading, and with the skirmishing going on too, and the collapse. Really, really nice. So there's your Essence Reaver done.
Yep, so Essence Reaver is done. Gakkos is working in towards his Black Cleaver, so with him rushing Black Cleaver, I feel like it's less likely that Masu would do that build. You don't really need to go for 2. Griffin is in the area here as Gakkos is going to be trading heavily and does win out on that trade, putting some pressure onto Fudge as he tries to walk through that decimating smash, but is still clipped for the damage, though not the knock-up. Fudge honestly doing a good job here, trading with Gakkos, you know, even with that grasp. Fudge is winning out in that skirmish, and it means Gakkos is going to have to go back to base as Griffin is clearing down to bot side, and they don't have eyes on Contracts until just now.
Yeah, he's got his sweeper on, so he sees that the Fey lights are lit up. He's gonna go and grab those first.
Oh, they're going to look for him. Remember, Contracts does have his flash still, so he will be able to use it if he needs it. Cryogen, depth charge back to that wall as Griffin was in the area, but Zinni had first move, so they decided, you know what, we don't want to actually commit to it. B-Boy's coming first, Zinni's coming first. We would have been outnumbered.
All right, so still sitting in Dragon Pit here. They've got the Ocean Dragon pulled with the extra slow. They could collapse for FlyQuest here. Circle around.
Masu is pushing bot. They want to get that moving in the right direction. Seos going to pop the Ghost. Will be spotted on the side. They could look for Seos. Cryogen going to find him with the hook. Masu and Griffin are hitting him. There's the knockback. Griffin going to get hit into the team, but the Cataclysm comes out. Mom roars to life, and it's hitting across everyone. The Spiraling Despair is out. Contract's in the middle of the whole team. He's going to fall. The Scion will arrive, but it's already a lost team fight, and Masu is just stacking and stacking in this one. They're going to be able to get a couple of kills. 5-0 now for FlyQuest as they dominate that fight.
That is just so insane for FlyQuest. Incredible influx of gold here. And all the teleports being used. Everybody is here. Look at the wraparound. So Griffin, he makes a good reposition here. I think this is critical because after this, you're going to see the Alistar flank around, and Seo's timing on his initiation. Look at the Dragon. They're using all their spells on Dragon still. So Dragon now just goes down, but Seos is already 50% and popped his ult. And he just headbutt Griffin in. He can ult, EQ, and flash all the way out. And look at the AoE going down. Masu pelting from one side, Quad hitting from the other side. FlyQuest just melt them. It's kind of like you deliver the Jarvan for the Cataclysm without him having to use EQ to get in range to get there.
Oh, my bad. I guess I shouldn't TP.
Yeah, and TP's in, but obviously the fight was already lost before that, and you know I think it was more about the engage prior. So this is Masu, his normal stack timings versus this game. So, or excuse me, his first game versus the second game. So these are standard stack timings, and we can kind of check in and compare. He's at 103 right now at 13 minutes. So in that second game, he did hit 125 at 13:33. He is behind that pace, but he is quite a bit ahead of his first Smolder game's pace.
Yeah, and looking pretty good as far as the 5-0 kill counts for their team as well. So team in a very good spot. In this situation, it's also going to be hard for you to blame your teammates if it goes wrong.
That's tough.
Because they're all doing pretty well.
Yeah, that is problematic.
Which is maybe the worst part of this.
That is absolutely devastating news.
I've got to need somebody to blame.
You're like, wait a second, what do I do here? Spiraling Despair going to get used there onto Zinni. Just a little bit of chunk damage, but it is a Ruby Crystal pick up for Masu. It might just be Shojin second. Wouldn't surprise me at all. Very strong item.
Yeah. But yeah, the team overall doing so well for every single lane, and then Griffin as well. So FlyQuest, a lot of positive stuff going on in the final game of the series. So Gecko's actually getting to work here with his Black Cleaver, shredding the armor of Fudge and getting some extra pressure, plus a jungler that goes through a ward. Yeah. So they know that you're here, Griffin.
Griffin doesn't know that they know, but he is a little bit suspicious now. Will back it off as Cryogen up towards that top side. Quad gonna get jumped on, has to flash away from the Shirk and flip it on the other side. Contracts will push Griffin back. So Zinni in the 1v2 gets the flash off of Quad. Nicely done by him.
Yeah, a lot of threat in the side lanes here. The Akali versus Control Mage moving out to the side. Still have the Nautilus ultimate
round
for play, though.
He's going to wrap around again, and Zinni is going to get hooked into that Shroud, but yeah, they're just not having the confidence to actually follow up. They're like, we don't have the ult on Quad. We probably can't finish him off.
Yeah, I actually like the vision toggle here from Observer's. Nice little one, trying to show they don't know exactly how far people away are. Yoink!
Griffin going to be able to use the passive auto plus the smite to be able to knock that one down, and they do clear out the vision here and look to start up the Herald. Zinni had gone back to base, and remember, Zinni used his ult in that 1v2, so Zinni will be without the perfect execution, and Fudge also has no ultimate and is down bot side.
Yeah, meanwhile, Cryogen has just been holding his Nautilus ult. Didn't waste it in the exchanges up on the top side, so it's a very threatening ulti, even from the level 7 supports down here. Not usually the giant threat, but that thing very, very important for the Herald fights. And they grab the Herald, so FlyQuest can position that one later towards mid lane. They've got Masu here. Love farming in mid lane for Smolders, especially, I was going to say it, Raptors are up.
Very tempting.
Some junglers will say, here, take my extra Raptors for the
and
stacks.
some will report
Some
you.
will say, go back to base and buy your Ruby Crystal and your glowing mode. There, buddy.
Yeah, and you're going to like it too. Deos and contracts laying a bit of a trap here. And now that Masu is past 125, if you have a big fight breakout and there are 4 melee champs there, you can get so many stacks in a good fight. If you can hit multiple people with your Qs and then hit them all with your W and your ult, you can get an acceleration of 20, 30 stacks in a team fight, no problem, as long as you are in a good position here. And they are clearly trying to start up this dragon. Good trap line there from B-Boy. FlyQuest have no vision really in the area, and would be a tough approach, but Cryogen now there with Masu. They have pushed in mid. Griffin gonna pop the Cataclysm immediately onto B-Boy here. He jumps into the Herald, using it for a Battle Herald. He's gonna try to chase after B-Boy. B-Boy flashed out of the back of the pit, so the Caitlyn's not gonna be involved as well. Gakkos is here on the teleport looking on the side. Zinni threatening the flank on the other side. The Caitlyn is down towards the bot side. Fudge now gonna be able to spot Gakkos. Dragon getting low. It's gonna be claimed there by Griffin. Seos looks for the engage. Shopify though having to back up as Seos flashes back in, but the rest of the team was just leaving. Zinni getting hit by the depth charge. Masu not threatened at all. Seos has just thrown his life away as Gakkos bought some time on the other side. Zinni's gonna have to run. The rest of Shopify just backs off as Seos kind of inexplicably just flashed in. Well, it felt like the whole team was leaving.
Yeah, because Contracts charged in and he tried to go for the smite steal. You know, Griffin still got it, but he had to use a lot of his health and the Xin ultimate, so he's not way.
Masu could be in trouble, but look at the fear from Quad, the spiraling despair, and that is what Zinni feels as he's gonna burn down the Black Fire Torch and the Death Fire Touch. Quad played that one beautifully to keep Masu alive.
There you go, that's a teammate.
Ooh, nice combo, interrupting the depth charge there from Cryogen. Pops the exhaust, B-Boy in the area. There's no reinforcements, buddy. Send a letter home to your mom.
Or just across the audience out here. He's holding up a sign, actually. Help me! I mean, we were just about to talk about great peeling from Quad there, standing next to Masu, and
yeah, why didn't you peel for Cryogen?
Peeling the Akali off, but he's all out of peel. Griffin goes in, he puts down the Herald, and then wants to stick around, use the Herald to escape and kind of delay the start of this dragon. Then the little wrap around here. So look at the attempt for the smite, and we're gonna look at Contracts goes in. He uses a lot of health and his ulti when they go for the steal, and then after that, it's pretty hard for you to continue the fight because you use a lot going for it. So like, boom, goes in, doesn't have much, and then B-Boy, Zinni's up here, B-Boy's down here, so nobody can really follow up.
Yeah.
You know, with the Sion, and then they're hitting into the Jace.
Who has the TP shield. I didn't like that flash forward at all. I thought that was, they could have just maybe just left at that point, but it was always going to be a tough fight. I think Griffin had such a good start, the Cataclysm, and then he kind of starts driving the Herald towards B-Boy, and B-Boy just insta flashes out. As soon as that happened, I feel like you're looking for a 50-50 and then you're leaving, because Caitlyn's never going to be a part of it. But
exactly.
They try to go for more, and FlyQuest now up over 4,000 gold, or just about, as they have 2 dragons to their name here as well. Seos going to get hit by the depth charge, does pop the Unbreakable Will to buy a little bit of time, but Griffin flag and drags out to safety, and every scrap is just more stacks there for Masu, who did in fact go Black Cleaver. So he is playing for that interaction I talked about. Does mean they have double Black Cleaver with both the Jace as well as the Smolder, but it is a really strong interaction. And how many stacks is he at right now? 193. So getting close to that 225. Probably next decent fight they have, he's probably going to hit it.
Yeah, it's not looking too good for Shopify, because when the Smolder's accelerated like that, even though you've got a really beefy front line, your tanks, they're basically, what did Flower say earlier today? They're damaged sponges.
Mm-hmm.
And if I was going to tell you you're a tank or you're a sponge, would you like to be the sponge?
No.
Or would you rather be like a real tank? Yeah.
I'd rather be a real tank.
It's not fun just being a sponge.
You don't know what you're soaking up as that sponge.
No, definitely not.
Yeah.
You got these smolder boogers flying out.
Random stuff coming at you. You got to soak it up. That's gross.
So
I like to choose what I consume, you know?
Yeah.
I might still consume garbage, but I'm making that choice for myself as Fudge tries to find an angle here. Will not get anything. And Masu going to grab a stack for his trouble on the way out as he crosses that 200 mark here.
Yeah, Quad split pushing up there. He's got his teleport on the Huhi, and he's going to get some turret plate money for himself while the stalemate continues. So all going according to plan for FlyQuest here. Side lane's in good condition. Smolder just farming up mid and getting closer and closer to his 225.
Yeah, that is going to make it very, very difficult for them in these fights. But hey, you find the right team fight, you never know. The other thing with Smolder against Alistar, the dot is true damage, past 225, right? So that is something that an Alistar never likes to see when you're so dependent upon your damage reduction from your ult. If you do not pop that thing early, sometimes you're going to burn down. People always used to talk about, Olaf and champions like that. True damage does not care about Alistar ult at all.
No, unfortunately for Seos, it does not. Honestly, too, I think it's pretty hard to approach. Like, our Shopify's gonna send it on this next one. I think maybe you just give it.
Yeah.
You farm more, and you hope that your Caitlyn can get to a good spot. Like, maybe Caitlyn gets like Lord Doms or something, and.
Yeah.
But they're moving over towards it, so maybe they aren't going to drop it. I mean, Sion's walking you down too, so I think they're making a call. We don't even want to give Dragon Soul point over.
Griffin, flag and drag's in there. That was pretty aggressive. Contract's trying to get in on him, but Gatgo's putting a lot of damage down onto Contracts, and he's going to pop the Crescent Guard. B-Boy here is firing back. Mom comes over the top, but there is Fudge. The charge is going to be blocked there by Griffin, but the damage is massive, and Zinni is in the backline. The depth charge throws it over onto him. Quad and Masu still alive here. They are pushed back, though. They've killed off Griffin, and I think that means they've earned themselves the Dragon.
That was a huge engage, and Shopify gets so much work done. Wait a second. FlyQuest are sticking around. They're teleporting back in. Here comes Jace. I think the Dragon's probably still gone, though.
This seems so risky. Gatgos is going to get found on the side by Seos, and Zinni has that teleport shield to buy quite a bit of time. Masu working on Fudge on the side. His Quad is going to throw down the Spiraling Spear onto Seos. Should be okay with the Unbreakable Will. Good sidestep on that little orbital laser coming down. They do challenge, but they are not able to prevent this, as Griffin, you just should not be flagging Dragon in blind with no vision.
Yeah, I love Contracts. He never hesitates. This guy always with the killer instinct. So as soon as he sees the flag and drag, he goes in for the chunk. He goes in for another chunk, and he softens them up. He also groups them up for a huge Scion ultimate. And they do have people stepping in front, but you get the follow-up Q and into the knock-up as well. It's a little bounce house there. So Contracts kind of creates a lot of these plays with just forcing action. He's like, okay, you EQ'd. I go for a little exchange. We chunk you out a little. I go in. I spend my ult. But you are also all grouping up in the jungle in this small corridor. And Fudge, that we called out, had been walking down the entire map the entire time. Got a really good line for a Scion ult, which set up Seos' follow-up and gets Shopify right back in it.
Yeah, that was a sick flanking ultimate there from Fudge. It hits multiple members, with that unstoppable onslaught, the damage. Griffin tried to flag and drag in to block it. Cryogen flashed in to try to block it, but 3 of them took the damage, and then 3 of them got knocked up.
And follow-up Q, too, so.
And that bought time for Seos to get in there, for Zinni to get in there, and then, the fight is going to be incredibly hard. But even with that, they did just kill off the one player. They did just take down Griffin. And FlyQuest still tied in Dragons, up with that 2,000 gold lead, but have to be a little bit more nervous after that one, thinking back to last game. They had a great start. It did eventually spiral out of control, and once again now, B-Boy is on 3 items. He is up about 1,000 gold, and B-Boy seems to be the consistent hope here for Shopify.
Yeah, and actually, he doesn't need the rest of the Lord Doms because, he's got plenty of, poke damage he can give out too with his rapid fire. He opted to go for that. So 3 items, and see if he can get some of these rapid fire headshots off on people.
And there's no armor at all on the other team besides the Locket. The Locket is literally the only armor that they have here. But Masu now has obviously passed that 225. He's up to 270 stacks. And his Contracts is going to be going in onto Griffin, sends him backwards as Cryogen goes in. Seos going to be able to pop the Unstoppable Onslaught. Quad trying to get over here to the team. Seos has gone too far. He's going to burn down. That's a killing spree for Masu. As Zinni was threatening on the side, spotted by Gatgos. Gatgos is going to go hunting for him. And it just feels like Seos is kind of getting a little bit of an itchy trigger finger. He's jumping in. You don't need to try to overforce it in that spot.
Maybe because they didn't even get the trap combo as Quad walks into a trap.
Ooh, that is a bit of a combo there as the Spiraling Spare comes down on Zinni, and Zinni is spotted. I think he was spotted by the tower. He was too close to it in his Shroud. He gets taken down. It's a double for Gatghost. They're going to pile in for more. Flashing forward is Gatghost, and on the side, Griffin is looking for contracts. Fudge is going to fall. Masu is on a rampage. The Flag and Dragon does not connect, but it does not matter. It's a double for Masu as well as the wheels fall off for Shopify. 12-2 now for FlyQuest. They head for Baron.
Quad is a genius. He walked on that trap on purpose. 5-head genius. Quad walks on the trap, eats the cupcake, and kills all of Shopify. That's going to be the Baron.
There, here's on me.
Looks
Yeah,
good. Looks
he took a
Look
tower
more,
shot
look
right
at-
there.
look at
Just
Zin, look at Zin.
bounced around there, all flashing out.
I'm looking more. I'm looking on Zin.
I can flash.
Watch me as well.
Yep. I'm looking Zen.
Yeah, this guy's no flash. Hook in two. Nice,
We can go Baron.
nice.
I have TP.
Our base guys. They use 80 flash there, right?
Yeah. Revan and all the Shopify fans not happy with that one.
Yeah, I mean, you called it out. It's Zinni even took a turret shot. He was too close, right? In the Shroud. Was revealed, so gets spotted and just auto-attacked down there by Gatghost, and that Shroud afforded him no safety whatsoever. And now the Shojin is completed for Masu, so he is going for that new era build that I was talking about. And I also like, it looks like he's going towards Kanik Rooker as the next item. He's saying, you know what, literally the only way I can die is if I get one shot by Zinni. Well, guess what says no to that? A bunch of HP backed up by a bunch of MR. I think it's really smart. You don't really need more damage at this point. You can kind of just rely on the damage that you've already built up already, and all of the 300 stacks are going to be adding in that burn. So contracts, Zeus, it's going to be up to that kind of front line to find some sort of a play that maybe pick off Masu or Quad at the start. Otherwise, it's hard to imagine a fight in which they can win because the consistent damage is very high on the side of FlyQuest.
Yeah, FlyQuest damage is huge. They also have priority over the Dragon. I mean, this one you for sure give up. It's still only number 3. And it's not going to be game-breaking, so you're just hoping for the dream miracle defense for Shopify.
And you know it's less and less likely when you have to add in more descriptors there. You know, it's not just the dream defense. It's not the miracle defense. It's the dream miracle defense. That's when you know it's really desperate.
Yeah, it's when you're
if
in
Kobe adds a third one, you're cooked.
You're in your dream, and even in your dream, you're like,
probably
I'm
can't
gonna need
do
a miracle.
That. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. You know, hey, in your dream, you might be able to dunk. But in your dream, you probably still can't dunk on Wemby. You know, it's probably not going to happen. Your mind's like, all right, brother, let's relax.
Wait a second. I am.
That guy's like 9 feet tall. The math's just not working out here.
All right, teleport in here. Actually, the 4-1 split push is going to be sped up a little with the teleport from topside. They're getting Gatghost here involved early. Everybody going to rotate on over and actually get a hook.
Fudge taking a ton of damage now. Is pretty tanky, but not tanky enough. Masu is dominating, knocks him down. The DPS that FlyQuest has is terrifying. He steps forward and just gets locked up with no flash. Couldn't get out of the Cataclysm, and just fish in a barrel there for FlyQuest as now they're pushing in on that bottom side. 4 members strong in mid lane with Griffin pushing in the waves through bot. Zinni barely avoids the dredge line there, but they will have to sacrifice this first inhibitor tower as well as the inhibitor, and we'll see how far FlyQuest wants to go. Their family very happy about this turn of events. SR does not have great wave clear. Cryogen dredge line in, looking for an angle to try to close this game out. Zinni tanks the shock blast, will be able to clear up that wave. As FlyQuest just going to back it off and clear up some of these camps.
Yeah, take all the jungle as payment. Contracts wants to defend here. Can they make a crazy play?
And Griffin doesn't have his flag and drag just yet. He's going to get comboed. Now going to be able to flag and drag. The locket comes in. The Crescent Guard is popped, and Contracts knocks down Griffin, who was trying to do the red and flag over to the Krugs at the same time. And that's both his deaths have been a bit of a greedy use on that flag and drag, it feels like.
And I like this from Contracts from Shopify. Obviously, they're so far down. They're like, we got to make something happen, please. And the Jace has no teleport, and the Jace is topside, so I'm chasing. Like, they are not stealing my stuff. I'm pretty sure that Quad was showing in mid lane as well. So he's doing the math. He's like, there's not that much damage that can come out of the Fog of War here. So good chase from him. They punish Griffin, take him down. However, they're still so far in the hole. It's definitely too early to celebrate. No handshakes.
Still a multiple descriptor comeback, you know?
Yeah.
We haven't closed the gap to just one. And the Kana Griffin is completed, so it's going to be a super miracle engage to be able to take down Masu for sure. He is very tanky at this point. Grabs a Vamp Scepter on top, probably working his way in towards a Bloodthirster if the game gets there. Is almost at 350 stacks, so it's going to be very difficult to take down and is really pumping out the damage at this point of the game.
I feel like there's a game where, okay, a lot of them are contributors to damage. See, everyone is like, oh, I can do a pretty close share. You see Quad, Masu, and Gakkos as well.
Where's Zinni's share?
Yeah, wait a second.
He's sharing with Cryogen.
Zinni, 6.9K down there. He's in it for the memes. That's about it.
He's got to be careful. If Cryogen gets a good depth charge, he could pass him. That's scary stuff. FlyQuest.
Dude, if your support ends over you in damage at the end of the game, you got it. There's got to be like, you know how there's, you get like medals and like accomplishments. Is there? There's got to be like a title for that.
Yeah.
I don't know. The title's not going to be a good one.
No, it's not. Masu stepping forward here, not scared of contracts whatsoever, and Gakkos and Masu poking down contracts pretty heavily there. Gakkos now up to level 19. As that is Ignite, does get poked off though, so we'll see if they can find an engage. Griffin threatening forward on the side as Contract's trying to heal back up. Fudge does arrive with the teleport. Mom gonna do a lot of damage there to Seos. He is down about 20%, so one Smolder Q would take him out. Zinni has to bail out on the flank as they are heading over towards Baron. All-in pings from FlyQuest are being spammed out. That Baron's up in 5, and they want to try to take it on spawn.
I mean, see a lot of pings from Shopify towards mid-wave. They're getting mid-prio, and they have a Scion angle.
Quad will be pretty split. I mean, he's going mid, so maybe they can try to contest, but it looks like they don't think they have a chance, so they're just going to give it.
Too hard to face check into the darkness. There, the pings were like, maybe we could get an objective bounty off this mid turret, but they couldn't even get that.
The depth charge is up and available. It does hit him with the dredge line. Fudge gonna pop the unstoppable onslaught just to try to run away. Contract's in trouble, pops the crescent guard there, trying to stay alive for a little bit of time. Nice knock up there onto Griffin. Seos flashed in on Masu. Masu has to flash out. The unbreakable will has been popped. Contract's going back in, but has no crescent guard. He's gonna burn down. Masu goes godlike. Fudge is burning as well. Zinni gets a massive shutdown on the Gakkos. That's 1K. Zinni's into the backline. The Spiraling Spear gets popped though, and Zinni gets deleted as all the kills go to FlyQuest there. 18-4. They wipe them off the map. It's an ace for FlyQuest.
And they're going to wipe Shopify off the stage with this one. The series will be completed. FlyQuest, congratulations with their families in attendance. They're going to take it.
FlyQuest gonna get the job done here. A dominant game 3. Great performance from the carries. Masu and Quad carrying a lot of the load in this one, looking really strong in the team fights. FlyQuest gonna take down Shopify, move to 3-2.
FlyQuest, all right, climbing up the ladders here, putting some separation between them and the bottom teams. Feeling very comfortable about playoffs for themselves. Yeah. And this is a very young team that are looking towards some pretty quick success.
Yeah, I mean, this is now week 5 done, so there's only 2 more weeks left. And they are 2 games ahead of both Shopify as well as DSG, and they are 3 games ahead of Dignitas. Only 2 teams missed playoffs, so FlyQuest in a really good spot. Of course, we'll have to see how everything does shake out, but they got to be happy about this one. Climbing up the standings a little bit more, and Shopify on the other side going to be very disappointed to have dropped this series that now puts them to 1-4, tied with Disguise down there. And they are, right on that knife's edge of potentially missing playoffs. They're going to have to start picking up some wins in a hurry.
They certainly are. FlyQuest, though, this roster, put together, looking at the long play, basically, trying to build up. And I remember at the beginning of the year when we talked to Griffin, he was like, yeah, I don't expect a lot of success at the very beginning, but by the time Worlds rolls around, I think we're going to get one of the World spots, so that would be top 3 for them. And, we're still only in the first half of the year, so they are on pace, and we do have Griffin ready for the interview with Raz. Take it away.
All right, Griffin, I'm gonna need you to show the back of your jersey on this one.
Yeah.
There we go. There we go. Yeah, we got the shot of your basically your family, or specifically the parents, moms of all of FlyQuest here. Yeah. First of all, how's it just been having your mom here, and did you get to see them at all?
Yeah, no, I mean, it's super cool. Like, can I hold this?
Oh, go for it.
Okay. No, it's super cool. Like, I think for Mother's Day, FlyQuest like flew out our parents, so it was definitely a nice experience because I haven't like seen them in a while, probably like 4 months, 5 months. So, and then they came, saw like how being a pro gamer is very like new to her, so it's like very fascinating. And no, it's really cool that she came out, and I really wanted to win for her today. Because if we lost, that would have been awkward. That would have been awkward. All the moms come to lose, so make sure we won.
Is there, because Mother's Day is coming up, so like, is that the gift? What's the gift? What's the thought process here with next week being Mother's Day?
Yeah, no, I think FlyQuest just wanted to like treat us for Mother's Day, like fly out our parents, so it was really nice.
Okay, and perfect. And like, the thing is, especially I want to talk about the Shen jungle if possible, because you've been somebody that's been really embodying all of these different type of picks. And even though, yes, it came up with a loss, like the early game was incredibly cool. Just like talk to me about the Shen jungle in particular, and just basically being as experimental as you are.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, that game 2, that was the freest win, but we kind of just trolled a bit. But yeah, no, I think Shen jungle in particular is a very good like neutralizer. He's really good against like champions that like, well, I picked against the Vi. Like obviously it's pretty easy. Vi R's the person, you are the person Vi ultied, and it kind of like neutralizes her. So honestly, that game should have been a free win. We could have trolled a bit, but it is what it is. But yeah.
And like talking about that a little bit, a lot of teams will give you guys a lot of credit just because of how big your ceiling is as a team. That you can beat any of the top teams, and I guess like a lot of these games can be really scrappy. Your next 2 series are going to be against Lion and C9 in the rest of the regular season. What's something that you guys are hoping to really rally and get better at going into the next 2 weeks?
I just think overall, like, I mean, it's meant for us is like mid-game, like team fight setups, and just overall being more consistent, because I still think we're a bit inconsistent. Like sometimes we play really well, sometimes there's some days we play really well, some days we play really bad. So just like working on overall consistency and like developing consistency throughout the games between our like mid-late game and team fight setups and team fights. Yeah.
Thank you. And final message to your mom who came out here. Just anything that you want to be able to say to her?
Yeah, no, I mean, I'm just really glad that like, so growing up, my mom was super supportive, but now she's like super supportive now that like I made it to the big leagues. So I'm just really glad that like she's able to support me so much and like care so much. I think even though when growing up she didn't give me the most support, I think in general it's like very lucky to have such a supportive family. And now that I'm like in the tier 1 leagues, that she supports me a lot, I'm really grateful, because I know you know, some parents or like you might not get as many opportunities or something like stuff like that. So I'm really grateful that she supports me so much.
I'm actually going to expand on that, because at least for me, I know my parents didn't understand it at all, right? Straight from Ethiopia, they had no idea. So like, what was the process like for your parents or even just your family kind of getting an understanding and just starting to support the idea?
Yeah, so it was actually funny because they did some interviews, and my sister showed me a thing. My mom would do like, when she was younger, she'd just take away my PCs and stuff, and like, oosh, 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 you know, like, hey, go to school and stuff. Yeah. But then like when I started like taking the game more seriously, became more professional, she saw the paychecks coming in, she's like, hey, do what you want. So I'm really grateful that even though it's a foreign concept to her, obviously she's an Asian parent that doesn't know much about gaming, and gaming in general is very new and is not of this or her generation. Yeah. She's still very supportive and very open to the idea, even though it's very foreign to her. So I'm really grateful for that. Yeah.
Hell yeah! Congratulations one more time, and keep trucking, brother. I cannot wait for playoffs. That's, I'm sure, going to be great for you guys. So thank you again, and congratulations, bro.
Thank you. Thank you.
Boom. All right, sending that one straight back to the lounge.
Thanks, Raz, and to Griffin.
Griffin has so much like maniac energy in like a positive way. This is a compliment. Like I really love that, and I also love that Raz asked that follow-up question about like how his mom kind of changed her mind in terms of supporting her. My parents also do not understand esports. I don't know how your parents are, but they're just like, are you getting paid? Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
You have a job. You're starving. Got a place to live. Okay,
yeah.
cool.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, my parents have been pretty supportive as well, so I'm lucky to have that. Raz, though, my man.
You gotta vote for player of the game.
Gotta vote for player of the game.
We're waiting for you.
TikTok, man. This last series of the game, I voted Masu. You voted Quad.
I voted Quad.
Yep.
Yeah. I think Quad's way is actually sick. He plays so far forward on it sometimes.
and it's a tie between Quad and Masu.
Oh,
so
we have.
Oh, it's Quad.
Never mind, Raz.
It's Quad.
Raz flip-flopped and took the vote away from chat.
Yes, he did.
So chat can blame Raz for not being able to vote on the tiebreaker.
But his Huhi, we've seen it now in multiple different weeks, really controls the game. He pumps out so much damage in teamfights, and what we were talking about is how aggressively he's able to posture with Huhi because of his confidence in landing the fear if anyone ever wants to engage on him.
Yeah, and you could see it in this last game. I think that's definitely why he wanted to bring it out into the Akali. Okay, so Quad would have won anyway, so we're on the right side. Yeah. But yeah, like I think it's become not necessarily a pocket pick, because it's definitely still meta. A lot of mid laners play Huhi, but something he's obviously very comfortable on, and you can see it in so many of their team fights and skirmishes and how he sets up. And how he's able to get in and do so much damage and provide so much CC for his team.
Yeah, I feel like overall FlyQuest is starting to stabilize a little bit. They had some good online play. They're 3-2 now in the Spring Split, so looking like they're progressing well. Here are the pogs for today. Saint and Berserker took turns carrying games for Lion in what was a lot of competitive early games against Sentinels and then dominant team fighting for Lion. And in the series we just saw, Crouch in game 1, B-Boy with an insane 15 kill Corki game 2.
Yeah, I'm going to say it's kind of a heartbreaker for B-Boy because as we talked about after game 2, his Ezreal game in game 1 was also really good despite the fact that that was a loss. The Caitlyn game, everything kind of snowballed out of control pretty, like a little bit earlier on in the game. But yeah, I think he had like a pretty good series, even in a loss. So tough times for B-Boy, but not tough times for another 80 carry.
Berserker.
Who won Player of the Week. So congrats to Berserker. 12, 1, and 20 on Varus, and the Sivir game in particular was
the Sivir game was insane. They were up against, by the end of it, a Mountain Soul. They kept finding the crucial engages that they needed to, coming in from all angles. And there was one fight in the mid game where Berserker alone did 12,000 damage on the Sivir. And it's not like he had some incredible front line to play off of. He had a Gnar who sometimes was Mega, then Pantheon, Bard, Akali, who were all trying to flank. But Berserker really controlled that second game. And in game 1, he didn't die on Varus, so he was still doing exceptionally well.
No, his Varus was still good. He just got kind of outshone by, I think, some of his teammates. Like, his team fighting was still really good. His ults, even if they weren't landing, were forcing, players to move out of the way. So, but now it's time for our Samsung OLED Power Players of the Week. I'm always really curious to see the top lane is sometimes not who you'd necessarily think of, but Castle, again, in another loss, taking the fastest CS title.
Big series against Morgan. He dominated the laning phase both games. He did have the laning pick, and Morgan had the scaling pick, but Castle was really far ahead in both those games, couldn't get victories. Blabber, very frequently fastest to level 6. More Proto Belt enjoyers in the mid lane to get the
it's always just who gets Proto Belt first.
Who completed the 2,600 gold item instead of the 3,200 gold item? And a lot of bloodiness in the bottom lane with 280 carries getting a sub 3-minute fastest kill. So, 2 more weeks of LCS Spring. We're 5 weeks in.
That's crazy. Where did the time go?
We still have 2 undefeated teams.
Yeah.
So we still have C9 and Team Liquid at the top of the standings with exactly the same game score. Lion right below them, having lost to Cloud9 in week 1. And then FlyQuest. Then you have the cliff, where Sentinel, Shopify, disguised in Dignitas.
It's such tough times for Sentinels, though, because I know, like, even after their series, I was like, yes, we thought we were going to win, but I still think Sentinels are a very good team. Shopify versus Sentinels is now a very crucial game for both of these teams. It essentially decides their playoff fate.
So, Emily, which of these 4 is going to be Emily's match of the week?
My match of the week is Lion versus Team Liquid Alienware.
I never would have guessed.
4-1
versus 5-0.
Yeah, we've been kind of waiting for Team Liquid to play one of, the other top 2 teams.
That's a crazy Saturday, by the way. 5 weeks in, the combined wins of every team playing Saturday is 3. And then the combined wins.
It's actually really important.
The combined wins of Sunday is 17. That's ridiculous. That's a crazy
My
schedule
take about
next week.
parity in the league did not age well.
No, it has to be more parity. If all the winning teams, someone's got to lose and someone's got to win. Anyway, if you can't wait until next week and you're looking for more NA League, check out the NACL. The NACL goes live every Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday on Twitch and YouTube. Raz will also be co-streaming. You can see Maryville and Energy up towards the top of the standings, and it's been a great time if you can check it out.
Yeah, or check out Raz's co-stream. NRG versus Conviction should be a really interesting match. I mean, he's a really fun streamer.
He's gonna throw stuff at us if we don't.
Yeah, he's coming in. There we go. See, that's why we gotta shout out Raz's stream. Otherwise, he throws plushies at us. But if you have 4 friends and a dream, Jat, sign-ups for the NACL Open qualifiers are open until next weekend. Please check out the NACL X account or head to draftly.lol/registrations/NACL to sign up today to enter.
I have the dream, but I just don't have enough friends.
Yeah, I'm bad, so I don't have the dream. Sadly.
Maybe 15 years ago, I'd be in there. I would be in there once again.
That was when, I will say, before I started writing about League of Legends, was when I absolutely just spammed the heck.
Yeah.
Like, not that I don't play now, but like just spammed it, was like super intense about it. That would have been my only time.
Yeah, that's time. So if you're currently super addicted to League of Legends, sign up for those. That's it for us, though. We're going to be rating Pobelter's stream.
Hi, Pobelter.
A big LCS veteran. Make sure you stop by and say hi. And even with the plug, Raz is throwing giant Tibbers and knocking over our luckily empty mugs.
We wonder why Tibbers is like falling apart at the seams. It's because
Okay,
of
next
Raz.
Saturday, 4 Eastern, 1 p.m. Pacific for Shopify versus Sentinels. A lot of playoff stakes on the line. See you then.
Bye.
Guys, they don't know where I am. Yeah. Let's go.
Look cookie if you can. No.
I'm looking Corky. I'm looking Corky. Look Corky. Look Corky.
Yeah. They're gonna die. Looks good.
I'm fine.
The Lion team fighting is simply too good. They call their shot, and it's a home run. Lions sweep Sentinels 2-0.
Here's something.
Oh, looks good.
Looks stuff out. Here's that.
Look more. Look on Zin. Look on Zin if you can.
No flash.
I'm looking more. I'm looking more. I'm looking on Zin.
No flash.
Watch me as well.
Yep. I'm looking Zen.
Yeah. This guy's no flash. Hook in two. Nice.
They can go Baron.
And they're going to wipe Shopify off the stage with this one. The series will be completed. FlyQuest, congratulations with their families in attendance.